Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 LCK Spring. I am Atlas, and today I am joined by a new special guest that you may remember if you have a memory that lasts a really, really long time. It is Will Chobra Cho, former translator for the LCK, back in 2013? What is this? The biggest blast from the past possible.
Yeah, you make it sound like I'm some ancient fossil that came out.
I have to. I need to make sure that I utilize this time because I'm the boomer of this broadcast, and if I can find a moment to not be that guy, then I have to embrace it, you know?
Well, yeah, you're definitely the Zoomer of this duo. I'll tell you that.
Yes, finally. Ever since Papa's gone, it's been really hard to really find my my youth, you know. So welcome back to the broadcast. Like, what have you been doing since your departure from the LCK?
I mean, a lot's happened. Obviously, the last time I was in Korea, working on League of Legends was 2015. I've done some work with League of Legends after that, of course, at a global level. But mostly, I transitioned into production, producing, and then hosting if I was ever doing events. You might have caught me like commentating now and then, just randomly popping up here and there. And then now I'm back in Seoul, actually, and so had a chance to join you here.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. This is going to be really exciting. And we get some pretty good games as well. As we're going to start off with T1 versus Harmwell Life, and you might be looking at these standings being like 2nd versus 8th. That's boring, but no. Harmwell Life were able to actually beat T1 back in week 1.
Yes.
And it made T1 look like they hadn't quite figured things out yet, and T1 had a bit of a rough start in the Kesper Cup as well, and we were asking questions. And then since then, it's been okay. They dropped that one match to Afrika, but otherwise, nothing's really stood in their way. But do Harmwell Life still have that secret sauce? And the really cool thing about this is that we have some of the players that you've commentated and taken part with well back in the day. I mean, some of our players are getting on themselves, and I think Cuve, Faker, these sort of names certainly do ring some bells.
Yeah, and I think, especially, whenever the name Faker comes up, I think it really needs to put in perspective that he's actually been around for quite some time now, right? I remember his very first game, and that was now, 6-7 years ago. So this has been a while, but like you said, Cuve was actually one of the players I commentated in one of my last days of broadcast here in Korea, and to see him still here in the LCK is pretty cool.
Was that when he was promoting, or was that when he was trying to defend his spot? I'm trying to remember back.
He was unfortunately trying to defend his spot. There wasn't a positive storyline there. It was mostly just let's stay alive.
Oh dear. A little bit of a worry. Thankfully, you were able to give Monty and Doa some time off, though, and provide us some context with your commentary experience. But these are the points of the match. T1's back, trying to take down Harmwell Life, and they really want to get back to the correct side of the bracket because they were holding down that 6th spot, which is what this team is known for. They were gatekeepers back when this team used to be known as the Rocks Tigers, a very different one to the ones that you might remember from the Coup Tigers days. Not the same team, however, the same name, very different players, and they just own that 6th spot. That's generally what they do. But now sitting down in 8th, and they really do need to try and pull themselves back together to retain at least their legacy. But it's not necessarily happening just yet. And T1 utilizing their rookie jungler, Ellen, which is really exciting. This guy, we've heard talk of him for a really long time, but has only just debuted here in round 2. And I like Cuz, he's a great player, but Ellen seems to have been really meshing well with the team.
Yeah, it just seemed, whenever you see someone come in, whether it's kind of off of the bench or as a new player, you always expect something to be a little bit wonky in the first couple of matches, but so far Elam's proven within this week that things have been very smooth, and if anything, maybe even better to a certain point. And like you said, nothing against Cuz, but I think it's a breath of fresh air for T1.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, and it seems like Canna's stats have improved since Elam joined as well, so there might be this sort of like young gun synergy that they have going on. Of course, Canna a rookie for this squad as well, so it might be that maybe they're bringing each other up, and that top jungle synergy is what T1 are really gunning for here. We talked a lot yesterday, Wadid and I, about mid-jungle synergy. The age gap between Elam and Faker is very, very large, but it's a little bit of a different story when you're talking about Canna. So maybe we'll see them playing around topside, and especially with patch 10.5, adding a little bit of emphasis to getting that top lane priority with the extra gold that you can claim from the turret plates. It might be an avenue that they can attack.
Yeah, it seems like as we're looking at these stats, just overall, it's working out for T1. I think that's always been the question, right? There was never any question about Faker, and of course Teddy has been carrying his weight, and the question's always been, well, the jungle and top, like, what are they going to do to continue to switch that up? And so far, now it's looking like you said, with that 10.5 patch, with Elam coming in, this might be kind of that powerhouse moment for T1 once again.
Yeah, and T1 with some pretty decent stats here, apart from that second one. Not entirely sure what that stat even is. Can you translate that one for us, Chober? I know that used to be in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Putting me on the spot a little bit here. Well, yeah, it looks like that's actually kills for the whole team per minute. So,
right.
So showcasing the overall, I guess, kill amount that you're seeing within their games.
And just showing that T1 certainly have been playing very, very slowly throughout most of their games. We saw yesterday that complete clown fiesta of a game number 1 between APK and Damwon. There is no other way to put it. Thankfully, we had an unleashed Wadid on the broadcast and able to really speak candidly about it. It was not pretty, but it was a hell of a lot of kills, and that is not how T1 plays. They are very clean and very, very consistent. And I think that has a lot to do, especially with their most recent match. We were both watching it against DRX. My God, Teddy is just so damn good at the moment. Yeah. He is popping off, and that is terrifying. When you see like the power of the Jhin 80 carry at full flight, oh man, I think that he's got some extra rocket fuel in those engines today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Teddy's one of those names that, he really debuted after I had left Korea, but the fact that I knew of his Jhin times just like really showcases what this guy's capable of, and obviously he's kind of fulfilling his own prophecy right now on T1 alongside his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be the lineup. Elam back on the roster once again as Canna is there towards the top side, and then all the players that you know in Faker, Teddy, and Effort. We were having this discussion, Chober and I, before the broadcast, but it's so strange talking about this team when Faker is such a huge name, but then the second most long-standing player on T1 right now is Effort, which is just insanity because there are so many huge names that came from this squad. You've got the Marins of the world, their top lane, I mean, Impact, like so many huge names, but no longer are they on this roster. Even names like, Marta, Wolf, Bang, like huge. Even Bengi people are going to remember, but there's so much change. And a lot of change for Harmwell Life moving into this season as well. I don't know whether there's too many other than other than Cuve that you'd recognize. I think Haru was around the traps a little bit, and Lehens was
right
definitely
around
being a
that.
menace in solo queue.
Yeah, Lehens has obviously made his name a little bit here and there in solo queue, and then kind of trying out for different teams. Really, obviously made his breakthrough recently. But Cuve is really the only one that was consistently in the pro scene when I was still in Korea.
Yeah, and also I think playing for Samsung Galaxy well back in the day as well, and he didn't move teams until the beginning of this year. So that the name may have changed of the squad, of course being KSV for a little while before they moved to Gen G, but it was the same roster, that 2017 World Championship roster, for a really, really long time, and Cuve, a very long-standing member of that squad, now moving over to Homo Life to try and get things sorted out there. And remember, Cuve's pretty good at taking down T1s. He did that in 2017.
Yeah, there you go.
And he was what left Faker in the chair with that very iconic video that we see over and over again. Must be frustrating to be Faker and have to watch that all the time, but this is not frustrating. Look at these stats. He's much better than Tempt is on paper. And his LeBlanc, we need to see it again today because it's just a joy.
Do we will we though? I mean, I think there's something wrong if we do see it today. That's true.
Apparently people are okay with letting it through. I don't know whether that's ever a good idea, especially not against Faker, but we'll have to see what happens as we get into the ban and pick here for game number 1. T1 on our blue side and Homo Life will be on the red. And now this is the part that may have changed. We're not in Renekton Shyvana top lane meta anymore.
Oh, really?
Chobra, and there are a few new champions in the game. Maybe since you've
just
you've
a
been
handful, I'm
commentating.
sure.
Yeah, these two in fact weren't there back in 2015.
Oh my gosh, was Callista? Wow, Callista is actually.
Oh no, 2015 was Callista. So Callista came
Callista
in the
was
beginning of
there.
that year, I think.
Well, don't worry. I've still been playing the game and obviously like watching whether it's highlights or keeping up with the results of the league. So the champions I still recognize when we see their portraits as we see the bans go down. The Trundle ban to me is interesting just because we still don't know fully what Elim's capable of. Other than obviously his Trundle's been very good and very aggressive and useful on the side of T1. So I think this is a good test to see what else can he do, and does he have more than 1 or 2 champions that he's able to play here on the stage.
You could imagine that, Trundle just feels like a very odd pickup, especially, ban away, especially when it's red side and you're so pinched with the bans that you have available. I mean, they'd love to be able to ban both Ornn and Aphelios right here, but they can't. They have to let one of them through, and the Aphelios is going to be the target ban, but now just giving over an Ornn to a T1 that is so consistent and so reliable when it comes to getting to a late game, I think is just a gigantic blunder here for Homo Life. They're going to need one hell of a strategy to really lock this one down. With the Trundle ban, maybe we're seeing like Homo Life with this idea of trying to get onto an Olaf pick that can have more control in the early game. We see a lot of Trundle picked into the Olaf, but I'm not entirely sure. Varus is another priority pick though that is going to go through, and Homo Life do really like picking up this champion whenever they can. Last time they lost back-to-back games on it, but maybe we'll see a different approach, as without picking up the Olaf, that is going to go into the hands of Elim pretty comfortably.
Yeah,
I believe.
I mean, I think it's. I guess we'll wait and see. I mean, they're not in any rush if they want to try to pick up a couple other flex picks that they have available. Looks like it will be the Olaf. I think the Jarvan for Haru obviously makes sense just given how comfortable he is on that champion. And so now it's a good test to see if Elim can keep up when he's away from that, what seems to be a comfort Trundle pick, as we see that Ezreal being picked up for T1 as well.
Yep, Teddy, one of the most legendary Ezreal players that we have in the league at the moment. It's him, Ruler, and Deft when you're talking about this champion, and he performs differently in the hands of these 3 players than he does in the hands of anyone else, other than maybe aiming. I think aiming has really leveled up his performance, and on Ezreal almost specifically, as that's a Maokai.
Oh.
All right, so this is a throwback for you, Chobro. Look at Homo Life. They've got Jarvan, Maokai, Varus. They're making sure they keep it in your wheelhouse.
But Maokai's changed since then, so he's not the same champion.
Look at the portrait. Don't look at his abilities. It's fine. And a lot of those abilities are still the same. It's just the ultimate, right?
It's really the ultimate that changed. I mean, how he's played, really. And obviously, even that rework's been a while now. Now that we're talking about this, it just makes me realize how old I am in the scene because
Oh, dude,
everything
don't you
seems so
worry. Like,
ancient.
I remember back when Destiny Gate on Twisted Fate was his E button. So
Oh
don't
my
you worry.
gosh.
I'm also a boomer when it comes to League of Legends. We are fossils, but we're happy to embrace it here on this broadcast. As
There you
LeBlanc
go.
is banned away from Faker, of course, and Gangplank is going to be what T1 are going to be focusing on. I'm expecting that Maokai to head towards the top side, but there might be some weird shenanigans. This is Lehens. He plays
Oh, true.
really dumb stuff on purpose. So this Maokai could be going mid, could be going top, and could be going into that support position as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I would wager that it's going top. If that's the case, I think they're trying to maybe kind of pull a little bit of that power away from a lot of the top lane focus that T1 seems to have coming into the second round. As you see that Zoe being banned out as well, we've seen it kind of making that resurgence. I know you were talking about a couple of days ago, like, why don't we see Zoe more often? And clearly the teams are picking up on it as well.
Yeah, she's going to be taken off the board. The Thresh is locked in, so that is going to put the Maokai into a solo lane. And Thresh Varus is an extraordinarily strong, just straight up 2v2 lane into whatever you want. But I'm really surprised that Harmon Life didn't pick away the Azir. Azir's been almost permabanned. He was, I think, banned every single game yesterday. And when we have 3 best-of-3s, that's a lot of games that is not allowed to be played in. So very surprising that they give Faker one of his most famous champions. You might argue that Easy Hoon was the original
I was going
SKT
to.
Azir play. He has the skin. People think that it's Faker's skin, but no. Faker's got the Rise one. He's got a few others, but it's not the Azir. That is Easy Hoon. And
Okay,
the
so-
Nautilus to be locked in as well.
And then we see the Kai'Sa, so the Varus now going into that mid lane.
The classic
which-
counter pick, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense against the Azir. I mean, I have to assume they were prepared for that, right? Like you said, letting the Azir
Oh, yeah.
through. After banning the LeBlanc, they clearly had their focus. So what's clear to me is Hanwha Life did have a plan. It's not that it seemed random or that they weren't doing the research, but like you said, Atlas, at the end of the day, it's T1, and you're giving so much power into the late game. So if you're not shutting them down early, like very early, I mean, this combination of Teddy on Ezreal, Faker on Azir, and the Ornn coming in for Kana, that seems really risky.
Yeah, this is basically full comfort for T1 and a hodgepodge mismatch of what we can do to try and specifically counter what we see on the other side. But I don't know whether it works cohesively. Yes, they do have sort of like 2 tanks. They have some peel for the backline in the Thresh. They have Varus, which is a great lane into Azir, and they have Kai'Sa for some late game insurance. But I just feel like they have a comp that's trying to do what T1's already does better than them. That's the worry that I have. And we'll see whether Harmon Life are going to be able to get over the line, because if they don't have a big mid-game lead, then Ornn's just going to start pumping resources into his team, and I don't see what Harmon can do. I think if I was LS, who likes to do the predictions after the draft, I'd give this like an 80% T1, even if the nameplates were off, which is very
80%.
scary for Harmon Life.
I think that's fair. Just like you said, just looking at the draft itself, again, it's not looking too promising for Hanwha. And I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, I mean, we keep talking about, okay, well, they need to get this early lead. They need to have a good, power spike going into the mid game for Hanwha to even have a chance to win this game. But I mean, where are you realistically going to get this when we're looking at the picks plus the players that are playing them, right? I mean, are you going to try to focus on Faker? I mean, maybe, especially since LM seems to be focusing more on the top lane. Honestly, that's kind of my only imagination, because I don't know if you're going to have an easy time catching Teddy on Ezreal. So we'll see where Haru's movement really goes. Personally, that's kind of my big interest in the first part of this game.
Yeah, it feels to me like Harmon Life have mid lane to focus on. And when you're already projecting that in your draft, it's really, really dangerous, because it makes you incredibly predictable with where you're going to be pathing around this map. I mean, top lane is a moot point. It's just going to be these 2 tanks bopping each other, and not too much kill pressure up there unless you can really get some intense jungle assistance, but it's not likely to be the focus. Mid lane is where Hanwha do have a drafting advantage as far as that particular pickup, but they have priced themselves into it so aggressively, right? It feels like to a fault they have decided to counter pick Faker. And
Yeah, and is
we've
that a
seen
player
teams do
you
this
really?
so often.
I think teams like they scramble, right? When they see, Faker and T1, they try all these things and then they realize, okay, there's not an answer. Maybe we just need to shut Faker down. But it's like that's never a plan you purchase, right? That just happens by luck now and then. So I don't know.
And also, Faker hasn't been the hard carry for this team. Yes, he's been playing very, very well, but it's this guy that we're seeing on our screen right here. It's Teddy that is the true carry of T1 and has been for their last couple of matches, and is why this team is so terrifying. We do have to have a look at some of these keystones, because that is an unsealed spellbook on Thresh, which is not something that we see all that often. And Lehens does like to do some weird stuff, but that's some extra weird over there. And the other strange thing is, after the exhaust buff, we see Effort taking the ignite anyway, wanting to make sure that they can get some early power in this lane, I guess. But with the power of exhaust now increased to 3 seconds, I think it's quite interesting that they haven't opted in for that one.
Yeah, personally, I've always been a big advocate of exhaust. I think it's always been a little too overlooked just because of the sheer power of ignite. Like you said with the buff, obviously we've seen it come around a little bit more. I have to believe that, Effort and T1's idea here is what you just previously mentioned. Just the power of Teddy, making sure that carry potential comes through rather than playing in any way of defensive form. Just going straight for the kills and having that confidence that they're able to play a little bit more aggressively when needed. And also, I mean, Nautilus has so much CC just in his kit.
Oh, yeah.
So he might have just overlooked that exhaust because of that natural buff that Nautilus has.
Yeah, and when you pair it with the Ornn as well in teamfight, like, it almost makes you able to decide who gets to play League of Legends and who doesn't, which is a very, very scary thing. As we have a look at some of these stats, and this is what we were talking about as far as how Canna performs with both of these junglers respectively. And you can see the stats have increased for LM, and it just shows that, these trainees that have been playing with each other for a lot longer, that synergy is important.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, the craziest stat is Canna, right? His kill participation at 15 minutes has just skyrocketed thanks to Elim. But even elsewhere, Elim's just been much more aggressive and active. Hasn't just been taking a back seat compared to Cuz's style, and has been counter jungling a little bit more, popping up more around the map, and we're just seeing more action from Elim. Now, again, the question is, we're seeing his Olaf for the first time. Is this going to stay true to Olaf as well, or not? I mean, I have to wager, given the current junglers that are going around, if anyone's going to be a little bit similar to what Trundle is capable of doing early on, it might be Olaf. I mean, Olaf's definitely a little bit weaker in terms of how much he can withstand earlier, but in terms of, running in and just adding a lot more power to the ganks and showing a little bit more pressure, that might still be in his wheelhouse.
The thing I like about it as well is that Olaf power farms his jungle so incredibly fast that LM can get into the lanes and onto the map without having to sacrifice too much as well. So it really does suit that more aggressive playstyle that he does have. And Olaf just a great early game jungler in general, so we'll see where he can actually affect, especially with the lanes that T1 has. I mean, ganking for Canna will be something that T1 can do, just because Olaf has the damage, has the slow, but Canna has that hard CC option towards the bottom side, and the same can be said for Effort's Nautilus. So there are lanes that you can gank, even if you are this Olaf that only really has that slow as far as the gank CC that he has available to him. So not too bad. Cuvée struggling here towards the top side as he's made brittle. If that had been an auto attack boop, that would have been very close to Canna being able to just really put the screws in as he throws down the ultimate, looks for this solo kill on the Canna. There's the flash forward. The bellows breath comes out, but Cuvée eventually gets searing charged to death, and Haru now finds his way in, will get the trade kill, but that solo still fantastic for Canna.
Yeah, that was, I mean, just really good decision making. I think Cuvée maybe got a little bit too comfortable, just assuming, oh, we're both tanks, like he's not going to make a dive. But again, it's Ornn, who's not only very tanky, but has that longer range initiation that he can get. And now that opens up LM to be able to start this dragon, and the first dragon will be going over to T1.
Yep, I absolutely love this. T1 always been fantastic at following up with advantages that they get elsewhere on the map. So they see Haru and they just take everything that they have available to them with that extra information. And now Emperor's Divide in the mid lane, Tempt in trouble. He can't get to the lantern eventually, able to walk on over there, but that is a lot of pressure now down. And the heal is on cooldown as well, as there's the Ragnarok that has been popped. Lehen's able to get himself out of the way as a flash out as Haru makes his way in. But there's the Chains of Corruption. Effort has to flash in order to get out of there. Great hook from Lehen's, but he is going to suffer the trade kill as LM wants to try and offer more, but Haru's health bar just a little bit too high, and in the end, it is an even trade.
Yeah, it turns out even, but now you've given, obviously, a kill to Faker, got that stack now going for his items, and both kills going over to Haru just seems like it's more of just of a pity payback, right, in favor of Hanwha. They're not really able to get what we talked about in making sure that their laners are building into this mid game, and they're just kind of making sure they're not completely falling apart. That was very close. I don't know if it would have killed just because of the number of minions, but it was pretty close. So for Hanwha Life, they are responding, but again, it just proves that Haru seems to be a step late, or maybe just LM's a step early and faster. And if that's the case early game, things are not looking good.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at this replay here and just have a look. I mean, Tempt very close to not making it towards the lance and actually clicked it through the Emperor's Divide. That otherwise would have just been his demise. And this was LM. Good timing on the Ragnarok, but better timing for Haru to turn up and deny any sort of dive attempt.
I think that maybe there could have just been a little bit earlier communication from LM, just saying that he has flash, that he's fine. I think Effort got caught out half a second too much longer, trying to see if he needed to add a little bit more CC or defend and sacrifice himself. Ends up doing so, unfortunately, and they make a trade in that mid lane.
Yeah, things very even towards the bottom side, though. You can see Teddy and Vista were left on their own for a while. Teddy has gone for the Sheen first option, now building towards Trinity Force most likely, as you can see that longsword in his back pocket. Actually, decides to sell it. Got himself the potion and some brown bags instead, so maybe just a little bit too early on the call. But that's absolutely fine. We're going to have a return back here from Vista as well, as things do just balance themselves out. But Cuvée up towards the top side, he's got his Catalyst, but he's a whole Balmy Cinder behind. And Canna still able to play as slowly as he would like. He's dictating the pace of this lane almost in its entirety, as now Effort will help secure this Rift Scuttler as well for LM, and T1 do have control of this topside river and the Chains of Corruption land, but Shifting Sands is going to take priority over that particular CC, so no worries there for Faker.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of not true panic. Oh, we're gonna see another gank in top lane though.
Yep, there's the Ornhorn has been blown as we have the Ragnarok, and that's a very dead Cuvée. The twisted advance into the death chamber. Not what you want to see from your Maokai.
You can't, because, all right, already starting off, I mean, the Ornn's just stronger, right? Maokai, Maokai's a tank that no longer really feels like a tank, to be honest. He's really just a CC machine compared to a lot of these other champions that have come out and really able to withstand any of the pressure that comes through. And on top of that, you gave up that solo kill early. And Ornn obviously has a little bit more flexibility in his timings to go back. And then you have the Olaf coming in. Cuvée really can't do much. And like you said, Atlas, what is even more unfortunate is at the end of the day, Canna's going to continue deciding what the pace of that top lane is. So Cuvée is now torn in that weird decision of, how do I try to soak this XP when Canna's not an inexperienced player?
Yeah, and Canna's going to be able to grab yet another turret plate up there towards the top side as well. A 20 CS advantage, and now is able to go back if he would like to. He has teleport if he'd like to get back to lane even faster. So many different options, and in fact, he's just going to be building items, I believe, in that top brush anyway, as he creates himself his chain vest, moving towards that Sunfire Cape. As Haru trying to get onto Faker here, but Faker's not going to be biting that whatsoever, and he's doing absolutely fine in this lane that can be very rough for the Azir. You get fully outranged by the Varus. That is why it's been a counter pick option into the Azir for a very long time. But let's have a look at how this gank happened.
There's not much did happen, right? I mean, Cuvée, it's not that Cuvée necessarily completely overextended either, but it's again just the power of Ornn, again, being able to initiate from a lot further than you would normally feel that a melee, tanky champion is able to do. And Olaf was just there for the extra damage. But quite frankly, I think even without the Olaf, that might have still been dangerous for Cuvée. Like, that's how bad this top lane looks right now for Hanwha.
Yeah, you can see kind of just making Cuvée brittle. I don't even think he needs his Bellows Breath to do that. He looks brittle enough regardless, to be perfectly honest. And it's not a good place to be. Second Drake thinking about being started up here by T1, and I don't know what Haru and Hanwha Life are going to be able to do to stop this here is Haru at least able to clear out some of the vision. But with 4 members of T1 hanging around in this area, it can be difficult as there's the Cataclysm, but Haru does have to get himself out of there. I like the way he utilized that, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive unless he gets himself the Lantern. Exactly right, keeps him alive.
Yeah, that was the best bet they had, right? Was going in for the steal and coming out, especially with Faker around. His ult was ready. Obviously, Effort had his ult ready as well on that Nautilus. They are going to catch that off, but just going to use his Ragnarok and run away. So going for the steal and then trying to get out, or potentially just dying on his own, was the right play. Unfortunately, Ellen was on top of things and got that smite off in the perfect time. So now it's 2 Drakes to none, and we have that Infernal Soul being prepared, which is really good news for T1.
Yeah, we've got a real spicy Drake to start this game off. But the thing that's really scary is that Hanwha Life should be the team that's stacking these Drakes. It shouldn't be T1 this game, based on the composition that Hanwha has. I feel like Hanwha should have had mid priority throughout this game, but Fake has even been able to get into that river to continue adding more pressure. And with the tank of T1 being so much stronger and having that teleport threatened this whole time, it just feels like Hanwha are automatically playing on the back foot, and it's to do with the top lane, which is not something that we often talk about in League of Legends, especially with that top lane island situation that has been happening a lot in recent times. So really good work from Kana, really showing that that sort of rookie prowess, just the raw mechanics that he's able to utilize. And being able to utilize it on and on is another thing that I guess is feels a bit facetious when you're talking about it, because he's just a damn good champion in general.
Well, yeah, for sure. Orin, I mean, I know Ellis is happy that Orin's coming through a lot more often on a high priority now in the LCK, and we're seeing exactly why, obviously being proven by Kana right here. And again, I think what's interesting is this has opened up LM to be useful elsewhere, as we see Cuvée just being beaten down to a pulp once again. And LM's been doing fine. He hasn't, struggled to figure out where else he should go, right? He was responding well to that mid lane. He's been actively just taking those Drakes whenever he can, setting up early for it. And also, because of his more active performance in the enemy jungle, earlier on, they had just had so much vision on where Haru was going to be. So Hanwha Life was playing as an open book against this T1.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like T1 now just have winning lanes and a winning jungle regardless of what's going on, even though Cuz was, playing things out effectively, but he was utilizing the extra space that he was given in order to farm faster and things like that, get to a late game stage that is stronger. And he's very good at these sort of mid-game junglers, like the Gragas. He's probably the best Gragas that we have in the LCK, but of course you do need to get to that level 6 before you do have that full power level. Despite the body slam being very strong, you do want to get to the explosive cask as soon as you can, and teamfight junglers are where he thrives, but LM doesn't seem to be that player, and it's allowed T1 to increase the speed of play a lot higher, and hasn't necessarily shown in the statistics just yet, because they still are one of our slower teams here in the LCK, but still, it's certainly showing that they can control a game far easier from far earlier as well, which is really just shoring up where they've had weaknesses in the past, and that is very scary for any other team, because T1 didn't start off with many weaknesses in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, if T1 continues at this rate, right, throughout this whole second round, it's going to be a very, very scary form. Now, we're seeing Hanwha a little bit more aggressive. They do get onto Faker, but
yeah, good cleanse. And there's the Ornhorn Wing trying to pull one back. And yes, Emperor's Divide will get Haru, but Cataclysm gets himself out, flag and drag to full safety. And LM can't get himself into a good enough position. Kai'Sa lands as a Void Seeker, but the Killer Instinct not going to be utilized. And T1 trying to escape. Vista does find a bit of a Q onto the opponent. Ooh. Good hook attempt there from Lahens. Actually predicting the dredge line, but not quite long enough. Needs a few links added to that chain, I think. As T1...
Hey, wouldn't that be cool? If Ornn could upgrade, like,
oh man, yeah, it's like in the shop you can like upgrade each of your abilities. Like Faker could like add more soldiers to his kit or something like that, and it occupies like an item slot. That would be really cool. I don't know whether that could ever be balanced, but it'd be damn fun.
I mean, that could be its own mode, right? It's just like Ornn's actually sitting in the shop, and then you just upgrade your abilities.
I mean, if we've seen Reddit recently, right? People are like calling for new game modes and things like that. They're like, oh, these new skins are cool, but like we want new game modes. Maybe that's the new one, where you just everyone doesn't buy items anymore. You just upgrade your abilities to do absolutely ridiculous things.
There
like
you go.
Ellum, instead of throwing out 1 axe, throws like 5 axes or something like that.
Because he's just holding it in both hands.
Yeah,
Just comfortably throwing axes everywhere.
And like with his Brolaf skin, it's actually cans of beer, and he's like just
There you
spraying
go.
cans of beer everywhere. Oh, that would be brilliant. There are so many fun options. We should have a chat to Riot about this. I'll send in the email after the game, don't you worry.
There you go. Well, Hanwha, in the meantime, they've been better at the whole Vision game since their early losses a little bit. I don't know if kicking off this Drake is the right call, though, despite the Vision. I guess they decided that Teddy was a little behind, but there's a teleport.
Yep, teleport from Canna coming in first, but Cubase immediately going to match it. Chains of Corruption do come down. It slows down Elam, but he holds on to the ultimate for a very long time. Finally does press that button, but Canna soaking up all of this attention in the front line. He's going down very low. Good knock up, but he will have to get out, but he can't. The hook is going to land, and he goes down extremely low. Vista trying to take him down, but he's unable to. He survives for so damn long, and Vista's going to bite the dust. A 3-0 in favor of T1.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe Kana lived through all that. He literally he ults towards the jungle, knocks up 2, and then he just starts just W keying towards everyone and just doesn't stop. And then Vista comes in for the kill. Quite frankly, even if Vista got that kill, would it have really changed the result of anything? Probably not. T1 would have still been able to regroup. They would have gotten the Drake. Hanwha would have had to back off. But going for that risky play and then not getting the kill, as we see the replay here once again, the teleport was earlier from Kana as well, so they have that advantage. Now you do see a nice chain, but it goes into Olaf, and Olaf saves his Ragnarok, uses it for when he knows he can be aggressive, which is another great part about Elam's play right here. And Kana's just taking on all 5 members in the entrance to the jungle. He finally decides maybe this was a little risky. Vista thinks he can get the kill, gets the auto attack, but has to back away. And then the Qs are not hitting and goes to the Scuttle Crab.
I don't know how he survived. Where was he getting health back?
Oh my gosh.
Was that Ocean Drake difference? They do have an Ocean Drake. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know, man. That was
maybe.
like Bellow's Breath used to give you a shield, but it does not anymore.
No. But if Vista was able to get his Q off right away, as we see another good initiate onto Lehens.
Yeah, Lehens is dead.
He's dead. Yeah.
Sorry,
but
I should have let you do that one. That just didn't last long enough. My contribution as a play-by-play was, he's dead.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong, so you're still doing your job.
Nailing it.
But yeah, Vista, I don't know if it was maybe just on cooldown as he was coming in, but if that Q was early and just like 2 of those missiles went on to Kana, that would have been a kill. Maybe even just 1, given the health he was at. But he had to immediately dodge
cataclysmed by Haru as well. Like, how did it do absolutely 0 damage? I don't understand. Oh my god.
Man.
Just misleading. This champion is just busted. I think he got a grasp of the Undying proc at the right time. And that's what gave him a bit of extra health back.
Maybe.
But we're going to check out Lehens dying here. Break it down
just
for me.
Slow motion, gets the perfect Aurora, and there you go. I mean, he's just locked down, but that's how much CC they have. With just the auto attack and the passive coming in from Nautilus. And, I was going to say before that Drake that Lehens was the only real reason that Han was, like, still keeping up and staying alive. But that ship has long sailed as well. And honestly, I don't think there's any way to talk around it. T1 is just going to be able to start rolling through this game at whatever pace they wish.
Yeah, they get to choose whichever happens this game, as they are now 6,000 gold ahead and in full control. 2.5 minutes until the potential Infernal Soul as well, and that feels like the last nail in the coffin for this particular game. And the revenge of T1 against the Hanwha Life that were able to steal away the first loss of T1. If we're looking at the stats, I mean, it really is a blemish on the record of this squad. They did not want that there. It's sitting there as their 2nd game of the season. And it's just not what you want to see. Is a huge engage. The Varus just dies basically as an afterthought as now Haru trying to run away Vista. A Void Seeker is going to find the targets that he wants, but he's not going to be able to fight them. He has absolutely no right to do so, and T1 will continue shoving forward. Shirley is going to pick up a charge on the inhibitor and might even start charging these Nexus turrets as well. She's down to 85 health, but can Hanwha Life even get to her? They can't. Shirley, what are you... This is like the most MVP Rift Herald performance I have ever seen. That was like, what, 3, 4 charges? Amazing stuff.
Every single structure, in fact. You're right. That's 4 charges. T1 recruiting that Scuttle Crab, and now Shirley over to their team in this game against Hanwha. And that's what we said. I mean, this was T1's decision now on how early or how late this game goes, and it looks like obviously they're not going to take risks on anything, any part. Mid lane now wide open against Hanwha.
Yep,
now
having a look at this, I didn't realize that she also slammed her head into the outer turret.
Oh,
so
I didn't know that either.
Outer, inner, inhibitor turret, inhibitor, and the Nexus turret.
Oh my
so
gosh.
That's, what, 4 structures? Damn, that is the most I've ever seen. She must have a very sore head after that. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of headbutts.
That's probably the maximum you can do. So that's a very well utilized Rift Herald, and of course, again, it was just really good combinations coming in from Effort and Kana as well, with the double knockups locking up Tempt on that Varus. It's just, honestly, oftentimes, and when I used to commentate League of Legends regularly, I was always the guy that, blew hope into the game and talked about what ways there would be for a comeback. But this one, I'm struggling. I am struggling real hard to find any window of opportunity here for Hanwha.
We only need to increase that cup to half full. That's the only that's all we need. But it's really hard to even get any juice out of this this Hanwha Life squad right now. I completely feel your pain. Don't you worry. As Lehens is dead, guys. He's real dead. He's gonna flash. He has the box. Not gonna get knocked up by the searing charge. But Kana really wants to kill him, and he's going to. It's gonna take him a while.
Know if that was entirely worth it, because they just lost the Ornal.
Killer Instinct. Yeah, Teddy's just gonna die. So that's a great trade for Hanwha in the end, but the Brambles aren't going to do enough here, as Cuvée does dodge the knockup, but it's not gonna quite be enough as Effort right into the back line. There's the Emperor's Divide as Tempt gets flashed after by Elim, able to get that reckless swing, lock down the kill, and T1 are avenging their fallen 80 carry with a triple kill for Elim, and the end of the game now for T1.
Yeah, that'll be it, obviously, thanks to Shirley's MVP plays in that mid lane. The lane is wide open, just one. Oh, and the teleport coming as well, just to make sure that they have every single minion available to get rid of this Nexus, not taking any chances against Hanwha. And that's going to be the
Absolutely not. It's reminding me of the Avatar movie with the gigantic bulldozers. That's exactly what the Rift Herald was this game. T1 just walking past all of the debris and moving towards a victory here in game number 1. 24 minutes. Not a long one at all. Our first game yesterday was extraordinarily long. This is less than half that time. And T1 well and truly getting revenge here against Hanwha. I believe it was a game 1 win for T1 the first time these two teams met. Trying to check. No, it wasn't. It was actually Hanwha winning the first one. They lost the second, and then were able to win in a bit of a brutal 43-minute game with only 1,000 gold in the lead at the end. It was very, very close for Hanwha in their first matchup. But unfortunately, this time around, it's not looking close whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that early game importance, and they lost it. And I think it was really nice that you mentioned that it actually really just snowballed out of that top lane, right? With the attention that Haru needed to spend after that solo kill against Cuvée, and that opened up Elim to now really work on that bottom side of the map. They got the first 2 Drakes, and they got a couple of those kills in mid, and then they were just always set up better. In that last fight, I mean, I think after getting caught, getting caught was the problem, but after getting caught, Lehens did his best to, draw out the Ornn ult, and that was actually really good. But it turns out they didn't really need anything, because Ornn literally just stood there as this totem pole that was soaking up all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lehens did allow them to kill Teddy, right? But then what they traded for it was everyone. unfortunately, as we're going to check out this solo kill here from Canna. Really nicely done. He did trade 1-for-1 in the end, but honestly, at that point, the top lane is over, and Haru has to give up his position, and at what point you've got Elim then taking the dragon. They move it into this exchange, which was actually relatively good for Hanwha. Tempt actually holding onto the ultimate for a really long time and able to utilize it afterwards, but it felt like the damage had well and truly been done at this point because things were just over. The tank on T1's side is just so much bigger than that of Hanwha Live.
Yeah, and Tempt getting just a little bit too close. Has to run away right after, and of course Lehen's being the sacrificial lamb there. And now we see Cuvée just didn't really get to play any League of Legends this game.
Nope. And have we seen a victory for Maokai so far this season? We've only seen one other Maokai game, and that was Sword. And that was not a win. Spoiler alert, if you haven't seen that match, the other Maokai did not win a game and was then what seems to be permanently benched. So maybe this is going to be really bad news for Cuvée, but we'll see what he's going to be playing in game number 2. I never want to see the Maokai again. Just don't want to see it. Especially not picked into an on. Why?
Yeah,
I feel like this is a huge problem with our LCK players. They just don't know what to pick into on. No one's figured it out.
That's true. I mean, it's not, you know, even when you pick, you know, potential counter picks, Ornn's just really, really useful, right? It takes a lot of effort to shut him down. But then the question is just ban him, right? Like, I understand that there's a lot of bans needed, but I'm pretty sure Ornn is a good priority ban. Like, I don't think no one is going to complain that you banned Ornn. Like, that will never happen.
Straight up, I completely agree. So hopefully Hanwha are going to look at their draft for the next game and try and make sure that things can work out, because we were talking about it before this one even started, and it was, I think the 80% was a decent prediction as far as the win chances for Hanwha with the tools that they had available to them in this game. It felt very elementary here for T1, and the Ornn did the most damage in the game,
I was
guys.
looking at that. That's, wow, that is a problem. that is a problem on so many levels for Hanwha that was possible, right? It also showcases just how much fighting was going on for Ornn top lane. And we talked about, initially we thought maybe that top lane was just going to be quiet and left alone, and, you know, maybe Elim will have to fight Haru somewhere else, but Kana was like, no, we're still going to make this work because I know I'm stronger than that Maokai, which really begs the question on, like, I just wonder if Hanwha had success with that Maokai. I don't know.
Maybe in scrims, but maybe against different teams. As guys, we're going to have to wait until after the break to see whether there's going to be more forests that need to be chopped down in this particular game. Oh, these Avatar references just coming through left, right, and center. I like that movie. I haven't seen it in a very long time. Might have to go and revisit it after T1 certainly showed us some pretty good tree chopping in this particular game. Game number 2, not going to be the same though, and that's going to be after the break. Hopefully we get some more Dodungas, as we'll have to have that conversation afterwards, Mr. Chober, about what he's exactly spoken about. But let's go to that break, and we'll see you afterwards for game number 2.
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna be looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me in the chat. 예, look at me in the chat.
오늘 왜 떨리지?
오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려?
원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데? 나만 안 떨려? 나도 안 떨리는데? 진짜 안 떨리는데? 난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다 나는.
어떻게 팀을 안 믿어? 아 집중해. 뿔뿔 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐?
뭐 형 뭐 직관 왔어?
아 근데 타잔 잘 생겼어 실물.
눈 감고 명상하자 명상.
명상 바이 W.
이렇게입니다.
Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아?
타잔.
나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈?
그러니까 형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마 페인킬러.
근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아, 나도 그렇게 생각해.
라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거 미야.
미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인 거야?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
지금 내가 뭐 했는데? 어느 시공인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2.
4-3.
기다려봐 이거. 나 펜타각인데? 펜타. 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 아 주지마. 먹을지다. 펜타 그래. 주지마 먹어봐. 아니. 유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 머시 패배? 절대 못 이겨.
야, 그
아이가 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 방금
볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형 뭘템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
어디로 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니
뭐 얼만데?
100원.
아니 그냥 돌아먹고 팔아.
팔라고?
팔아.
갈게 일단. 자, 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑다운 칠게.
탑해.
너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같겠는데. 근데 신드라 원콤 낼 것 같지 않냐? 안 될라나?
아 그만하고 전령 보는 게 나아.
아 얘네 뭐다 이거. 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 보통 아주 그래. 나 신드라 이거 원콤 낼 만해. 한번 먹어볼게 이거. 3회 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼베가
와 볼배 CS 봐. 라인 관리의 신이야. 나 왜 잘하냐? 아 이제 너무 잘 돼. 아 미친 볼배였다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리바이너 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘돼 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 멋이 팬치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by Chobra here for our first series of the day, which is shaping up to be a relatively quick one. to be perfectly honest, especially if we continue to get all of these Maokais that seem to be picked up. It's not necessarily working out so far.
Honestly, okay, so not that I'm a top level player, right? I'm not in any means,
Yeah,
but like I've tried Maokai as well several times in the past couple months, both in 10.5 and 10.6, because I like that champion, and in theory it seems like it should work, but just every time my experience is that just not tanky enough, and so I just don't think it fits in the current meta.
Yeah, it's like how your job is to be a tank, but there are just much better options. And the opposition tank is going to pick up player of the game. I think it was obvious this time around.
Yes.
A very easy pog to deliver. This time is Cannon with the solo kills. I mean, Cuvée tried to twisted advance and escape this, but there was just no way. And watch, he's immortal. He just straight up is immortal. And that's what a tank is supposed to do. It's exactly what you were talking about, Chobra.
Yeah, I think built up the right, I guess, power level that he needed in that lane, of course, with that solo kill. I mean, this was just really unfortunate. I think you're right that it was both maybe the Ocean Drake and the Grass Within Dying. I think both of those kept kind of alive because we saw like 2 spurts there of health regen.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, look at that. So we're seeing, obviously, all the votes, and I think everyone agreed that it was kind of...
Yep, the classic 9 out of 9. Even Jonah Strong keeping up, because like he does like some really weird votes, but this time around everyone is in agreement, and you could certainly understand exactly why. We are going to have a substitution. Zenit is making his way in. No Lava just yet, as Vista is out, and Zenit's going to be joining the team here. Of course, Zenit, if you weren't aware, Chobra, of course, a very new player. He debuted on KT last year. KT almost got relegated, and now he's been picked up by Hanwha Life. He hasn't had too many good performances so far, but we'll see what he can do here in game number 2 against T1. Certainly a tall order for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, both for, the team that they're playing against, and of course, as AD carries, your opponent being Teddy, I mean, how much can you really gauge there? I guess as long as you can stay alive and help your team win, then you're doing okay in that matchup. But we'll have to see. I think it's really going to come down to the draft. I mean, as far as I can tell, like you said, most of these players are relatively new, compared to where, the knowledge I have of the league. But obviously, the bottom lane, the AD carries of Hanwha, none of them seem to really stand out. So I think the substitution might just be to make sure everyone's staying warmed up and they can continue to test different things. But if they really want to win, the focus is going to have to be somewhere else.
Yeah, I completely agree. As Hanwha going to start off with the LeBlanc band, they take away the Callista as well from both Canna and Teddy. Very flexible is the Callista these days. Yuumi taken away from Lehens, very standard. He was the best Yuumi player. I almost said the best Lehens player, but that's what Yuumi sort of feels like here in the LCK, because everyone worldwide, when she was released, looked at Lehens for what to do on this champion. And it didn't take until he moved over to Hanwha Life. It took that for him to actually ever lose a game on this champion. He was just unbeatable. So that's still going to be banned away here. The Jarvan taken off the board here from Hanwha's side also. And T1 wondering what to ban. I mean, if Felios is available, Senna is available, Ornn is available, there are so many things up. And the Elise is what they choose to ban, leaving everything on the table, as Aphelios is the decision. But T1 have, they can just lock Ornn Senna right here.
There you go.
And there is absolutely nothing that Hanwha can do to stop it.
I mean, I agree, right? If I was in Hanwha's shoes, I mean, do you give the Ornn over again, or do you give the Aphelios over to Teddy? Probably the Ornn at that point, but it just feels like a really bad choice. I'm a little curious about the Jarvan ban. And, there's the Cassiopeia again. Obviously, we saw Teddy going nuts on that champion.
And I believe it was into the Aphelios as well. So that's the decision that they do like to make. The Trundle being considered as a takeaway from Elim, as we spoke about before. The Trundle was banned in game number 1 by Hanwha Life, and now Haru is going to take that one away. And where Tempt is going to go is the next question. I have a feeling something like the Azir could be a decent option, as T1 still have so much flexibility this time around, but it will be the Pigeon Man in the mid lane. Tempt, a very good Azir player for a very long time. Even when he was on BBQ, he was performing well on this champion. But I don't know whether having that priority in the mid lane is going to be enough here, especially when Faker can pick whatever he would like into this Azir if he'd like to. And with the other thing as well is that now that they have the Cassiopeia now augmented by the Kindred that LM is going to be picking up in isolation against the Trundle, a fantastic pickup.
Yeah.
But now their composition has all of this flexibility. They can pick the AD assassin in the mid lane if they'd like to go up against this Azir that can do very well. I mean, things like Aurelia have always been the bane of his existence with their gap close ability, things like that. So I'm a little bit worried for Hanwha Life already, but they do have the Aphelios, who's very, very strong, and they do have the Azir, which is big comfort for Tempt. So maybe a better start than the last draft.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that they were going to prioritize either Senna or Aphelios, just given how the bans went. So it looks like they came in prepared for that. Like you said, I think the Azir is a good pickup. Also, just not even just considering the players, but on top of everything, there's just so much zone control in team fights already with simply Ornn and Cassiopeia, and then now obviously with Kindred on the side of T1. So taking out another wild card in terms of kind of dictating where you're going to fight seems like a good idea. We are going to see that Thresh band and then the Nautilus being
insta-lock. Absolutely. They took no time at all to make sure that effort was on that champion. Still can be flexed, of course. You can put that in Faker's hands if you would like to, have those double tanks. And then because they have extra damage coming out of the jungle here with LM on the Kindred, they have so much flexibility with where all of these champions can go. So I really, really like this pickup. Last time around, we actually saw Morgana banned when you had the Cassiopeia bottom side. Of course, Black Shield can be eaten through very, very quickly. But when you've got all of this CC that you want to be throwing out, the Black Shield, even if it does only have a couple of ticks, it is still going to be very valuable. As now we're looking to see what our final pick's going to be. It will be the Sylas, most likely heading top lane.
And obviously a great just buffet of ults you can steal already. With
yeah, that's true. The hijack going to be very important, but is it going top lane? Because this could be Trundle top into the Ornn. Who knows? There's some crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, actually, I'm not so sure about Cuvée taking that Sylas into
That's what I'm thinking as well. It doesn't feel like a Cuvée type champion. Trundle, however, does feel like one, but we'll see. There's a few different options. We saw Canyon on the jungle Sylas do fantastic things yesterday. As the final pickup for T1 will be the Pantheon heading into the mid lane. We mentioned that you can go for more of these sort of AD style, I was saying assassins, but I mean Pantheon doesn't really feel like that, but certainly will be able to clear out waves and affect side lanes very, very well. And once again, T1, it's an eclectic draft, but it is still very well rounded, and they can play out their front to back style with the double CC tools of the Nautilus and the Ornn very, very well. I love what they've put together here, but Hanwha Life, a better draft than they had last time around, even if there is still a bit of a question mark with the Sylas top lane piloted by Cuvée.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it, if we weren't looking at the players, that would be the pick you want. It's still going to be a little tough for Sylas just because Ornn's going to be able to withstand your damage. Like, Ornn's going to scale as you scale into your damage with his defense. So it's not going to, we're not going to see too much action up top, I don't think, unless we see a lot of attention paid top lane by Haru. Now, the Trundle should help against the likes of Ornn as well, post level 6. In those team fights, should be able to kind of just beat down that Ornn. So Aphelios just needs to maybe rip through that front line first, as Aphelios usually has to, given that he doesn't have much movement available. The options are there, but it's really going to come down to, I think, actually, is Lehen's going to be able to zone out Teddy's Cassiopeia enough so that they're not just getting shoved in and losing all control in that bottom lane.
Well, we'll have to find out how it's going to go as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 with a 1-game lead. A 24-minute smashing of Hanwha was exactly how it happened, and it might just happen again. I think the draft was really cool by T1. They seem to really enjoy this Cassiopeia into the Aphelios, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. But this time, the bottom lane for Hanwha feels a little bit better into it with the Morgana that has been picked up. It will give Zenit a little bit more to work with. And Lehen's going pretty aggressive with his rune choice as well, with the Comet being picked up for the extra damage availability there towards the bottom side, as Canna's just happily spamming some some emotes as we've switched Faker and Canna. I don't know whether we needed to, but we're still going to do so.
Oh, there we
I
go.
don't know what Jonah was thinking there, but we'll probably have the switch back.
Yeah, other than that, nothing too crazy. Obviously, we got the book on Canna for those runes, but outside of that, I mean, Halo Blade's coming in for Azir. I know you guys have talked about that a couple times, becoming more and more popular with what Azir is able to do with attack speed. And okay, so it does look like
Wow,
we are
somehow
gonna have
they told the future.
yeah.
I mean, there was some movements towards top lane from Faker earlier on, but it seemed like they had moved back. But it looks to be Ornn versus Azir here at the very beginning. And Faker up against Cuve's Sylas will be a really rough time for the Sylas, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, Sylas should not be able to really do anything. It looks like they're for Haru looking to make some moves early on with a level 2 gank here. Faker not really aware. Thinks Cuve's just playing a little scared.
Yep, and we'll see whether he has anything leveled up. Only level 1, so has to flash very early in this one. Not going to be able to find the kills. Haru underneath the turret will trade 1 for 1, but he kills his buffs, and Faker has teleport. I don't know whether that was worth it.
I don't know, Atlas. I mean, okay, so I'm sorry. That's just so disappointing because Faker can still kill Cuve, like just because he's Pantheon, and it looks like he might be able to. He was trying to draw that flash out, so maybe they could get another gank here coming in from Elim this time around. Looks like Elim will still come by. The ward's still up, so Cuve, if he's paying attention, should not die by any means. But now this opens up Haru to so much susceptibility. Elim with double buffs. Haru does not have any. The mark on Haru as well.
It is going to be secured by Haru, so Elim with a level advantage though. Cuve moving on down. Tempt is going to be here as well. 3 members. Elim forced to flash Faker a little bit late on the rotation. And Hanwha Life are going to be able to take down the young jungler. Just an overly aggressive move, but a great collapse out from Hanwha.
That was just really good communication from Hanwha. I mean, you saw that Haru was already positioning for that, drawing that buff out around that corner right before the smite, and that's when we saw the rest of Hanwha moving towards that jungle. So it ends up paying off a little bit just because Elim also got a little too greedy. But in the beginning here, really what comes down is Cuve misses his E, right? The second turn is he doesn't get the knockup, and they draw the flash out. I think at this point, Haru could have just been happy looking for a second gank, or maybe, standing by in case Elim shows up, goes in, and dies, and now we see Elim actually just saying, all right, well, I'll be overly aggressive as well. I'll lose my buff so we're on even ground.
Yeah, it's almost like a gentleman's agreement or something like that. But going for that play is actually just never a good idea because Tempt had the shove in the mid lane and was always going to be able to rotate first. And so T1 were priced into having a man disadvantage in that moment. This is what we were talking about in game number 1, actually in favor of T1. They were playing around, pushing lanes really, really well, but that was an example of it just not working out. And LM probably just shouldn't have made that decision as he moved into the enemy jungle. And they knew exactly what they were going into, right? Like, he was ready to go and fight Haru because they had vision down, and they knew that that was a possibility. As Cuve now with the double buffs up against Faker, this is going to be a little bit more of a rough task for Faker to win out this lane, but the lane is pushing in his favor, and so should be relatively safe as Faker. Possibly in trouble, but no, as is E now, and he's going to be able to keep himself safe.
Yeah, the double buff is really what's allowing Cuve to dictate the lane a little bit here, but it's not going to last forever. Now, Faker is behind. Obviously, we just saw that this was his 65th champion for Faker in the LCK, so that's... I mean, that's always been the case for Faker, right? I think one of the reasons he's always touted as the best in the world, even if he's not always, in that top spot in the rankings, through over the years, it's just that he's able to stay at that level across so many champions, as we see Faker actually getting really aggressive.
Yeah, Cuve ran out of double buffs, and now Faker feels like he has renewed vigor here towards the top side. Haru going to be starting off this Ocean Drake, though, and it doesn't look like T1 do want to contest, as you've got Ella moving on down, but she's struggling with Bertha at the moment. That is the name of that particular Gromp.
Okay.
We've got a wiki page that I might link you to after this match with all the different LCK terminology that we do have. There's a lot of really weird stuff, but
yeah, I catch on to some now and then.
Okay, good. As, yeah, Infernal Drake will be the next one, but we have a Cloud Soul or a Mountain Soul available for both of these teams, and T1 really hoping that they can get their hands on that Mountain Soul. If that is what's available to them, my God, it is such high value.
Yeah, if the Mountain Soul comes out, I mean, it becomes high value for both teams just because Hanwha cannot afford to let T1 get that Mountain Soul with the composition they have. But we'll have to wait until the next Drake, of course, to figure out what it's going to be. Cuve, again, got that lucky break and is able to still keep up a little bit. But the thing is the power of Pantheon is just so unpredictable. And also, despite Silas being able to lifesteal out on his W, Pantheon could just burst you down before that with his passive as well. So you really have to watch out with how you're trading. And we do see both junglers near the top side as well.
Yeah, you got LM trying to get himself some marks here. And this is the problem. We talk about Kindred as this feast or famine jungler, right? You are so predictable with where you're going to be moving, and the way that you counteract that is by being so strong that your opponent doesn't have any opportunity to challenge you for these marks on the map. You can see currently it is sitting on the Raptor camp of Hanwha Life, but now with the power level of Haru and with the fact that they have a pushing mid lane, not necessarily right now, but have had throughout this game, it's very difficult to be able to work into the enemy jungle and take away these marks. So you can see already with so much vision available, and Haru very comfortably able to move on over and deny that mark from LM. So he's going to have to start picking up some of these kills to try and lock these marks down. You can see why he was so desperate to go after Haru in his jungle earlier on, because if he's able to get that kill, then that's a free mark on top of everything else. So a little bit of a worry for T1's jungler, but we'll see what LM can do as we move towards a mid game on this Kindred.
Yep, things aren't too bad, right? Things aren't too bad. Really on either side, I think Hanwha obviously happy with how things turned around in that jungle since then, and they've been able to make sure that Silas is getting ahead a little bit, as we do see Faker just getting a little vision in the enemy jungle. But the problem is at the same time, as long as they're not dying, I mean, I think Thorn and Cassiopeia for T1 are fairly happy as well, and Faker actually going in for a sneaky steal. If he gets this blue, Silas cannot really contend any trades in that top lane.
And it also denies Tempt. He's not going to have his blue buff. So as long as Haru doesn't steal this one away, he is moving up very, very quickly and will have the smite. But Faker secures it. Now has to try and get out. Has flash available as LM might be jumping into this pit to try and help out. But no, not going to, as Faker holds onto the flash for a really long time. As Shelly, in fact, gets angry at Cuve. But Canna's got the rotation over, and Effort is here in position. And it all looks like it was planned by T1 as they now pick up control. There's the flash forward with the dredge line as Cuve is in trouble. He picked up the Ornhorn, but you're not going to be able to use that from beyond the grave.
Wow, that was some crazy baiting coming in from T1. And as soon as Faker looked like he wasn't going to flash, I wondered if that was the case. We started to see that movement of the entire team of T1 coming over, and then Faker just kind of continues to really taunt them by trying to recall in that pit. And we see Cuve getting caught out, wondering, oh, are they going to contest for Shirley here? Are they going for the Herald or not? Should we stick around? But surprise, it suddenly turns into a 5v2, 5v3, and T1 pick up an easy kill and the Herald.
Yep, and we'd be talking about support difference here at this stage as well, because the inside track from Effort's initial rotation was absolutely fantastic. Made it look like T1 had everything just completely planned, as he saw Canna just light Tempt on fire in the attempt to just cycle his summoner spells. Just adorable. I love that.
I love it. We're seeing that replay again. I mean, I think the most important part here was the baiting in. When Cuve gets caught out, he thinks, all right, well, I stole Orin's ult. We might be able to turn things around, but suddenly it's 4, and then actually they don't see Teddy until much later. Teddy shows up as well, and so Haru kind of reads the situation maybe just half a second earlier than his teammate backs away, and Cuve's left out to dry.
Yeah, just no options there whatsoever. And it just shows that, you know, Canna is on. You know, he's trained his GOAT just a little bit better than what Cuve has. He only picks up his GOAT every now and again. So it's just not as comfortable for the Silas's little pet there, as Dredgeline going to go wide. Hen's not too worried about it, but Effort's still moving forward. In comes Faker. They find Zenit, but Great Black Shield is going to deny any of the CC in his Calibrum. Able to offer some damage back as We're trolling our observers a lot, needing to switch around Faker and Canna all over the place. But I think it may have settled towards a mid lane Pantheon situation, especially now with Man Drop available. And getting Faker around the map is going to be very important. Didn't quite manage to find it in that first instance, but the ultimate will be back off cooldown relatively shortly.
Yeah, I was wondering if T1 was going to start the Drake given the movement they had. I think because they weren't able to get the kill, they're backing up, but we see the teleport coming in as well from Kana.
Yep, it's not going to be the steal as Ellen tried to dance of arrows himself over there, but there's the Ornhorn going to be blocked by a fantastic pillar's attempt. He's going to fall down as well. A lot of damage available from Zenith though, as Faker down relatively low. Haru is going to be able to escape, and there's the exhaust to stop Teddy's onslaught onto the rest of Hanwha Live. It is a Mountain Soul, and now T1, after losing the Infernal, they can stack 4 of these bad boys this game if they are able to get control, and that's how this game feels like it's heading.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 Drakes start to really look like they're not going to matter as much anymore. Hanwha needs to make sure that Drake is their #1 priority from here on out, because if T1 comfortably start to stack those up, it's going to be very, very dangerous. I mean, they're going to be just unstoppable, and Teddy's going to have a very easy time sitting in the back line.
I think LM just got full plates from that Shelly charge as well, so really nicely done. T1 making sure that LM is going to be back up in power level and has now actually exceeded Haru's gold count, which is great news because Haru's been booking it around this jungle, just destroying camps left, right, and center. Very, very close to being about 4.5 camps ahead of LM on this Kindred. As you got T1 looking to try and set up this trap for Tempt. He's going to move too far forward. Shifting Sands gets him out of there, and Effort looking for the dredge line, but does not find it. Just a little bit of time wasted there, perhaps, by T1, but they're not going to be punished too much.
Yeah, not too badly. I wasn't sure. I looked a little late. Effort not having his ult. It would have been nice to see Teddy actually go in first to make sure that the Shifting Sands isn't able to come out as early. But alas, I mean, again, not too big of a loss. They're just going to be able to go back. The lane has reset relatively in that bottom lane. And now, I mean, Kana and Faker are continuing to swap just on a need basis, right? If Pantheon's ult is up, I think that's when they're going to see Faker start to roam around a little bit more and kind of might cover for that top lane. I think they're leaving QV alone a little too much. I don't think they care as much for now, which is fine. But obviously, if Desaias is able to really climb back up in power level, they might have extra things to worry about.
Yeah, that's true, and he will be able to answer a lot of what Ornn can do by having the return goat. We didn't see it last time utilized very effectively, but as this game goes on, that is certainly going to be an opportunity that they do have. Zenit now with his Essence Reaver completed. This Aphelios is scaling pretty well. I mean, he's behind by a little bit of farm, but you don't really mind too much about that because T1, they had the counterpick available, and if this is the result of a counterpick lane, then you're not feeling too bad about it whatsoever, as Teddy down here is still going to be able to fend them off 1 versus 2. Now going to be moving back, and we'll see where T1 are going to attack next. 2 minutes until that Mountain Drake, and you have a feeling that that is going to be the next port of call for both of these teams as far as getting out their fisticuffs is concerned.
Yeah, looking at that bottom lane, which I think really, again, the carry potential relies on that side for both teams. It's a question of who's going to be able to rip through that front line a little bit better. I think to some extent, just because of the range, obviously, that Aphelios has, if Zenit positions himself well, should be able to dish out a lot more damage in these team fights, but T1 can actually just move forward as a group, right? Kind of ignoring, because it's not much of a front line on the side of Hanwha. So that's going to be the difference in how that plays.
Yep, Haru in trouble. The mark has been set up. Good knock up there, but not going to be answered as Faker makes his way in, but slightly off kilter here from T1 as Faker deep into the back line. Does have a lot of that damage mitigation. Will be doing a lot here as Zenit goes down low, but no, not going to be able to get that one done as Lehens is going to fall in response. But trading Faker for Lehens is something Hanwha are well and truly happy with.
Yeah, they are happy with the result, but it took so much because of the damage block coming out from Pantheon and the perfect angle as well. Faker positioned himself so he was taking no damage for a good 2 seconds, and I think QV made the right call of bringing in the Ornn ult and then knocking up all the other members of T1 in that Dragon Pit. However, because of that, Faker was able to continue to move about and maneuver around so he's not taking that much damage. As we see it come out here, again, they tried to have a good start. Faker comes in perhaps a little bit too late or maybe a little too early. And now look at this. Faker's just blocking out everything. They don't have any further CC. Can't lock him down. His back's to the wall, which is where he wants to be in that situation, and is able to fend off 4 people.
Yeah, it shows just how valuable the Black Shield is from Lehens as well. So Zenit not able to get stunned by any of the abilities of Faker, and Zenit able to get the damage back in order to mitigate that one. Great petrifying gaze here from Teddy, though, as Lehens is in trouble. Has himself the Black Shield, but he's been lit on fire. As now Haru deep into the backline, actually very tanky with that subjugation up. But now Kana moves himself over to the rest of his teammates. But look at this Azir damage, really tearing through T1 right now. And Effort has no way to get back into this fight. There's the Emperor's Divide onto 2 members, but LM gets back onto his Lamb's Respite, and the Azir is punished for his aggression. T1 turning it all around on its head on the back of a beautiful ultimate out of this Kindred. But Aphelios is still a champion, able to pick up the first kill there as Kana in trouble. This guy loves living on about 100 health, but no, not going to survive this time around. And Hanwha do have more in the tank.
T1 played that so well, and then, like you said, they kind of forgot that Zenit was around, I think, because Zenit was still at full health, just sitting on the back line. Now, the Strand's not going down as quickly as Hanwha would really like. They also don't have their smite.
Teddy, this is aggressive. Not actually able to get that one done, and Cuvée had the Kingslayer available. Faker thinking about going in as well, but they didn't coordinate their attack. There is no smite here available on this Drake, down to 5 health. And now Faker is definitely going to go down as Cuvée picks it up with a W. This is some... this is some T1 play that we haven't been privy to in their previous matches. Normally it is so coordinated and controlled, but this was haphazard at best.
Yeah, I mean, like you said during that play, obviously Teddy starts that fight out very well with a good ultimate hiding in that brush. But now you see that while we said there wasn't as much of a front line, Hanwha was able to try to push through with Haru up front. But watch here, T1 looks like they should just all die as Aphelios starts to chase through, and we see the ultimate coming up for the Azir, and there's the Kindred ultimate, keeping all of them alive, kind of not able to turn things around entirely with his ultimate, isn't able to get back in position, but they still pick up the kill. This is where they should have backed out. I think they just completely blanked for a second on what this Aphelios could potentially do, and with the Black Shield still available, Zenit's just not afraid of anything as that Black Shield comes off cooldown. And once again, Teddy tries to come in, just doesn't understand that he's not going to stand up to the power without any other crowd control available. And Faker as well, I think Faker realizes in the last moment that, okay, with the Black Shield there, maybe I should have jumped in. But it was a little late and gets caught out by that Silas again as well.
Yeah, really disappointing stuff. But T1 still, it's not even 1,000 gold lead for Hanwha Life, but they are threatening Soul Point here with the Mountain Drake coming up in 3.5 minutes. And T1 will have to make that dance happen yet again. I want to have a look at LM to see just how many stacks he's managed to pick up on this Kindred, because I don't think that number is very high at all. He hasn't been able to get into the enemy jungle ever since that early game, and the kills haven't been racking up. You can see he's only got 1 to his name. 5 kill participation as far as what the team play has been like, so he has been there for these fights, but I just don't know whether the priority targets have been going down. So having a look at the total gold, some big numbers for the Kindred, regardless of how LM's been playing. But you can see there are leads over on Hanwha Life's side, and Cuvée has been playing very well this game after a very disappointing game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Cuvée, we kind of joked about how the Silas maybe isn't a type of champion we expect to see played well by Cuvée, but has been proving us wrong. Very aggressive and just very on point with not only when he's stealing the ults, but how he's using them both in lane and in team fights. And I think Cuvée plus Haru just may be enough for the Zenit to sit back, of course, with Lehens by his side as well.
Yeah, the peel from Lehens has been absolutely fantastic this game also, so really stepping up their performances in both top and support, and they were 2 of our question marks in game number 1. I mean, Lehens is a great Thresh player, but most of his plays were just met with a T1 that was way too strong at that point in the game, and he wasn't really able to play the Lehens style League of Legends that he is known for. Control ward over the wall here as LM does still have control of his own jungle, but he needs to be able to get into the enemy jungle and start picking up some of these marks as this game goes on. Zonya's Hourglass complete for Cuvée after his proto belt that he initially purchased, but he's the guy with the bounty on his head for Hanwha Life here, and that is great news if you put it in comparison to what we saw in game number 1. So really highlighting the differences between this particular Hanwha Life as they've put on their blue shorts and look to be a much better opponent here for T1.
Yeah, I mean, they can't celebrate too early just yet. They are obviously very well positioned with their Drakes. They had the first 3, and they just need that next one if they want to secure that Mountain Soul and really just shut it out of possibility from T1, which is great news. And I would say, given just where things are overall for T1 right now as well, the question is, yes, I mean, T1 can afford to go entirely late as well with obviously Horn and then the powers they'll have with Cassiopeia and that Kindred. But I think, I mean, going that late with an Aphelios who seems to just be covered very well right now, given the play from Hanwha, doesn't seem like it's the answer. But what else can they do? I mean, Pantheon's kind of out of the question now. Faker really just has to play a little bit more utility and, I guess, attention grabbing and playing a little bit more bait around the team fights rather than going in for these pure assassinations.
Yeah, I don't think he's in a position to really jump onto Senate, especially with Lehens in his back pocket every single time. Sun Turret goes up here in the mid lane, and the map is feeling smaller and smaller for T1 as 20 seconds on that Mountain Drake and that Mountain Soul availability for Hanwha Life. T1 do need to get into position, and they're skirting around. They will be able to make their way into the river, but this is a fight that could be dangerous for T1. Hanwha Life now going to move over. Cuvée is here. He had teleport available, but he won't need to use it as he's grouped up with his team. The River Ram is starting. And this will be another 50-50. Ellen needs to be able to pick up this Drake, and Canna, have a look for that ultimate, have a look for that Ornhorn to see whether it can turn the tides of this team fight. Cuvé's going to have one as well, as there's all of the Rams running forward. Tempter's going to get knocked up as the Sun Turret is going to fall down. Moonlight Vigil is massive though, but the Drake is taken by the Ornn. Triple knockup there at the same time as Teddy finds the backline with the Petrifying Gaze, but it's a gigantic Emperor's Divide, and Hanwha Life looks to have routed this team fight. They're not going to be able to pick up the Dragon Soul, but damn, they'll get the ace, and this is going to be massive damage to the T1 base, or just a Baron freely taken by Hanwha.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little afraid for Hana, just given that they had put up that turret from Azir in that mid lane, and as they're funneling in, obviously we saw the double ultimates coming in from Ornn. Both hit slightly well, obviously a little bit better from Cuvée, just straight down the line. But we look at this, Faker jumps in, isn't able to really help them much. Kinda does secure the Drake. Teddy's now full health, looking for that Petrifying Gaze, gets it. But look at Zenit. Zenit was supposed to die in that fight, and just continues to survive, flashes out, has the protection, and the extra black shield allows for another kill participation before he finally goes down, and 4 members of Hanwha stay alive.
Yeah, and Hanwha do move it into this Baron as well, so they've got that for another 3 minutes, and T1 are reeling right now. Their inner turret fell down also, but they should be able to stabilize here, and we'll see whether the ornaments are going to be what turns the tide here, as Canna can deliver one to Faker and to LM. LM grabs the first one. Obsidian Cleaver now done, and we're looking to see when Canna ticks up to level 15 before he can give that Wraith Blade over to Faker for the extra stats, and they're going to need all of the stats that they can find here this game, because Zenit is just gigantic, and he's getting bigger and bigger as this game goes on. Infinity Edge will be the next item, and there's a... oh my god, Lehen's also giving him the Ardent Sensor buff also, so it's going to be so hard to kill this guy.
And we have to mention that Cuvée has really only been focusing on making sure that they have that Ornn ultimate for extra CC. Nothing else has really concerned him in terms of getting extra utility around the map with the Pantheon Man Drop, or if it's being able to survive a little bit longer and add a little bit more tenacity, of course, for Zenit through that Kindred ultimate, just keeping him alive. Nothing of that nature. They just want more CC in the beginning, as we see Teddy.
Yep, Emperor's Divide. The snake is going to get popped. Tempt down relatively low, but T1 just slow on the rotation. Unable to get over here. They clear out the minions, but that is a dead Teddy, and not a lot of options when it comes to wave clear as this next minion wave is going to pull up.
This is, yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, I don't think T1 can do too much. Maybe they can just buy a little bit of time. They're not even going to risk that, just given the power that Hanwha has right now. Of course, Zenit able to really melt through most people. Maybe not Kana as quickly, but clearly didn't have much of a problem in that last fight either. And of course, we see Cuvee continuing to just be a menace on his own. And we saw in that earlier fight as well, saving his teleport for when it's really needed. He's been very good about his map movement and awareness, allowing the rest of Hanwha to kind of be wherever they want.
Yeah, just a gigantic pick as well there in the mid lane, securing 2 inhibitors here for Hanwha Life. And 8,000 gold is the lead. We talk about Ornn providing so much gold in stats, but Hanwha, despite that, are still super far ahead as Tempt hyper aggressive underneath this turret, and that is going to reap all of the rewards here for Hanwha.
And Zenit just using his ult to secure the CC rather than the damage, still able to burst down Teddy in 2 shots. Aphelios obviously still in a very strong state in 10.5, and we're really seeing Zenit make good use of that. And I think it comes down to what you mentioned earlier, Atlas. They were able to survive that laning phase, probably thanks to the combination they had with Morgana. They might not be able to get the kills because of Nautilus, but also just keeping Teddy at bay so that T1's not able to run rampant, as we see them pushing for yet another Dragon's top lane.
Yep, the unit is going to fall down. They're just happy to tank things up as well. They've got plenty of damage. Don't worry about no backdoor bonuses or anything like that. And Hanwha Life now looking to take down the last remaining inhibitor. T1, do they have a miracle team fight up their sleeve is going to be the question. I just don't know whether it's going to be available, as they do clear out the minions, and there's no Baron left available.
There we go. I mean, Hanwha playing it safe, right, given that the Baron is no longer there, and the next Drake is up as well. Hanwha knows that T1 is also very concerned about these Drakes, right? While the Mountain Soul was definitely much more useful for T1, at least to see the full soul coming out. But Hanwha can make very good use of it right now as well, and then also calling upon that Elder Dragon. That's not something that T1 wants to see. So Hanwha knows that T1's going to have to chase them. Now, Cuvee has Nautilus's ult, as they were looking to make sure that they had a secure way out. But it may actually work out in their favor if T1 has to funnel through that entrance.
Well, you can see T1 actually trying to get a flank here as Canna at full health. And we're waiting for a man drop. In goes the Horn as Zenit. The Black Shield is now down. Emperor's Divide used very defensively, but Haru is gigantic. The Stone Plate as well as the Subjugation, and Teddy now has to have the ultimate utilized by Ellen, but Cuvee dives in on top of him and will secure that kill. It is answered back as now Ellen trying to dance over, looks for Lehens, but he's unable to do so. And Facus and Effort survive with Canna there as well, but the base is not going to be so lucky, as even the Sun Turret is being annoying on their way out, as Faker looking for an opportunity, but he's just going to fall Fat Flash over the wall, does what Deft wasn't able to do yesterday, but is still able to escape for the moment. But Zenit is going to stop him. He uses him as a taxi, but Faker will still fall down. And now Effort underneath this turret. There are too many super creeps in Hanwha Life. They've done it again. They've pushed T1 to 3 games, and now we'll have momentum moving into the third.
That last fight was just so beautiful from Hanwha, and it's crazy to think about because they actually, if they had lost that fight, the narrative would be they let Zenit alone, they left him alone and let him die, but Zenit was able to stay alive, and we see the Silas coming in from Cuvee, and then Lehen's getting a beautiful Morgana ult on top of Kindred's so that they can't move out. They don't really have a choice, right? Either they move out and die, or they're going to get locked in with the stun. And the rest of it just writes itself as they continue to clean up every single kill as Kindred's ult comes back off of the ground. And Hanwha Life tie it up.
Yeah, really, really clean stuff. And I think this is an example of a game without Cuvee and then a game with Cuvee, right? Like, the first one, Cuvee wasn't really allowed to play League of Legends, and this second one, he was dictating so many of these team fights with all of his different hijacks. Just really great Silas play out of a player that we think of more as this utility style of player. And yes, Silas does have a lot of that, but he was also diving into the backline and managing to secure these kills on the key carries of T1. And T1 got the comp that they were looking for, right? But Hanwha had the answer.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha answered that very well. And I'll be honest, you know, going into the middle portion of the game, I thought maybe it was because of the double buff. We'll see it here shortly, I'm sure, of course. Initially, Haru dives this tower for the first blood, giving up his buffs, and we were questioning that move a little bit. and then LM's, we're actually going to skip it. LM eventually gives that double before we get Cuvée later. But this is going to be, I mean, it's really the Cuvée show for most team fights. Everyone played it well. But Cuvée really just being a menace. Faker is able to escape that duel with the flash later on to help pick up the kill. And, I mean, Kana being up front did not matter. Faker, of course, great survival here, but the Black Shield keeps Zenit alive for a lot of that damage and maneuverability as well.
Yeah, and Zenit surviving just seems to be the story of this game because he was just able to contribute in all of these team fights, and the peel from Hanwha was just so strong. I think, you know, the way that Cuvée played this frontline sort of assassin dive Sylas, it's really, really cool to see his play style coming through in a champion that doesn't really feel like that style, as also Temp just had some killer Emperor's Divides this game. Just not enough for T1 to be able to mitigate all of these different threats on the team.
Yeah, it seems like everyone just played out of their minds. Cuvée actually getting that amazing ult there as well so that Zenit can continue dishing out that damage. I mean, Cuvée, just his, like you said, his decision-making as a frontline Sylas, but then also dishing out all that damage at the same time. Obviously,
he's showing T1 that Sylas is like Ornn, you know? Ornn feels like this tank, but then he does way too much damage, and then also sometimes he feels like a backline assassin. That's exactly what Cuvée was using Sylas for in this game.
Yeah, and I think an important part that he played in the first couple team fights, including this one, was that he was able to really lock up Faker's Pantheon as soon as Pantheon showed up. That allowed the Black Shield to be utilized a little bit in a broader form for Zenit. It freed Zenit up for other damage, and later on, Cuvée actually just got so strong on his own that he's able to dive in. We see him wrapping around the corner and then just dives forward first, dishes out a lot of the damage, survives with that stoppage or the Zhonya's, and then we see the Hens going in with that ultimate as well. Cuvée just chases the back line to try to secure one more kill.
Yeah, manages to pick up the Cassiopeia, which is a large amount of what T1 were relying on in order to do damage. And look at this. Like, that's what happens when Aphelios is able to run rampant, right? He's going to be able to get all of this damage in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Zenit positioned himself very well, and then on top of that, with the help of the rest of his teammates, really dominated every fight in terms of damage. But I mean, as we were watching those replays as well, Atlas, I mean, we kept mentioning pretty much every single person. It's really Hanwha in full form during that game too.
Exactly. It was a team effort. Fantastic work from Hanwha. Now have momentum moving into this game number 3. We are going to go to a short break, guys, but when we get back, we're going to be on the edge of our seats because T1 might be facing yet another loss to Hanwha Live. We'll see what happens after the break.
반갑습니다. 잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 마지막 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막은 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찬 노동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지.
シナジー전설등장 멋이 패치 우주 토동동작.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 1
리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동장.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 LCK Spring. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chobra, and once again, it's a game 3 between T1 and Hanwha Life. Somehow, Hanwha just, they find the Achilles heel of this team, and they may look unbeatable against other squads, like DRX, for example, a great team here in the LCK. But against Hanwha, they're just not quite able to do it as cleanly. And we'll see whether Hanwha can use the momentum to move into a Game 3 victory as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would set up some interesting thoughts, right? Is for both sides, for both teams and their fans. Because Hanwha clearly not consistent, but if they're able to do it against T1 both times, across both rounds, and then T1, despite continuing to look better and better, getting caught out once again by Hanwha, it just begs a little bit of the question. I'll be honest, while I wished for a Game 3, I am surprised that Hanwha was able to pull it off, starting with the draft and going in through the play. I'm not sure which I'm more surprised about, the draft or how they executed it. Both were a little bit surprising given how they've performed recently, but alas, here we are for Game 3, and I wonder if there's going to be some changes in that draft phase.
Yeah, actually, I liked how this Hanwha squad was able to play around this gentleman right here, and the Sylas pick that he was able to pick up. We've seen this Sylas sort of hovering around as the Ornn counter pick, but we haven't really seen it be good enough to get rid of them. But damn, Cuvée had some brilliant moments here, and the way that he creatively utilized his ultimate in a whole host of these team fights was just really beautiful to watch. So many Rams running around these team fights, but it felt like Cuvée managed to train his Ram as the game went on.
That's true. It didn't seem as successful early on. I'm not gonna lie, I was taken aback, especially in this fight, just because I'd forgotten how insane things can get visually when Sylas starts stealing ults.
Oh yeah.
There was so much going on, but Cuvée, like you said, able to make that work and really carried that team in terms of how they were able to initiate those fights, right, and feel comfortable around that, and everyone else doing their part.
Yeah, exactly. And 8 out of 9, Jonah Strong deciding that that Lehens deserved a vote, that the rest of us were on the same page, giving this one over to Cuvée.
I almost gave it to Lehens, but
oh, you could have joined Jonah Strong with his eclectic choices.
But I just felt, first of all, like we just didn't get to see as much Lehens, right? We don't know what was going on. There was so much action topside of the map early on, and of course we saw that action coming in. But I do believe we have a change on the roster in Game 3.
Yeah, a bit of a substitution. LM is going to be coming out, and Cuz is back in, looking for some more veterancy in the jungle, moving into the third game. Higher pressure, and going to be adding Cuz to see whether he can offer something different here. So we're going for the mid jungle rather than the top jungle, I guess, when you're talking about the synergy. So I don't mind it. I actually think that Cuz is fantastic, but we're going to move into the pick ban, and we'll see how it all changes based on Cuz's champion pool now making the offering. And I like in the picture, you got Cuz like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm here again.
All the way in the back. He's like, yep, don't forget about me. Just right here. Yeah, I think obviously Trundle not going to be as highly contested in either picks or bans, I think, on either side. And I think it's a smart choice, right? Regardless of actual skill level, LM still not as much experience, nearly not as much experience compared to Cuz, of course. And after that kind of loss, just helping reset both for LM and then the rest of the team as well, so that they're able to play comfortably as they always have, will be good for T1 going into this Game 3. Of course, the Aphelios being banned out. Last time Hanwha was able to pick it up on that blue side for Zenit. And this time they're going to make sure that it goes out. And the usual suspects and the focus around that bottom lane, and LeBlanc, of course, against Faker.
Yep, LeBlanc, of course, banned away from Faker, but the Ornn is left available one more time. Now hovering the Aatrox, it'd be very strange if this was locked in, because it means that T1 can't even pick the Sylas as the answering pickup. That's a jinx. I'm not sure what Kenner is actually deciding on here. It's 5 seconds to go.
There's no way. Okay, a little bit more believable, for sure. Okay, and believable, but a little... I mean, was it that high priority? I wonder if it's just a... it might just be a poke attempt. I mean, that still leaves a lot of options open, right? There's still so many high priority picks, but it just seems weird that they would forego the Ornn on top of a couple other options.
I think now that they've seen the Sylas as the counter pick works so well for Hanwha Life, they're a little bit worried about first picking it. And the Azir, despite having the Varus answer, was still able to win out in game number 1 regardless. So I think they're okay with going for this, as we'll see what Haru decides to pick up. I think Jarvan is sort of the comfortable choice here. at this point in the draft, but they can lock away the Ornn for themselves if they want to and test to see whether T1 does have the same level of answer. And instead, it's going to be the full ring around as the Sylas is already locked in for Hanwha Life to flex between top and jungle. And mid, I guess.
Technically, yeah, I guess it could go there. I mean, the Ornn versus Sylas, again, it really comes down to obviously the ultimate being so valuable, and then of course in lane also being able to kind of dodge around and make sure you can farm up. But that last one, I think, was mostly because T1 had such a composition that had to move forward together, right? They had the Cassiopeia, they had the Ornn, and so as soon as Sylas steals that ult, they're at a bit of a loss. I think this time with the Azir now being able to pick up that Ornn, they're able to divide the fight a little bit more and make sure they're not caught out entirely by the Sylas. This is also obviously a bit of a challenge of, hey, we saw this last time, you guys picked the Sylas, we're not going to be afraid of it, but they are going to have to start worrying a little bit about what other options they're giving over to Sylas in terms of his ultimate and being able to steal some of those abilities.
Yeah, well, they are going to take away the Trundle. You mentioned this earlier on. Seems like Cuz is more than happy to grab this particular option. And there's a bit of a shout out to Cuz right there. Tempt hovering over the Gragas, and we'll lock that one in. So we do have confirmation that the Sylas will be heading top lane into the Ornn, and T1 have all of their cards basically face up, other than their bottom lane. So you can pick these junglers and laners very early on in this game, and theoretically Hanwha Life have all of theirs locked in as well. But the Varus can be flexed around, so still T1 having to work through some of these mind games.
Yeah, I mean, with the Gragas and Sylas as well, that combination, it's a lot of magic damage, right? And a lot of early magic damage, but that also brings that focus down there. And I think Hanwha have to think about if they're going to make some changes and maybe flex this Varus to the mid lane, or, you know, pick a different AD champion in that mid, because otherwise I don't see both Ornn and Trundle ever dying.
Yeah, that's right. And Kai'Sa and Sivir are going to be the bans here from Hanwha Life. They're sort of pricing Teddy into an Ezreal pickup here, you could imagine. He'd be more than happy to head towards that particular champion, but now Zenit can pick it away from him, and the 80 carry champion pool is very, very thin. As 8 seconds to go, T1 thinking about their last remaining ban. I could imagine bottom lane might be where they're thinking, but they don't want to thin that pool too much at this stage. And Morgana was what I was thinking about, because Lehens did have a great game. It ruined the day of a whole lot of the players on T1's side. Is now Teddy thinking about Xayah. Xayah Rakan could come in, but I just don't like Xayah at the moment. I would prefer to see something else, as the Caitlyn, I think, is a decent option, especially with the front line that T1 has available to them, and the space you can provide with the Azir on top of everything else. And they can play around these objectives really nicely. I actually think that Caitlyn really does fit here, as Xayah is going to be the choice in the end, and the Rakan is going to be paired with it. So at least the Lovers duo is going to be available, and now Lehens can pick exactly what he wants into it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Xayah it's a little bit of a meh pick, right? It's not bad, but you just have to put so much effort into it. Obviously, if anyone's going to, Teddy would be it. There you go.
That was a clever pun. I liked it.
But so, you know, having a little bit of faith, I think, is fine. I think also maybe was a little bit more concerned about having a get out of jail free card, right? Caitlyn, while you can make sure you have that spacing, if a good flank comes out from that Gragas or the Sylas, you're kind of just going to get bursted down from 100 to 0. And Lehens taking the Tahm Kench to make sure that they have a little bit more options, both in terms of CC and, of course, that front line as well.
Yeah, so a lot of safety there towards the bottom side of the map. One interesting thing is, like, I looked at this very thin champion pool on the bottom side as far as the AD carry position, but Miss Fortune was still available, as was Nautilus. So the favorite bottom laners, Miss Fortune and Nautilus, that T1 has been playing so many times, wasn't decided to be headed towards. And then having the Nautilus and the Ornn together in game number 1 was actually very beneficial for all of that layering of CC. But they forgoed it. They went out of their way to pick up this Xayah and Rakan, and we'll see what they have in store for us as far as how this lane is going to play out. Of course, these two champions work better when they are together and will have a lot of lane control. But whether it's going to be enough here up against the Hanwha Life squad that you can see on your screen, we'll have to find out. I do like having Xayah as far as against Sylas, just because Silas has so much reliable dive with the amount of dashes and stuns and knockups that he does have available to him. But I don't know whether it's going to be enough to just have that Feather Storm available to try and avoid some of it. But we'll have to find out as we get onto the Rift for game number 3.
Yeah, some cautious choices are going to be have to be made by Teddy because there's so many things he's going to want to get out of from the enemy team, right? We have the Gragas coming in, the Silas, and even to an extent sometimes might have to watch out from maybe Tempt going for a little bit of a flank. Now, Hanwha's composition does have just supreme pick potential, right? Coming into that mid game with all of their ultimates, and they can just delete, I mean, even I would say easily up to the Trundle and even up to Ornn if everyone's there. So T1 are really going to have to watch out, and they want to make sure that they have a little bit more of a grouped fight. Obviously not necessarily in one confined area, because both sides have really good ultimates to combat that, but maybe funneling in Hanwha a little bit so that Ornn can make sure that he picks the right targets on top of a Faker on that Azir as well to make sure they disengage the right targets, and then they're able to pick off the damage dealers on the back line of Hanwha, and then turn that focus onto the leftovers of the Gragas, the Tahm Kench, and the Silas.
Yeah, now eyes are going to be on Cuz in this early game as well to see whether he can be more proactive than he was in the first round robin when he was the primary jungler here for T1. So LM certainly gave us that breath of fresh air, but still does have those rookie tendencies that we saw sort of laid to bear in game number 1. As Faker was poking his head around, just having a look for the locations of Hanwha Life, and got his deep ward on forward. As Tempt, now with his Comet, is just going to be harassing the Pigeon Man in the mid lane as much as possible. But this is Faker. He's going to be very happy here in this lane, regardless of the counter pick potential that is there, of course, with this Varus.
Yeah, just has to play it a little bit more patiently, and that's not a big deal. We're looking at the stats.
Effort's pretty good at Rakan, by the way, guys.
Those are some good numbers.
Yeah.
The 6.3 KDA on top of everything else, I think, really tops it off. Just showing that he plays Rakan the way you want to see a Rakan played, right? Not just kind of seeing the backline passive, but really going in and out aggressively when he needs to.
And this was when he was sort of sitting alongside Marta in 2019 as well. I think a lot of these stats are coming through from there, but it felt like when you subbed effort in, there was a definite change between his playstyle and Marta's. So good to see all of this added aggression as Cuz just moving on over and playing very aggressively into Haru here. As you could see, Faker did have control of the minion wave, but you can see Varus cheating on towards here, and Cuz just stealing a whole bunch of this popcorn chicken away from Haru. Just being frustrating.
I mean, I think it's a really good choice, given that Gragas can definitely get a couple of those early ganks off in a more surefire way, of course, away from that Trundle. And Cuz actually still hanging out, is just trying to fake out the Gragas here. Haru trying to check the rushes with his barrel and actually decides to just forego the red buff for the time being.
Yeah, and you can see Faker actually going toe-to-toe with Tempt here in this mid lane. We saw this matchup working out a little bit better in game number 1, to be honest, for Tempt. But now Cuz down here stops the Rift Scuttler, gets a little bit confused with these pillars being put up in front of it, and that's going to allow the Trundle to secure that one very easily. And now thinking about moving towards the bottom side for his next attempt, as now Tempt might be in trouble. Puts down some ground, but just going to be walking on out of there, muffler in hand. Everything just okay. Junkyard Trundle, by the way, guys, is 100% the best skin. It was even better before the rework, or at least the visual update, as there's effort to go in to try and take down Zenit. Arcane Shift is there, Devour now on cooldown, but T1 handedly winning out that trade.
Yeah, I mean, they're not really too concerned about trying to secure a kill against that combo, but pushing that out, Zenit actually has to go all the way back, allows Cuz to continue running rampant in the enemy jungle, and they'll have some priority on that bottom side for the first Drake as well, but that means Haru is on the top side looking for a gank.
Yeah, Cuvée down relatively low here towards the top side, as now Canna gets the bad news. Haru gets the body slam, but isn't going to flash after this, this Ornn. And it's a good trade in the end. Do get the flash, so don't you worry about that. But still, not a bad escape there from Canna.
Yeah, and again, that just showcases that Ornn can really turn things around if he needs to. Obviously, cannot be stopped as he's bellowing towards you. And made good use of that. Zenit actually trading quite well, avoiding effort by moving forward a little bit and continuing to put some damage down.
Yeah, and first time we've seen Zenit on this Ezreal. Of course, it's a very confusing conversation because with the 80 carries of Hanwha being like, you've got Lava, who is a former mid laner, and then Vista, who is a former support player, and then Zenit, who is the former 80 carry of the squad of KT. It's always very difficult to keep up with who's played what, but this is the first time that we have seen Zenit on the Ezreal. Most of the time, the Ezreal is the Lava pickup, if my memory serves me correctly. So Cuz now just going to hold this minion wave as Faker was very, very low. Goes back, completes. Oh, okay. Just going to put down the pillar. Tempt has to flash.
Whoa.
Immediate flash after. There is Cuz is absolutely over-aggressive, but effort here to try and keep him safe. Able to use the battle dance to keep him up as Tempt, looking for the right amount of mana for the piercing arrow, but great grand entrance, and effort is able to play bouncer for his jungler.
That seemed very reckless. I mean, I have to assume that it was purely because he knew that effort was around and that they would have a way out, but it was a little risky. At the end of the day, again, nothing really transpired. I mean, they got the flash out attempt. Obviously, Cuz used his as well, but that's less of a loss than, of course, the Varus not having an escape from any further ganks, especially if we continue to see effort being this active around the map as well. Now with both sides hitting level 6 in that mid lane, we should see a little bit more action. I think they're going to try to catch Tempt off with both heal and flash down. That opens up a lot more options for the Drake as well, and see if T1 can snowball from there.
Yeah, I think Tempt is going to be the main focus. I think getting that flash was the most important part, but after that flash was received, I think that Cuz probably could have just not flashed, you know?
Well, yes.
And it probably would have been just fine at that instance, but that's okay. You know, I like a bit of bloodlust. It does make the game a little bit more exciting, as Faker not going to have to shift any sands to get out of this one, but he's still behind by about 10 CS as the dust is settling, and is going to have to start making some moves to try and get some priority here in this game, as Lehens does have the Predator on top of his head. Cuz picking that one up. That's going to be his change when it comes to the Trundle build. And Cuz knows all about how to play this Gragas, so in this particular matchup, he's probably pretty comfortable, but at the moment, with his positioning, not so much, as there are multiple members of Hanwha Life in this area. Faker going to be able to get the rotation over, though, as the minion wave is going to crash for T1, and Effort and Teddy get inside track as well. So this is a lot of control for T1 at this particular point in time. But Lehens is going to ruin everything by just eating this blue buff and buying so much time. Emperor's Divide, though, will destroy the Gragas, and First Blood goes over to Teddy. Always dangerous, but True Shot Barrage, a lot of damage onto Effort, who goes down to about 100. Zenit still trying to chase after him, but Lehens can't quite get the licks in on top, as Tempt is going to move on over. They're like fish in a barrel for this Archer, but you can see getting ran around here by Cuz, and Lehens doesn't quite know the direction that he wants to go, but Cuz eventually will fall down, making it a 1-for-1 over that extended trade.
Yeah, I don't... It was a really good play from T1, first of all. Obviously, they're very focused on making sure... let's make sure that this fight doesn't happen, but Haru doesn't really get ahead in any way, shape, or form. So they succeeded in that, but after the True Shot Barrage, I think Effort either trying to dodge it or maybe shield his teammates. I don't know what the priority was, but eventually ends up staying within the True Shot Barrage. That causes T1 to lose a kill on their side as well, and actually the timing then works out in favor of Hanwha being able to pick up that first grade.
Yeah, Teddy now chasing after Zenit. Knockup not going to land there as Arcane Shift was held on to. I actually really like how Zenit has been playing this one out so far. But the Drake falls in favor of Hanwha Life. They are holding on to this small advantage that they have and doing really well with it. Actually being able to mitigate what was a lot of control that T1 had in their jungle and turning it in their favor. We're going to have a look at this one once again. And True Shot Barrage damage, I think, was a big difference maker here in this game, because T1 managed to get that kill, but then they got greedy for the rest of them. And you can see Effort is so damn low, and eventually the Varus clears out the minion wave and starts to come down and will be able to pick up the eventuating kill onto Cuz.
Yeah, I mean, Tempt eventually has to use his ultimate, but I think he's fine with that, securing the kill. Now, the question was, looking at that again, I think Effort was concerned about maybe going on to Faker and shielding him, but Faker was at full health. I don't think there was really any big concern for the Azir, so didn't really pay off. I mean, Effort, of course, survived, but it ended up with the rest of the team kind of scrambling to get out, Cuz paying the price, and the Drake going in favor of Hanwha.
Yep. Trade's going to be Rift Herald, though, as that one is picked up here by T1 as Lehens pops on over, looking to try and help out Cuvée here as he moves towards the top side. But Teddy is now in position to try and get this wave shoved out, and they have sort of a lane swap agreement starting to happen here, trying to guarantee that Herald. And they do that, but whether they can actually get a good amount of money for it is going to be the question. As now Teddy up here clears out the minion wave, but where's he going to go afterwards is going to be the question, as there are plates to be picked up for the next 4 minutes of this game. And we'll see who they're going to be donated over to, as Kuz is starting off the enemy red buff. Haru just clearing out his chickens at the moment, and Effort is in position once again. Lehens just being very, very frustrating as the smite is going to come down, but now Lehens might be in trouble, has to flash in order to get himself out of the way. Great grand entrance, and Teddy secures the kill. Teleports coming through on both sides, but Effort's able to just battle dance his way out. Kana has to flash because of the positioning of the teleport, but T1 just get their pick, and now will be able to claim plates in the mid lane.
Yeah, and ended up working out.
What?
Just really wanted to make sure that he was making an entrance there.
That was supposed to be an E, and I think that was one of the first. That was. Yep. I haven't seen too many fat fingers by Faker, but that was one of the first guaranteed fat fingers that we've seen from the goat of the mid lane.
Man, right as we were about to give a little bit of a nod to T1, Faker just goes ahead. Fat fingers. That doesn't happen very often for Faker. It does not happen.
Absolutely not. I don't remember the last time I saw it, as I think actually the last time I saw a mistake from Faker was against Teddy in that incredible 90-minute game where Umti caught him shopping and was able to secure that kill. So it does happen every now and again, as Subjugate did come out, but Kana was able to survive. It was a great pickup there by T1, but they're not out of the woods yet, and they're still behind in gold.
Yeah, and they've had to, of course, trade their lanes back towards that bottom side again with that Drake timing coming up. So everything back to normal. T1, they've put so much focus on keeping Haru behind, and yet he is not. So I'm yeah, like in all senses of the world, right? Both in experience and gold. And I'm just wondering, like, what was the expected payout, right? If they wanted Haru to just not gank as much, that's true, but they've actually ended up offering so many fights in the jungle that it didn't matter as much. Okay, actually.
Yeah, Ornhorn going to come in, but Kuz is in perfect position right now. There is an ultimate to offer back as Kana's taking a fair bit of damage, but the Ornhorn's going to get that double knock-up, and he's looking to try and get this trade. The flash from Cuvée, he will secure it. He might have Kingslayer back up relatively soon as well, but no, the bite comes down, and it's a 1-for-1. But that is fantastic for Hanwha.
T1 could have completely split as they saw the ultimate coming in from Cuvée to make sure that they didn't both get knocked up. They had so much time, because where else was Cuvée going to go? He was maybe going to go through the alcove there. Not much of an option. They end up both getting knocked up, and that does create a trade. So Cuvé's happy about that, as we see Zenit continuing to battle well against this combo of Xayah Rakan. And now that opens up a little bit of potential movement advantage for Hanwha around this Drake, but Faker not going to let that happen.
Yep, Effort might actually fall down here, as Faker doesn't use his R button, does use the flash, but he's going to push Zenit the other direction. This is very weird. I wasn't expecting that style of play, but Faker is going to be able to avoid a lot of the skill shots. As now Kuz is going to get piercingly arrowed. What is going on? This is a really strange game.
I would love to hear what is going on in T1's comms right now, because like none of that made sense. First of all, I was wondering that, and it turns out, of course, they hadn't been able to find a good opportunity for the Rift Herald, because the fights ended up getting dragged on for a little too long. That gets popped bottom lane for no advantage. And then Faker, I mean, Faker not using the ultimate immediately, I think, is understandable. Didn't have the good angle, realized that they saw backup coming in from the side of Cuvée with that teleport. And using that ultimate to run away, even up to that point, I think is okay. They just wanted to ensure that they got away, but they end up sticking around for a little too long.
Yeah, super strange. As we're going to have a look at this 2 versus 1 yet again. Cuvée starting off the fight, finds a really nice abscond to get that knock-up. But Kuz doesn't have the pillar for quite some time. Had actually used it on the... and just came back up as the as the Ram was coming back. We're going to see the fight yet again, though, but this time it's going to work out for T1. That was weird. It was like we went back to the replay again, but we had like a Twilight Zone moment where we
like
go to a different
ending.
outcome. Yeah, we got like its butterfly effect situation going on here. Is like, what happened if this had been the outcome?
Well, they are able to shut down that QV finally in that fight. But again, I think QV continued to prove his prowess on Silas. So something they're going to have to keep in mind I guess we're going to see this fight now. The alternate version.
And this might be a pillar actually being utilized effectively as, nope, it was just QV not being able to shoot it in the right direction. And he had to go early, which is, I think, why he sort of knew that the pillar was going to be an opportunity for T1 to capitalize on. So the mind game's working out in T1's favor this time around.
Yeah, because I think just deciding might as well just get the extra like half-second knock-up, of course, rather than trying to risk the mind game. So ends up working out for T1 this time, as you mentioned. And because continuing to try to wreak havoc inside the enemy jungle, this might be the cleanest success he's had so far in this game. But I think it's a little late. I mean, Haru hasn't participated in any kills actually, so that much has been successful.
I mean, he's participated in one of the T1 kills.
True,
but that's about
Give
it.
credit where credit is due.
Yeah, exactly. Kill participation at 25% of T1's side of the map. As there's the Abyssal Voyage. Effort will have to battle dance to get himself out of here, but does so effectively. Now Teddy pops the W, but unable to actually find any of those empowered auto attacks. Is now Cuz clearing out vision around the Drake. Haru eventually will be able to secure Shirley, but Cuz is booking it towards this mid lane, and Temp does have to vacate the area. Canna just trying to sandwich them as he moves on down. And it feels like there are a lot of trundles in this game when the Mountain Drake does come in as Effort going down very, very low. The Devour comes in, but Teddy's at full health, as you can see. Teleport to come forward as Canna does have the ultimate available. And now Effort diving on in. He's very, very low. His hands is going to go golden. That is not where you want to be, my friend, as there's the Feather Storm, and Teddy grabs 2 swift kills, not allowing either bottom lane member to escape, but the outer turret in the mid lane is going to fall, and Shirley's going to get a heck of a lot of work done here as Harmor Life trying to do their best T1 from game 1 impression with how valuable these heralds can be.
Yeah, they surely made good use of that and really responding the best they could from a different part of the map. But I don't think anyone could have expected T1 to commit that hard to those double kills in that bottom lane. I mean, they used pretty much every summoner and ultimate they had in their arsenal.
Yeah, now Effort going aggressive once again. Tempt trying to offer what support he can, but the pillar is going to come down, and Faker does nail the ultimate this time, and Tempt is well and truly dead. Faker wants to pick up the kill, and he is going to have that one donated over, and T1 feels like they've finally taken off here in game number 3.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a lot better teamwork coming into this middle part of the game. Let's look at this fight again. I mean, you see the teleport coming in, you know they're going to start dodging. Zenit makes the right play to flash, and then Arcane Shift, but just so much commitment under the tower as we see Teddy flashing over as well to secure it. That's just so much effort you don't think that the team is going to make to secure 1 kill. It turns into 2. And then on the other side, T1 responding once again right away to the potential counter jungle. They read that correctly. And Tempt actually going to be sacrificed with a perfect pillar from Cuz, almost at max range.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic pillar in the perfect position. That is like, it's a real skill to be able to land those pillars correctly, because it does interact very differently based on like a few pixels apart, right? And that was the ideal location for that pillar to make sure it maximized the CC potential and gave Faker the in for his Shifting Sands as well as the Emperor's Divide. So really nicely done. And now T1 with a lot more control, and it comes at the perfect time because now 9 seconds until it's Mountain Drake, and T1 can start stacking them up as long as they can assume control of this area, and the Ornhorn is going to help out as Zenit able to flash over, but are going to be able to disengage effectively as Faker takes the True Shot Barrage by himself, and T1 now backing into the river and into darkness here on Harmor Life's side as this Control Ward will be taken down, but the T1 trap is being laid. No Ornhorn available for this team fight because he's able to get in there. Great knockup is going to come down as Effort, trying to keep everyone tied up, and the quickness is very valuable, and it's going to be the Silas that falls down. First cab off the rank, and T1 should be able to translate into a Mountain Drake and their first Drake of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kana was a little bit too aggressive using that ult early. Of course, it could have just resulted in many more kills if he positioned the same way for the Dragon. But it ends up not mattering. Cuvée dives in a little too early, too much. Tries to steal the subjugate to survive, but has to actually stopwatch before he can even pop it off, and then is bursted down immediately afterwards. And so we're not really seeing the same level of Silas that we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, or we're seeing the same Silas, but we're seeing it from behind rather than from so far ahead like he was in game number 2. And you have to change up your playstyle based on just how the game is going, right? And that's we saw this from Irove yesterday. He's the same mode every single time, and in this team fight, Cuvée wasn't able to be that super valuable Silas that he was in game number 2. And you saw went down extraordinarily low and wasn't able to actually get any value. As Hanwha sort of reeling at this stage. 8-2 is the kill score. And I think that the whole way this series was going was T1 were in so much control in game number 1 that it felt like they were just straight up the better team. And then game number 2 really turned our opinions around. But we're starting to see just that prowess of T1 here at the 20-minute mark of game 3.
Yeah, I think you're entirely right. It just comes down to the experience and skill level that T1 has on average. And this isn't really anything against Hanwha. It's just what T1 is. I mean, it's just what that squad is capable of, regardless if they're behind or regardless of what the draft might be. They're able to regroup and make things work. And in that previous team fight as well, again, Cuz putting down a pretty solid pillar, not only to block off Cuvée, but then make sure that no one else can really dive in forward thanks to the slow that it provides afterwards. So they're making their picks work really well in conjunction with each other's abilities.
Yeah, and it's really, really nice to see as T1 back to just clearing out the mid lane where they can. Hanwha over here towards the Drake pit, but it's 3 minutes until the next Mountain Drake is available. No threat of a Mountain Soul just yet, as now Epic gets that knockup. Really great, but Lehens gets the Regurgitate and the Devour, of course, beforehand as True Shot Barrage sails by without affecting anyone. Almost 3,000 gold the lead here for T1 as they put the pressure on, and Effort is just relentless in his aggression, regardless of what his health bar is reading. It's frightening me. I'm feeling like a mother and my child is like running off, you know, towards the road or something like that. But like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not going to get himself hit by a car or anything like that. And Effort is doing fantastically well on this Rakan, just knowing his limits.
Yeah, we're looking at the goal difference as we've seen this game progress, just continuously being on the up and up, even though they started off a little bit slower early on the side of T1. I think Effort being reckless is actually really what's helping the rest of the team decide when's the best time to initiate, right? Effort goes in, gets the CC, but we saw Faker holding off in his ultimate that time, and here comes the pillar.
There we go again. It's like you told us exactly what to expect, and he does it one more time as Faker just ran around a corner just for fun, I guess. That was really interesting, but that's going to be okay as Temp throws down the hail of arrows, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to successfully defend this outer turret in the mid lane as T1 are bearing down upon it.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Faker with his ultimate, the Emperor's Vibe coming in. The Chains of Corruption just to make people spread out a bit. Actually, that counteracts a True Shot Barrage, of course, coming down. At the end of the day, T1 was going to get that turret no matter what. I think Hanwha was just trying to buy some time. Of course, they have time before the next Drake comes out, so their ultimate should be off of cooldown by then. Alas, they're not able to defend the turret, and Haru just being blocked away from that pillar.
Pesky pillars. The Pillar of Filth most definitely is what it still is. Of course, it got changed to the Pillar of Ice, but when it's this particular skin, I like to still call it.
Wait, is it really?
Pillar
is
of
it
Filth.
Pillar
Yeah,
of
no, they
Ice
changed
since
all of the names.
visual update?
Yeah, it's really frustrating. He's still got Chomp, I think. I think his Q's still Chomp, but like, yeah, we've got Pillar of Ice, and it's now Frozen Land or something like that, which is his W, and it used to be something else, like, I don't know, I just call it Dirty Ground. I like that.
I mean,
one
that is
more.
what it was. I miss the old Trundle visuals, to be honest.
Oh, dude, the old, like, Junkyard Trundle, he had his, like, one pink Converse shoe on. He was adorable. It was 100. It was my favorite skin in the game, and then it just got removed. I was so sad.
Yeah. It's a shame.
If you guys go and have a look, he was, like, wearing a pot on his head and all this sort of stuff. It was so funny. It was just fantastic. But no longer in the game. He did need a visual update, but I'm just so sad that they made him, like, kind of cool as he's like the king of the trolls.
Exactly.
But like, yeah, never mind.
So I don't know. QV seems to just be straight up prioritizing the Trundle ult.
Well, it does make him tanky, so he can play as a frontline if he does have that one available, but won't be able to add this extra CC. And as you can see, it's working out so well for T1. Effort dives on in, he goes golden as well to keep himself alive. The health bars are getting melted by Teddy's damage, and Cuz flashing forward. Emperor's Delight to provide all of the kills for T1 as Teddy doesn't know where to go. There's just this bounty to be consumed on this map, and only Tempt will survive as T1 push up mid.
I mean, everyone played that really well on T1, but Effort just going in. He's really not afraid of anything. I think we saw his stats for Rakan early on in the game. That's the only way this is possible. That's the only way you have that much participation in kills, that you're that active and bringing these potential wins in this game 3, of course, for T1 home to their team house. And now they're going on to Baron just to make sure that this momentum does not die out. Drake is up as well. And T1, I think they can just go ahead and position for that right after if they wish, as Hanwha tries to go rush that Drake.
You can see Haru is running towards the Dragon Pit, but the teleport going to be utilized by Hanwha Life as well. They want to guarantee that they can get to Soul Point off this one. But T1 went for a reset instead of moving straight towards the Dragon Pit, which will mean that Hanwha Life will be able to get their 3rd Drake of the game. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to grab the last Dragon, so this isn't as pivotal as the Mountain Soul would have been in this instance. And now T1 will be able to utilize the Baron to break down the base of Hanwha Life. As we have a look at this team fight once again, just far better use of CC from T1. And you were mentioning the Subjugate being picked up by QV. It means that he's not going to have that pivotal ultimate from Ornn, which is why you picked the Sylas into that champion in the first place.
It just seems to me that I see where the concern is coming in for a tankier frontline for Hanwha, but at the same time, it's not like they have that great of CC, right? They have the Chain of Corruption, which has to land, and then people have to stay in order to get the maximum potential. Obviously, it can be used to zone. But on top of that, Tahm Kench is a single target. I mean, having the Ornn ultimate to allow, in fact, Sylas to maybe skirt around and go in for more damage or just havoc, I think could be better. Right now, we see that QV finally has picked up the Ornn ult for this fight, if there even is one.
Yeah, well, there's going to be the knock up there. It's going to be started as Effort finally does fall down. Maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew at that particular instance, but whose Ram is better as Kanna throws his through as well. But Hanwha Life did manage to move to safety before that one happened, and as the dust settles, it's just T1 without their support.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're fine with that. Of course, Baronmo's still available. Teddy's still going in very strong.
In so much trouble. Yeah, Teddy's going to be able to pick up that kill very easily, and now it's a 4v4 truly as we move towards the inhibitor. Teddy down to about half health though, and there is a lot of poke damage available from this Varus. Faker getting tagged by a few of these skill shots, and Hanwha's composition in its poke capacity is starting to show itself. But maybe just a little bit too late here in this game as the inhibitor is going to fall. The inhibitor turret in the mid lane is very low also, as T1 will move themselves back and go for another reset. Teddy's just huge. He's got his Bloodthirster now completed, building towards his rapid fire cannon that he just secured right there. And 8-0-1, the legendary Teddy is just so difficult to take down here in this game. And I feel like the setup from Effort has been fantastic. Maybe not in this particular instance, as the turret and everything else was able to take him down.
Yeah, but I think we're seeing the case in point for Effort's aggression, and then also QV maybe starting to prioritize the Ornn ult a little bit more there as well. I don't think the Subjugate is going to matter anymore in the case of QV. I mean, yes, the opponents are very tanky, so you're going to get a lot of stats, but quite frankly, I mean, Teddy no longer really cares what the stats are with his build now going into full 4 items. He's able to rip through whatever comes his way, and in fact, he's also been very good, I think, at skirting around QV and picking up the targets he wants. So
yeah,
I would love to see QV prioritize the CC a little bit more, but to be honest, as you mentioned, Atlas, it might just be a little too late as things seem to be slipping away from Hanwha. 2 minutes left on that Mountain Soul potentially coming in for Hanwha, but I don't know if they can contest it given T1's positioning and their vision right now around the map.
Yeah, not to mention their teamfight prowess as well with the composition that they have available to themselves. So it's getting harder and harder here for Hanwha Life. Now they're going to be moving towards the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. That should be cleared by Tempt. pretty easily now that the Baron buff is something they don't have to worry about, but the map control is well and truly in favor of T1. They own the entire jungle, and they are relegating Hanwha Life to their base at this particular point in time. Canna remains on the top side, but he has teleport available, and 1 minute until the Mountain Drake does spawn, and T1 are able to pick up their second one. So they're not going to be threatening any sort of Dragon Soul at this stage. We're ticking towards 30 minutes. It's not going to be a game about that at this point in time, but Hanwha Life, they just have to desperately try and hold on to their base as they pick up whatever gold that they can find that's getting funneled through these lanes.
Yeah, it's, we talked about the potential that Hanwha has for picks. Obviously, that's out of the question now. And so now they're, they have, in terms of, Varus and Ezreal, they have all this poke that they're able to defend themselves with, but even that doesn't really seem like it's enough, right? In theory, you have the Iceborne and then you have the Lethality Varus. You should be able to burst these guys down, but Cuz and Canna aren't really bothered by it. Teddy's able to lifesteal back no matter how much damage he's taken, especially if F-Word's still around. The heals come out as well. And you can't really stave off T1 from any of your turrets at this point with just those two champions as your poke, especially both of them, of course, being AD as well, pretty easy to itemize against. And so Hanwha Life either has to go all in to try to get their magic damage in which case they so far have not succeeded, or poke, in which case it's only kind of, at this point, measly damage when it comes to against the Ornn and the Trundle. And I don't really see a way, unless T1 makes a mistake trying to push into a turret maybe they shouldn't, which there's really only not that many options at this point with the number of turrets left before Hanwha can make a turnaround in this game 3.
Well, now you've got T1 pushing towards this inhibitor turret. They secured very easily their second Mountain Drake of the game, and it's going to mean that Canna is even more tanky than he otherwise is. He has his Warmogs completed. He's got his beefed up items as well in his Forge Fire Cape and his upgraded Abyssal Mask, and now the inhibitor turret is going to be taking down. The fight has finally broken out. Good grand entrance, but it's mitigated by the rest of Hanwha Life, and Effort is going to fall down. Canna now in a whole host of trouble, and Hanwha Life are playing this front to back and doing so quite well. Teddy zoned out of the fight as Faker goes golden and will eventually fall down as well, but now Teddy, the one-man army, is trying to get this fight working in his favor. The Featherstorm comes in, won't have the Blade Caller for a little while longer as the QSS is used for basically no reward. Cuvée goes down very low, but Teddy is going to survive as Tempt finally finishes off the kill, and Hanwha Life have managed to defend against T1. Cuz is alive, and so is the Baron, but I don't think that this Trundle's going to get any steals today.
Yeah, I mean, that would be very, very silly no matter how tanky you are, just given who's alive right now for Hanwha. Haru is not tanky enough to be really standing alone in front of that Baron, but Hanwha played that fight so well, on top of the fact that T1 seemed to be playing a little more cautious, and therefore they weren't really expecting Hanwha to just start that fight together against Kana being up front so far. You see right now, Faker's actually outside of the wall, still just trying to gauge what's going to happen. Haru goes in, then he's able to zone Yes to make sure that he avoids all that damage, allows the Chain of Corruption to come through, and that locks up both tanks so that he can finally kill Kana on that Ornn. Cuz has to run away, and Faker wasn't even able to use his ultimate at any point in that game. He waited a little too long, the team got caught out, and Teddy's left alone trying to pick up one kill, actually just one kill at all, and they're not able to do it.
It looked a little bit like Faker was trying to get right into the backline there with his ultimate available at the very beginning, but actually didn't manage to get towards the next Conquering Sands. Like, you can use the Shifting Sands and then Q to extend the range, but it didn't work out, so he was sort of just waiting in the front line, not able to actually utilize his ultimate to any real value. I wonder whether that was just a little bit of a mistake there, but you can never really tell, as Teddy did a hell of a lot of damage in that fight, but it didn't matter because Hanwha just played back so far and were able to just, I don't know, get the team fight into this very methodical, and we're going to take the first target, second target, and then steamroll our way through after that when Teddy had been zoned for the entire beginning.
Yeah, and that's again where we see the strength of that Ornn being stolen. That plus the Chain of Corruption when they do land divides the enemy team so much that you can just take down one target at a time, even if they're the front line. And so now finally the power of those ultimates and of course the AD carries on the side of Hanwha coming through. I don't know if T1 will make that same mistake. We talked about Faker. Like you said, I know that he had a plan. He was trying to avoid the poke, make sure he's not seen, and then go for that surprise ultimate. It didn't work out one way or the other, but T1, if they position just a little bit differently after this Baron buff ends, again, still should have the edge, but maybe Hanwha have figured out a little bit of their pacing now, a little bit of their spacing as well, so that Ezreal and Varus have that availability. If Haru can use his Zhonya's that well again, that could be pretty questionable against T1.
Well, we'll see what they can actually do here as the Dragon is going to be up in a minute's time. They've got 40 seconds left on this Baron, and it looks like they're not going to be able to break any of the turrets here. The outer in the bottom lane is still standing for T1 somehow at this stage, and what was an 8,000 gold lead is now down to about 4. It's still a decent Baron power play. As you can see, the red buff is going to be taken by Teddy. True Shot Barrage unable to get that steal, and T1 going for their last reset before this inevitable Dragon Soul fight that Hanwha Life will be trying to use as a lifeline back into this game, because yes, they won the last team fight, but they are still by no means in out of the woods at this stage of the game.
Yeah, no means at all. And sure, the Drake fight will be a lot harder than it was at their inhibitor, of course, just given the pathing that both teams would have to take to come in, unless Han was able to get some crazy flank. They are going to have to funnel in, and so is T1. But that is going to give the edge a little bit to T1, in my opinion, as long as the Chain of Corruption is dodged or just taken in at the front line as Teddy continues to deal damage from long range.
Well, Cuvate, he's stolen an Emperor's Divide. Looking for this next team fight. 1 second until the Mountain Drake is available. Things very dark for Hanwha as Faker just playing some defense here for T1. And Teddy just rips through this Dragon. There is no way that Hanwha are going to get in here. And now T1 thinking about a team fight as well. The poke not quite landing as there's the Ornhorn over tempt, but Great Devour gets him out of the way. But that is now on cooldown for the ensuing fight. T1 still staying as a Phalanx, but look at Teddy getting all of that poke on top of him. The pillar is just phenomenal, though, to deny any sort of follow-up, and T1 now looking to try and defend their inhibitor turret here this game. Teddy will have an opportunity to get back to base, and no harm, no foul in the end, but that was very close to being a huge blunder on T1's side.
Yeah, they barely survived that. I mean, Teddy was so low. Of course, the Chain of Corruption landed on Kana, I believe, but he's able to dodge right out of that with his W, and therefore the spread not happening as everyone retreats. But Hanwha's showing some life as they come into a near 40-minute mark here in Game 3. It's just that they need to continue to play perfectly. But their powers are starting to show, right? From here on out, the only danger is the itemization is starting to get very, very simple for Kana and Cuz. Neither of them are as worried about the magic damage. I mean, that is a concern for the backline, which Teddy is just going to have to avoid more than anything with the help of effort. And outside of that, if they can stay up and maybe even really hold Tempt and Zenit at bay, Teddy will be able to still continuously rip through Haru and Q.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they do still have all of these key ultimate abilities in the Emperor's Divide and the Ornhorn to make sure that Teddy has as much space to work with as possible. But having a look at the total damage dealt, you can see Teddy has pulled ahead of Zenit, but if he's poked out of this fight so early in the next one, it will be a fight that Hanwha can win. So we'll just see where T1 are going to be positioning their AD carry and how they're going to be playing around this, because double lifesteal means that Teddy, if he's fighting, is able to keep his health bar very high. But if he's poked from long range, he's not going to have anything to hit unless he's in the jungle or in range of a minion wave. And so Hanwha might have an opportunity to once again be frustrating here as Teddy's building up that Bloodthirster shield. And T1 waiting for their opportunity to strike. Another teleport to come forward, but it's just Zenit coming back into the lane. And he's got a Dustblade of Drakthar. So utilizing his lethality side of things, I guess, is what he's opting into, as Haru taking too much damage there as the Blade Caller is going to pull back. And T1, they're poised for a fight right now.
Oh, the Chain of Corruption not landing. There's Ornhorn.
Yep, that is going to be the go button here, as it's a really good pillar, but the flash after from Faker there, he just eliminates the Ezreal, and Haru's going to follow suit. This is the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. The man in the mid lane has found it in the end. He'll grab the triple kill, maybe even the quadra, as Teddy's looking for the extra damage, and there's the quadra kill for Faker himself. Fantastically playing out this last team fight, and T1 will get the monkey off their back as Humble Life fall to their hands.
I mean, after all that trouble, right? After all that trouble that Faker seemed to have this game and that T1 had in the last couple minutes, it really just takes one extensive dash from Faker, chasing all the way through to make sure they kill off one of the carries. And at that point, the enemy was so split thanks to the initiate with the Ornhorn that T1's able to win as we expected. Hanwha put up a good fight towards the later part, but I think T1 really just woke up and then said, okay, we really got to stop messing up. We got to stop, diving in the wrong order. Just pick the kills we need and finish the game.
I don't know who to give the player of the game to.
Just because the game went longer, I think it's a little tougher. But I think the first half was very dominant by effort.
Yeah, I think so too. But then maybe like Teddy being able to carry was a little bit more consistent. Oh God, it's hard. I think I still need to give it to effort, but the last couple of team fights certainly weren't that fantastic for him. I think he managed to get clipped by some of the cars that particular time. But beforehand, you're exactly right. He did control the pace of the game. But we'll see what is actually decided by the rest of the voters here. But congratulations to T1. Have been able to take down Hanwha Life here, and it felt a lot more difficult after what was a very clean game one than what I was personally expecting. I was thinking that T1 were just going to silence everyone that we're talking about Hanwha as being a relevant matchup for them, but in the end, it turned out that Hanwha just have a secret something up against T1, and it was it was a very tough fought battle throughout both games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha definitely put up a good fight in both games, obviously winning game 2. And even here, I mean, even before that last fight, I wanted to talk about the itemization. It didn't matter because they got completely assassinated towards that mid lane. But early on, T1 got the lead, but they kept making a couple mistakes to always make sure that Hanwha was able to keep up. I mean, that time they stayed a little bit longer as well. This one was one where they're able to get away. Effort just jumping in. Of course, dashes right back over the wall to survive.
Yeah, kind of having to flash after his teleport, but this was a great outplay by Cube, just showing that he still does have all of that mastery that we saw in game number 2. But honestly, it was not the same Silas performance this time around than we saw last time, apart from in this one moment that was just another demonstration of Cube being pretty damn good at this particular pick. But this was T1 just laying down the law, to be honest.
Yeah, so much commitment. And again, just proving that they're not afraid to use all these resources to ensure that they get a lead that pays off in the long run, right? That was the one where they ended up losing a lot of their mid lane structures. But as we're looking at this fight, of course, this was the one where Effort just single-handedly starts the fight even before the Ornn ultimate comes all the way through, and then the rest of T1 able to follow through. But even in that bottom lane, in that earlier clip, T1, that's when they got that first turret, and then they ended up not losing their bottom turret throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it's still up right here, and this was the second last team fight of the game. So many Rams running through this team fight, but this was Faker not being able to reach the back line and get that ultimate off, and you could see didn't even have an opportunity to, as Haru lined up the body slam perfectly as he came out of the Zhonya's. And Teddy, he is a one-man army, but he does need a bit of a front line in order to keep himself up here, and didn't want to keep up this aggression as you saw, I believe it was Temp that was able to get that flash forward and claim the 1,000 gold. But this last team fight, this was all about that man of the mid lane assassinating Zenit before he could do anything.
Yeah, very, very good pick. I mean, earlier, because using that pillar to force the flash or the arcane shift away from Zenit, and then Zenit had to use the flash, but of course, Faker following through with his own as well. And this was the fight where, by this point, Hanwha actually was ahead in terms of their itemization for damage against the tanks. Not that much armor had been added yet on the side of Kana and then of course Cuz. They were starting to build up, but they already had all the armor pen they would want for Varus and Ezreal. But it doesn't matter if you're split apart and Ezreal just, dies without being able to put out any damage before the fight even begins.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic from them as Teddy did a hell of a lot of damage this game. Not entirely sure who's going to get the player of the game, but we'll have to find out very shortly. As it is all being tallied up. But honestly, it was a better performance out of T1, but there were still these shaky moments, these weird times where I felt like Faker for the first time this season looked rattled. because he's normally so consistent, and he is going to be able to pick up the player of the game. I couldn't actually give it to him for this one because of the blunders and the random ultimates and things like that. But still, he won that last team fight, and he did have some good moments in this game.
So he had good ults as well. It's not that all of his ults were bad before the last one, but not as many of them seemed as decisive other than this last one, right? The other ones, either they were a little bit misused or, they were kind of obvious choices of follow-up from the rest of the setup. At the end of the day, obviously Faker was able to put out a lot of damage. If anything, what I would give a lot of props to for Faker is that despite some of those blunders, he was still playing very patiently and waiting for that perfect moment, right? We saw him, even though it didn't work out, waiting in that back line outside of the enemy base and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm having a look at the Korean casters here. It was a 6 out of 9 votes for Faker. The entire Korean cast voting for him, a couple of the observers as well, and then you, me, and one of the observers voting for Effort. So,
oh, poor Effort.
Yeah, I apologize. We're not able to give the 8 out of 9 over to the GOAT of the mid lane, but now at least we do get the Faker interview, and we can hear about how he felt about that game as well. As we will have that on your screen right now. So let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Congratulations on the win. We'll be hearing from Faker and Kanna from T1. Well, you guys did fall to Hana Life Esports in game number 1, but finally you got your revenge. How are you feeling? Well, last time, yeah, we lost to Hana Life Esports, so we were really sad, but it's really satisfying that we were able to get our revenge. But we did drop game number 2, so we were a little bit worried in game number 3, but it's a big relief that we got this win. Yeah, game number 2, because game 1, T1 was stomping, so we were expecting a 2-0 score, but Hana Life, after subbing in Zenith, they were able to come back. Looked so strong. So how was game number 2 overall? Well, in game number 2, for sure. Well, we were going for the early game comp, but we were making a lot of mistakes in early game, so we weren't able to pull off the result that we wanted. Then let's have a talk with Kanna. Well, I mean, you solo killed a very experienced player, a veteran player, Cube. Everyone was going so loud about your performance in game number 1. So how was the solo kill moment going on? I mean, at that moment, I was at level 6, but Cube was having his guards down. But to be honest, my heart was like pumping so hard. Yeah, I mean, you solo killed it. Cube, he got a big name, to be honest. Was that because Cube was such a famous player? Yes. And you were just taking so many damage on Ornn. After the item upgrades and you joined the fight with TP and you were taking all the damage in the front line and you didn't fall. Do you remember that fight? Yeah, in that fight I was so fat, I scaled up so well, so we were actually looking for that dragon fight. So after I hit level 13, I just went straight in for that fight. I kind of thought that I wouldn't fall there. And adding on, well, in game number 3, Cuz also subbed in. Well, sadly he didn't manage to get the POG, so we cannot hear from him directly. But I want to ask about the jungler substitution, because LM has been performing for quite a lot of matches, and now Cuz subbed in. That was not our decision. I think our head coach decided it. Because he is the hidden army in our team. So we were kind of saving him up. I guess T1 kind of saw the red light turned on, so they had to kind of sub in the hidden armor for the team.
그 지난번에 MVP 선정된 테디도 엘림은 공격적인 플레이어, 커즈는 수비적인 플레이어.
Teddy also mentioned that Teddy, well, Elim is good at aggressive play, and Cuz is really good at supportive and defensive play. But Cuz also was really proactive and aggressive today. Is he trying to kind of overcome this kind of typical image or frame of himself? How was his performance today?
사실 커즈가 1라운드 때 수비적으로 플레이를 했던 거는
in round one,
팀적인 움직임이 좀 컸던 것 같고요.
he played defensively because it was a team's decision, but we have a different meta right here.
커즈가 원래 수비적인 플레이어라고는
I don't really think that he is a very defensive player.
게임 흐름에 맞춰서 플레이를 했던 것 같아요.
We are just, or maybe he is just shifting this depending on the style of the meta.
이 커즈의 플레이, 커즈 엘림 본인 느끼기에는 각각 어떤 성격인 것 같습니까? 그리고 좀 편한 선수가 있다고 말해도 될까요?
How are Cuz and Elim different? And who do you like feel comfortable with more? I cannot really say. I mean, I don't really have a typical player who is really comfortable with. And Cuz did play defensively in round one, and this was the first time seeing him going really aggressive, but I think he's really good.
둘 다 편하죠 아무튼요. 이렇게 잘해만 주면.
네. 전 봐주면.
Well, I mean, I'm happy with either player as long as they just covers me on top side.
정글이 누구든 나만 좀 더 잘 봐주면 좋은 거 아니야 그런 말씀하셨고요. 아 그리고
I guess Kanna, speaking of top lane matters, and today we had a very phenomenal game. So we have a question to Faker. Well, Azir. Playing Azir is actually really hard to go in for an AD carry Azrael with all flash and also dash. Weren't you a bit like pita padding going in for the trip? Not pita padding, to be honest.
네, 뭐 제가 이즈리얼을 좋아하는 거 아니라서 두근두근 안 했고.
I don't really have a crush on Azrael, so my heart wasn't really like pita padding. But I have done those plays for many times, and we are now playing remotely in our gaming house, so I didn't feel much pressure today.
역시 또 페이커는 또 오래됐고 전설적인 선수니까요. 그렇죠. 자 이제 다음 경기가
So your next
바로 매우 중요한
match
경기가
will be so important. Your next opponent is Genji.
이미 뭐그 젠지 어제 이긴 다음에 인터뷰가
Well, we already asked the Genji players how are they gonna prepare for the T1 series. So now it's time to hear from the T1 players. How are you guys gonna prepare for the Genji series?
젠지가 1라운드 때
Genji in round 1 took down every other teams except for T1.
아 맞다. 예.
그러기를 바라고 있고요.
I hope this happens again.
굉장히 좋은 모습을 보이고 있는데.
And we are also showing great performance.
다음 젠지전 꼭 이겨서.
So we will make sure to take down Genji next time and claim the first place. Kana, would you like to add on to that?
좀 젠지가 지금 제일 강팀이라서
Genji is the strongest team so far.
긴장도 많이 되는데
So I'm a little bit nervous, but I want to roll to this big momentum, and I will do my best to showcase a good performance. So this will be the end of the interview with Faker. Kana from P1 picking up 2-1 victory up against Hana Life Esports, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. And welcome back to the caster desk, I guess, of Choba and I. We have 2 more matches to go. And let's have a look how the standings look after this one. T1 move up to 1 match behind as far as victories against Genji, but Genji still with 1 match to play means that they are still well and truly out in front. As we get to see some of our other teams as we move further forward. We've got a bit of a lower of the standings type match coming up after this Sandbox versus APK. We'll see what Ixu has in store for us as far as the interesting picks, and see whether Sandbox can continue their better streak actually that they've managed to pick up in their last couple of matches. But then the big one, Afrika versus KT, to break that tie and see whether the KT win streak is going to continue. Still so much LCK coming up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just excited to see what is going to happen in that last match. We'll have some fun in the match beforehand, but then, yeah, Afrika versus KT is where it's at.
Yeah, that should be the big one that everyone's looking forward to today. The one that matters a lot as well, and also just given how the teams are performing right now.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Chober and I will be with you for that one. Kastajun taking a while to sign off here. He just takes his time.
He's excited.
Yep, that's just what happens. Sunke, he throws almost instantly. But there we go. We are going to see you after the break. Hopefully some Dodongas for all of you guys out there, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas, and I'm once again joined by Chobra here for our second match of the day, Sandbox versus APK. Both of these teams desperate for a victory.
Absolutely. I mean, both of them could use it. Obviously, just for a morale boost as well, and also just making sure they're not dropping any further, which, you know, may be a little hard for some, but just making sure they stay alive, really, in the league right now. And quite frankly, kind of on different trends, too, for both these teams right now.
Yeah, exactly right. APK haven't been able to find too many victories of late. They did take down Harmwell Life 2-0, a task that DRX and T1 have found difficult in the last couple of games, but losing to T1, losing to Dam1, APK on a downward trend. However, Sandbox have picked up a couple of victories in their last two. Griffin and Afrika Freaks have been dispatched by this squad, and round two has definitely been better for these guys. And they've been making changes. I mean, Summit hasn't been seen towards the top lane, and Lonely does have better stats when it comes to the top side of the map as well. Maybe not doing quite as much damage as Summit, but still being a little bit more stable as that kill participation up much further than Summit as well. So a lot more team play coming through from their new top laner, as Punch has also been attending the jungle, and this is the guy that has a lot more veterancy, a lot more experience than OnFleek, but OnFleek has been a very stable member of this team throughout a long period of time.
Yeah, and right now, of course, looking at APK's previous game, which was the longest one with the most kills so far.
It was so weird.
I mean, it was just a mess. I mean, I found that a lot of the fans, especially in Korea, were kind of excited by it just because there was so much going on, and it was a bit of a mess, and there was just a lot to look out for. But of course, from for really breaking down the game, there wasn't a lot of good play going on. It was more who was making more mistakes, I feel like, at times. Yes. At the end of the day, Damwon, of course, able to pick up the victory, and APK not seeing that light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, not being able to find the win, but it was fun, if not the highest level of League of Legends, which is absolutely fine. It was a joy to have an Unleashed did on that broadcast to really be able to let himself out, because, like the Korean broadcast and the English broadcast, very different experiences, as you would know, Mr. Chobras.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I had a lot of trouble adjusting whenever I got a chance to be on the Korean broadcast as well. It's much more, part of it's cultural, and it's also just how casting is done a lot of times in Korean. It's much more focused on like just pure like energy and entertainment from that standpoint, rather than getting really deep into the analysis or being critical of certain players and teams. So it was very fun to listen to Warded yesterday, of course.
Yeah, the unleashed Warded, absolutely amazing. But the points of the match sort of showing us the differences between Sandbox now and Sandbox in round one. I think the last point is a really cool one with Punch the Savior coming in to try and get them back on track. And we'll see exactly what the roster is very soon for this Sandbox Gaming. But they have looked better, even though I don't necessarily feel like in-game it's been entirely jungle difference that's been helping them out. But something has obviously changed, and I think the makeup of the team has been the adjustment that they've needed moving into the second round robin. So we'll see whether Sandbox can continue. So far, they've had a pretty comfortable run, and the 2-0 against Afrika was the biggest surprise, honestly, in round two as far as Sandbox's play. And Griffin and APK should be easy matches to win in comparison to that one. So we're certainly putting Sandbox ahead as far as the expectation, but APK are very good at throwing these curveballs. And yeah, the gigantic damage numbers that they were able to put down against Damwon was certainly an example of that. As we have a look, last time these two teams met, they had the shortest game for 2020 Spring LCK, 22 minutes and 21 seconds, and that was a Sandbox stomp. So that is largely in line with what we're expecting here.
Yeah, statistically speaking, Sandbox definitely ahead, even though both these teams are towards the bottom of the ranks. I mean, Sandbox, like you said, the last time they met, they were able to stomp this matchup, and then they've been looking on the up and up coming into the second round, so hopefully they're able to keep that momentum. On the side of APK, I mean, it just seems like sometimes they have these quick little shining moments, and they're just not able to close it out. They're not really able to really showcase any form of consistency or stability, I feel like. They just have random moments where a certain player performs a little bit better. Obviously, Ixu, even in that game against Damwon, was putting up crazy numbers, but it wasn't in any place or timing that was really helping the team.
Yeah, exactly. And 66,000 damage is certainly a lot of damage, but you do need to win the game afterwards as well. So a little bit unfortunate there, but what can you do? As Punch coming on in to try and save things, and Flawless trying to attempt the same thing there. As you saw, no changes for the lineup of APK, but it is going to be Punch and Lonely once again here for Sandbox. And this is the most consistent, I feel, that Sandbox has been so far as their roster is concerned. So I'm glad to see that they finally felt stable enough to settle on a roster.
Yes, yeah, it's always a little worrying if a team takes too long to do so. I mean, sometimes, right, it just takes like a full season to really shake things up, and that can happen. But especially as fans, or even the players themselves, if you're not able to get into that groove, it just feels bad, right? If you're always trying to figure out who's going to play and what you need to play. As we look at the matchup between Lonely and Ixu here, it's a debate that you have. Sandbox seems to have escaped from that. And of course, between these two players, I mean, Lonely, very new, whereas Ixu's had the experience under his belt a little bit, even if the scoreline may not show it for the team. Yeah, that's exactly right. But Ixu does have a few things going for him. His solo kills first right now, as far as round 2 is concerned. 3 solo kills for Ixu. These are stats for only the second round, so they might look a little bit strange because we have seen some larger DPM numbers for some other players. But in round 2, Ixu has been popping off. And as far as Lonely is concerned, Lonely came in for round 2, which is why we're comparing these particular stats. But he has been able to figure himself out, and with very low jungle proximity, he's still able to have that really high kill participation, which means that his team fighting has been working out very well here for Sandbox. Yeah, I think it showcases what movement he's making rather than obviously relying on the jungler coming into that top lane. But that may have to change. And like you said, we saw that Ixu obviously quite aggressive and willing to dish out that damage even just within the laning phase. So Lonely's got a little bit to work with here. Yeah, that's exactly right. As we've got very quick bans coming through from Sandbox. They do not want to see Aphelios, guys. That's been confirmed. Set taken off the board here by APK, wanting to deny that from the support role and mid and top lane. And we'll see where they decide to go for the rest of these bans. The Varus on blue has been very common, as we didn't see it in our first series, but it is certainly one that has become very popular in Sandbox. Probably going to go for the cookie cutter
Aphelios, Callista, and Senna bans, as APK might look towards an Ornn ban here or something like that, but might just leave it open with the eyes on it to try and lock that one away for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're going to lock it up, which I would assume maybe it's not as high of a priority, right? I think they're okay giving a lot of those more combative top laners for Ixu, so leaving that open, leaving the Ornn open, but also not really banning out anything else. Seems like they might end up, if they don't pick the Ornn and it's not banned, they might end up giving Ornn plus another high priority pick to Sandbox. So I'm interested if it's the Ornn or not. With that Tom Kench ban, I'm a little concerned if it's not the Ornn, and it's not. It's Jarvan.
Yeah, the Jarvan priority is definitely going up over recent weeks. We didn't see it in our first series, but it has been certainly a very high priority jungler. But leaving Ornn available in order to grab the Jarvan shows us that Ixu might have something planned to try and combat it. There's now Sejuani being hovered, 5 seconds to go here from Sandbox. Punch, it would be sort of going away from his playstyle, but certainly is going to set up Sandbox to have a pretty decent team fight. As now, we'll see what Punch decides to pick up to augment this this Sejuani choice, and it's just going to be the Nautilus. So Ornn is just slipping through this draft.
No way. I mean, I think perhaps Sandbox also, assuming that it may not be as high of a priority for APK, maybe both sides do have an answer. Obviously, we talked about it in our first match, with the Sylas potentially being a good enough answer. It can answer certain portions. Is it always going to be consistent? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it's interesting that Ornn, I'm wondering if it's more of a mind game or if it's like both teams just don't really feel like playing Ornn. I'm not sure which one it is. I would hope that it is the former rather than the latter.
Well, we'll have to find out, as APK are going to take away the Braum here. Might be a response to just the Nautilus in isolation, as cover hovering the LeBlanc. So once again, the Ornn is going to just be completely out of the way. Wow. Kali being flashed for a second, but I think that the priority of the LeBlanc is certainly enough to try and get it over the line. Thankfully, not going to be locking away that Aurelia that cover went 0-4-0 on in that dream first game against Damwon, and it is going to instead be the Ezreal and the Braum locked in for the bottom lane. Solo lane is still left up in the air here for APK, as Sandbox can take away Ornn now and then ban Sylas and ban responses to that Ornn pick, but they decide not to, as Dove goes back to his namesake here as the Azir is locked away. A favorite combo actually is the Azir and Sejuani in tandem, with the amount of CC and teamfight power that you will have with those two champions.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think the Azir, you know, for the side of Sandbox makes sense, given just how the ban pick has gone so far. But again, very curious about the Ornn. Now with APK, this obviously puts the message out that they're really just concerned about prioritizing their solo laners, making sure that they can get an edge, just trying to get a read. Now they do have the read on the mid lane, so that's opened up for them, and potentially also saving that top lane for their last pick as well for Ixu. Seeing if they can get ahead in laning phase is what I'm getting. LeBlanc being banned out after the hover there. Of course, they don't want to leave that open. Yeah, really, I don't know if it really merited a ban in terms of performance, but obviously it's still available as a pick, so against that Azir.
Yeah, it is very, very strange. I feel like they were watching the first series and they're like, oh, Sylas is available, we can't pick Ornn. But I don't agree. I think the Sandbox could lock in Ornn right now and be very happy and then counterpick AD carry towards the bottom side later on. Of course, they do know what that bottom lane is going to be, so they can easily just take that one away and leave any top lane choice for last pick, and that's exactly what they are going to do. But now APK, I mean, just pick Ornn. Like, I don't know, man.
I have this feeling they're not going to, and I have a feeling Sandbox is not going to. I just think this is going to be a Ornnless game, which is very weird. I think Ornn's one of those champions that it doesn't matter if you're not the greatest at it, right? And it doesn't.
Yeah.
And he can offer so much regardless of composition. Obviously, there are certain cases where he fits a lot better, but he can just offer so much, given everything he can do, including obviously augmenting those items. So this is very, very interesting. The Zoe obviously has been very powerful in the recent matches, so not surprising to see that coming out, especially with a little bit more range to deal a lot of poke damage against some of these champions that need to come in. And there's the Ornn, finally, for Ixu. Very weird that it took that long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an understandable pick up there, but the fact that it was picked at blue 5 is just insanity. As there's a bit of a crash in the background there. Just ignore that one, guys. It's okay. My kitchen is exploding, but that's because obviously whoever's behind me is upset that the Aatrox into Ornn matchup is once again happening. And in fact, my girlfriend, she just shut the door. She's like, I do not want to see this Aatrox versus Ornn garbage again.
I just can't. What baffles me is that it took us that long to see the Ornn, and at the end of the day, it was just this Ornn Aatrox matchup. Like, there was nothing special about it. No one had any hidden cards or any surprises. And so I'm not really sure how we have to read, the thought process here, but it definitely seemed like there were some other priorities, as tends to be the case actually when you get to kind of the bottom rank teams in a lot of leagues, right? Because there's just more comfort picks and other priorities that you want to shut out and try to get an edge. So that's the only way I can explain it. Outside of that, I mean, obviously Ornn's going to be that powerhouse in that top lane once again. Jarvan's just been able to be much more active around the map. I think Sejuani's still, personally, in my opinion, a little questionable, given what she's able to offer. I mean, the team fight prowess will never change, but compared to kind of the tempo that the game seems to be taking these days, I am a little hesitant on giving the edge there for Sejuani. And I think the damage also coming in from Zoe and Ezreal with the poke should be able to keep a lot of Sandbox at bay. If it goes really late, yes, Azir and Caitlyn will be able to shred through a lot of the front line even, but will it get to that point? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to find out as we get onto the Rift here for game number 1. I feel like APK's draft, if you take the nameplates off, looks just way better than what Sandbox have available to them. I don't know how they managed to get it, because the Ornn should have been first rounded, and then things like the Jarvan should have been taken away. But, sometimes you just win, and it's totally fine. But we'll have to see what happens, because Sandbox are the team on the winning streak so far, and it feels like they had shored up some of their issues in round 1. But still, after a draft like that, I don't know what to expect, because just going in for a red 5 Aatrox surprise pick into the full 5 of APK is just weird.
Yeah, especially the entire composition as well, not just the Ornn. It does seem weird. I mean, and we've seen it, right? We've seen it a couple times, and it hasn't really spoken for itself yet. So I'm not entirely sure. Looking at the runes here for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, going to be heading towards lethal tempo, as well as having Gathering Storm, which is going to make LS smile just a little bit. I know that he's in the chat paying attention, and probably going to be smirking just a little at the rune choice. But we don't see a lot of the lethal tempo on the Caitlyn. Sometimes, I think more often than not, we do see the fleet footwork still utilized just to make sure that you can be as frustrating as possible in the lane. But Root's just maximizing damage potential here. As you can see, getting that one little proc onto Secret, but unable to actually utilize the rune at that point in time.
Yeah, I think obviously...
Yeah, sorry, you continue.
Sorry. Yeah, obviously being able to get that proc from afar, but also, like you said, the focus is Rout's going to have to put out so much damage in order for them to win any of these fights. So I think really just going for the bigger picture here rather than a little bit of that early lead they could get with the runes.
Yeah, we'll see how it pays off for them as this game continues. A very scary mid-game composition for APK with abilities to scale with the Ornn and his delivery of items over to players like Hybrid and to cover. Will help shore up their team fighting as they move later into the game, as Dove is going to face check Flawless. Nice knockup. Denies the shifting sands, but Punch is in position, and Flawless taking a hell of a lot of damage. Cover picks up a barrier, utilizes it there as well, but Flawless punished for his aggression, but does now give Cover a life lead here in this lane.
Yeah, now Cover did have to use his heal as well that he brought into the game, so just to make sure that Flawless gets out. So while he does have the life lead, obviously is missing that crucial summoner should a gank come in soon after, but it doesn't look like it, and it will be pretty well telegraphed at this point in the game, so I think Cover's okay being able to just get a little bit of an advantage against his leading opponent in depth.
Yeah, well, you can see Ixu utilizing this Ornn pick into the Aatrox very, very well thus far. We have a look at how many times these players have picked up the champions, but there's a bit of a fight towards the bottom side as Gorilla has his Aftershock worn off, but is still going to be able to have a pretty even trade here against the bottom lane of APK as the Caitlyn shoves in, as she is wont to do most of the time. Cover picking up a little hijacked summoner spell there as he gets his heal back. Nicely done. Lands the trouble bubble there, but unable to get the extra damage onto Dove.
Yeah, just keeping Dove at bay, making sure that Cover's not losing that advantage he had. Not a monumental lead, obviously, this early in the game. Just a slight advantage in CS, which with the poke potential that Zoe would have is not surprising as we see a potential dive.
Yeah, it's a big knock up there with the Searing Charge. In fact, knockups everywhere as Lonely is going to be taken down, and Ixu survives. Perfect flash there under the turret as Flawless noticed that minion was just going down and didn't want to risk getting hit by the turret. Really nicely done, but they did have to use both of their flashes, but First Blood does go over to the Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, the gank, I think, was just well-timed. Lonely played that as best as he could. Got the flash knock-up as he was trying to back out, but was just too low too early, and eventually gets bursted down right as his flash ends. So a little bit unfortunate for Lonely, but good movement from Flawless, just timing that perfectly with the push from Ixu. And again, we're seeing the Ornn getting an early lead. That's not a good place to be when you're Sandbox. Obviously now able to kind of handle himself quite well in the solo situation as well.
Yeah, and as you can see, first Drake spawning in 5 seconds time will be that Infernal. Infernal Soul off the table. Both of these teams would have really liked it. We'll see what they're going to go towards. I can feel LS in the back of my mind saying that we're going to need an Ocean Soul here to try and deal with the poke on APK's side. We'll see what is actually going to be rolled here this game as Flawless does flash himself out. I think that he might have been trapped or
I think
something.
he was, yeah. It looked like it. The movement, just not able to kind of figure out the path. He must have been trapped in from that little pillar from Ornn as well. So a little bit unfortunate. They got the kill, and at least, they didn't give up. They didn't trade a death, right? So that still works out in their favor.
Yep, absolutely right. As now APK pushing back here towards the bottom side, even at the moment as far as the farm is concerned, but Root just wanting to get towards item number 1, where he can start shoving things out, and as soon as that BF sword is in his back pocket, they will have some lane control for a little while. Ezreal, of course, when he hits 2 items, will be much stronger than the Caitlyn, but Ezreal's time in the sun is yet to come so far. Although, Root taking a pretty bad trade there as Gorilla going to get stunned up, but does land the dredge line beforehand punch, making his way in, but can't really find an avenue of attack. And Sandbox just going to continue playing some Biffo, but not going to have the help of their jungler anymore.
That actually, unbeknownst to them, I think, that actually ended up working out quite well for APK because we saw a lot of that movement coming down from Sandbox, both the jungler and, of course, mid lane, either positioning for a dive in the bottom or potentially also clearing out the area around the Drake. They started the fight early from the side of APK, which forced Sandbox to also respond a little bit earlier before both Punch and Dove were available, and now they're actually going to see Sandbox back a little bit early, and so APK able to push that out, shove it into the top turret, but Flawless starting the dragon on his own. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, and you can see Punch is going to pick up the aggro of this one. He doesn't want to flag and drag to get himself out, but he does have to. Is now Drake once again picked up from Sandbox, but Cover's going to make his way over a little bit earlier. Gorilla in slight trouble, but it is the Sejuani locking down the dragon. Punch has to flash to get out, but isn't going to survive as now Dove uses the ultimate defensively, but Cover flashes after him. Shifting Sands comes down as Root's able to grab a kill, but answered back immediately by the Ezreal. As now, good flash there from Root, gets himself out of the way, but Flawless was very close to securing yet another one for APK, and 3-1 is the kill score at the beginning and close to a 2,000 gold lead here for APK Prince.
Yeah, the Drake did go to Sandbox, but at the end of the day, APK really able to close out that fight. Flawless, I think, was waiting and hoping that they could drag the Drake on for just a little bit longer so he could use his combo to get back into the pit. Because you see, obviously, he has to use it early. He's just trying to draw out as much time as possible for his teammates to show up, decides it's not going to happen, has to get out before the stun lands within the pit. And now, if you see, he doesn't have his flash, of course, so he's waiting to try to get back in. In this time, had he just started walking around, I think they may have had a better chance. Of course, there were more enemies from Sandbox on the top side of that dragon. They're still able to chase through. Gorilla takes a lot of damage from Hybrid. It's going to be a support trade as the Braum goes down. Hybrid trying to chase through. And Rout, I mean, just surviving very well with the flash at the end. Had he been knocked out, that would have 100% been another kill for Hybrid.
Well, we'll see how they're going to go as this game moves further forward. We've got things very even as far as the bottom lane is concerned. And in fact, all of our laners are staying pretty toe-to-toe. Punch has a slight lead as far as farm advantage up against Flawless right now, but Flawless is going to retain his relevance throughout this early to mid game versus the Sejuani, who's yet to get to that tanky point that they're going to be really comfortable. I do want to bring to everyone's attention just the priority that Sandbox have on this Aatrox. They loved it when it was Summit playing top lane as well, but he played it 3 games in a row last time around up against Griffin, and that was a rough series top lane wise. It wasn't one that Lonely was really able to capitalize on until the last game, and they've done it again. And I just don't know what the payoff is. I can't see it.
Well, I mean, I would say so far there isn't any, both in practicality or theory, so to speak. But I mean, surely they have a reason, though, right? There's no way there's no reason. Maybe there could be a bad reason in terms of, I don't know, comfort picks or whatever else it might be. But so far, it's not paying off, and this game doesn't look like it's going to prove us wrong either. So, unfortunately, that portion of the draft and Lonely and his performance in terms of the Aatrox is not really going to see any positive trend, hopefully, until the next game. This game's already kind of gone by, and Sandbox actually positioned very sneakily.
Yeah, setting up a bit of a trap here as Dredgeline is going to land a whole lot of damage in CC, and that's a very dead Braum. Is not able to offer enough damage back. No back to be stopped there by the True Shot Barrage either, as it sails majestically into the night. As Flawless has started off Shelly here, so he is going to be able to at least get that answering objective across the other side of the map. So, you know, a slight advantage for Sandbox as far as the kill is concerned, but still, the plates will be available with Shelly in addition, so possibly more even than Sandbox would otherwise like.
Yeah, I mean, that if there's a silver lining for that move, it is, like you mentioned, that it gave a little bit of time for Flawless to catch up in terms of farm experience and, of course, that objective with the Herald. And so APK, I mean, you know, they're still holding on to not a big lead, but a lead nonetheless, a little bit from that early fight near Drake. And now that they have the Herald and the first Drake going to Sandbox, they should be able to continue to widen that lead. I mean, you see this damage, that's through the shield that Braum puts up. So it's just so much damage coming in. And on top of that, CC, like you said as well, Braum just didn't move an inch after he was stopped the first time.
Well, APK now with a whole host of control, regardless of that kill going down. It's pretty inconsequential onto the Braum because they weren't able to follow it up with any sort of response, and not having the Cloud Drake available for the next 30 seconds as well, so couldn't even head towards there, even though Cloud Drake isn't exactly the one that you're really excited about. But we're rolling between Mountain and Ocean, and Sandbox really want to have an opportunity to get towards an Ocean Soul this game to mitigate all of that poke potential. So 50-50 chance that they were able to lock that one down, and the Cloud Drake probably going to be cycled as quickly as possible in order to get there as fast as they can. As, okay, Gorilla going aggressive. They're underneath the turret here as Shelly is going to pop out, and that's going to be plates delivered over to APK. This tower not going to be able to survive for very long, but it's down to its last plate here. And APK not able to break through it just yet as True Shot Barrage to clear out the wave and get a bit of damage there onto Dove and the bottom lane of Sandbox.
Yeah, Gorilla tried to get that easy dredge line onto Jarvan as he was trying to channel the Herald. Was a second too late. Jarvan steps out, Zoe gets pulled in. At the end of the day, no kills on either side. Ixu gonna pick up a plate for himself, and actually this opens up Sandbox for the second Drake.
We got a bit of a fight for it though as APK come down. We do have Ocean Drake coming through next. Great news for Sandbox, but this isn't. A huge Ornhorn will get the stopwatch out of Gorilla, but he's not going to survive it. As goes Golden does Flawless. He's going to survive this time, but APK answer back with their team fight, and we'll see whether they can continue to move on and grab all 4 of these Ocean Drakes away from Sandbox as well, because Sandbox getting the Drake is actually pretty good news for these guys, moving towards an early possible Ocean Soul, which could save them.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul, like you mentioned, is so important, especially for Sandbox, but really, and that means for both sides as well. So APK now able to stack it up all the way. Sandbox, of course, just getting that Drake for the gold and to cycle it through to this Soul. So they're successful in doing so, but despite having what seemed like an advantage in that objective, they're not able to stand up in the lead of gold, especially with the turret plating. And you see here again, they're trying to funnel out. The Ixu teleport comes in perfect timing, gets a triple knockup, and then the Jarvanol not able to lock someone down within it, but within the Cataclysm, but actually locks Gorilla out of the rest of the team, able to secure at least one kill for APK.
Yep, and Cover using like 5 summoner spells in a row right there, picking up like a Zhonya's and then a flash and then a heal and then all sorts of different stuff. But that was after the team fight was over, as damage dealt out from Hybrid certainly working out. And I'm glad that we had that chat with we did yesterday about Hybrid, because he's a bit of a fan of this rookie 80 carry on the side of APK, and it's good to see him performing, especially after that conversation was had, because this guy does have a level of aggression that a lot of our other 80 carries don't necessarily have here in the LCK, and the levels of aggression is something that we really do welcome here, because things can be a little bit slower. So we'll see whether he continues to push his foot down on this Ezreal, as now they're transitioning to try and take down this top outer turret. A lot of damage there, as Secret able to layer over his concussive blows. True Shot Barrage is going to soften up this minion wave and finds Gorilla there in the back line. So some scouting as well as some damage.
Yeah, Sandbox responding very well, noticing that the swap came in, and of course a potential dive as well. So Lonely's going to survive. He is going to continue to go back. I think they realize that most people have backed off. But Flawless actually deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, he will be able to find Punch here as Cover's over to the side. He has himself a Proto Belt, a lot of extra damage there onto Dove, but the Trouble Bubble, in arms onto the Azir, and Flawless is going to be taken down before that even goes down. But a triple knockup from Ixu. Dove very, very low, and the Aatrox is going to fall down. Cover looking for Dove, but there's not enough sparkles, and he's not able to lock down the Azir.
Oh, that was a really good play from Cover, but like you said, Flawless just goes down too early. Cover actually gets the nice burst onto Dove, had the Proto Belt picked up as well, so got an extra burst, comes back, and then puts down the bubble in front of Dove. So Dove hits it as he goes through with the Shifting Sands, but alas, Flawless was just a little bit too squishy, goes down, and they're not able to capitalize on 2 extra kills that APK could have potentially had, which means it's just 1 kill, which is, not the end of the world. They trade it off, but they're not able to gain any sort of huge advantage off of that, rolling into a different objective like a turret.
Yeah, it still does feel like APK do have control of this game, regardless of evenness in these fights, because as this mid game gets more and more established, it's going to be all about Zoe and Ezreal just taking control. As we have a look at Flawless, it seems like he's found Punch, but Dove is going to get here. And the bubble, of course, he picked up the bubble on his way through, but Emperor's Divide came out before the CC was able to land, and he had the cleanse available anyway to get out of the bubble stun. So Cover couldn't get in there for anything, and Sandbox do manage to trade evenly there, but we'll see whether they can put themselves back together. 1 minute until the Ocean Drake is going to be available, and APK will not, they cannot risk losing this one, because Sandbox really, really require it in order to continue moving towards a potential victory.
Yeah, they only need 2 more, of course, to secure that soul. We are seeing enemy stacks going up for Ezreal.
But not very much. That's 46 stacks.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's a long way away.
Yeah, given how much damage he's had and how well he seems to be doing, it appears that it's got some time before he's able to come into full potential. And if that's delayed by quite a bit, that's good news for Sandbox, because we talked about it in the beginning of the game, Atlas, that timing where you see Cover and Hybrid coming into full force going into that mid game was going to be the scariest part for Sandbox. If they can avoid that and they can actually kind of match where that spike happens for their Caitlyn and Azir, it's not going to be as scary. But APK continue to have that advantage in terms of just overall map awareness and objectives. They're going to get that mid turret with HLE as well.
Yep, and they're going to be able to move towards this Ocean Drake, and it looks like Sandbox aren't going to be in position in order to take that one down. The control with the Rift Herald, fantastically utilized, and APK are going to take away one of the opportunities for Sandbox to find a key to victory. This game is just feeling like it's all about APK, and They have thrown games before, don't get me wrong, but they are in probably one of the best positions early game that we've seen them in for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're playing to nearly the best ability they can given the resources they have right now. They feel pretty comfortable. I think Sandbox is starting to show a lot better movement as Lonely just not having a good time. I mean, even in that fight earlier, actually gonna get...
Yeah, looking for a solo kill, can't get there. Humble dash, pretty strong. Gets Lonely out to safety.
But yeah, Lonely, I mean, tried to go for the flank in the jungle on the top side as well earlier in the fight, and ends up getting there too late to add any damage, and then also getting caught out to die. So I feel like at this point in the game, Sandbox almost feels like they're ignoring Lonely's existence in this game, and they're just kind of letting him sit there and fill that spot, and they're trying to focus on other objectives, which is probably the right decision, but it feels very bad for an Aatrox who wasn't able to get aggressive.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I mean, that's what this Aatrox pick feels like in this composition, right? It just feels like a passenger that's not really able to offer anything. So it could have been any sort of pick into this on. So I don't know why the Aatrox is something that they've been obsessed about. We did mention that the Aatrox is often picked to try and answer the teamfight potential of the on, but I just don't think you can ever answer the teamfight potential of an on. And the best way to do it is to pick something like a Camille, something like a Fiora, and just split push against the on and become stronger in a much different playstyle to what on is good at, right? Take him out of his comfort zone instead of playing into the hands of the on.
I think it's one of those things where the theory makes sense, but the theory makes sense that Maokai would be a good tank as well. And in practicality, that just never seems to happen anymore. And I think that's the case where Aatrox, I mean, Aatrox can, right? Aatrox is very strong, as he might get teleported on here 2v1.
Yeah, he is. Hybrid turning up there. His secret is going to have to use the Unbreakable, but they're not going to be able to kill the Aatrox here. And Gorilla was roaming down towards the bottom side, so intelligent to back away there by APK. But Root now going to have inside track here on this outer turret in the mid lane. Caitlyn doing what Caitlyn does best, just shooting turrets as best as she can. Now Flawless looking for his way in. He won't have the flag and drag, but they are able to defend their turret, even though it is on very low health. And APK set up their defenses one more time. Flawless does have his stone plate, so he is at a pretty good spot to start these fights.
Yeah, Flawless is not going to be afraid to jump in, and Gorilla...
Yeah, caught shopping for a little bit, but able to dredge line himself out. But there's the on-horn. Gorilla in trouble. Going to get knocked up despite the flash as the ulti flies in from Secret. Another knock up from Flawless. Gorilla's not allowed to play the game. He's just permanently CC'd and taken away. 2 minutes now until the Drake, so APK. Not too many options as far as things to take away, but they'll steal Bertha, and they'll move towards getting even more control of this map.
Yeah, I mean, APK continues to get these kills. Now, I am a little concerned because, like you said, they're not able to really turn it into anything else. Now, APK plays this correctly initially, not committing because they know that the rest of the team is around, but Horn decides that they are going to commit. And like you said, Gorilla just cannot move. He's knocked up 3 times in a row. Not able to do anything else during that fight. It gets taken down by the entire team of APK. Now, Sandbox overall has shown some better movement than in the first portion of the game. And with that timing, Gorilla got cut out that time. But if they're able to regroup and maybe start getting a little bit more vision...
Yeah, good bubble is going to land as Root getting chunked out here. You can see Hybrid playing very aggressively, just running on forward. The heal used by Cover just to try and chase this one down, but Sun Turret will deter APK. And now we're moving towards 1 minute away from this Ocean Drake. APK looking for their second, and I know we were talking about Sandbox relying on an Ocean Soul here this game, but APK can also utilize it very well to keep all of their mana up for this poke, and being able to go in and out of these team fights with Ixu's health bar being such a rubber band. It's very scary stuff. Gorilla not going to get hit by that Paddle Star as the bubble is going to land onto the Sejuani. Gets away, but into control vision as the dredge line not going to register. Lonely looking for the flank as True Shot Barrage sails over but punches in position. Dog just gets eliminated by the Ezreal, and the Sejuani has to run all the way out of this fight. Hybrid still able to offer damage to this Baron, and APK will steal it away at 22.5 minutes.
Wow, played real well from APK. They started, I was a little concerned if it was a bit too early, but the movement from the team, all four were there, and then of course Ixu not taking any chances, just teleports in ahead of Lonely's Aatrox, so Sandbox not able to get any sort of flank or sandwich, and I think Sandbox were also, they weren't really sure, are we going to go for a steal, are we going to go for a fight, because we saw Punch not kind of going wishy-washy on the top side of that Baron pit, not able to decide if he's just going to go in or go in for a fight with that ultimate. And in the end, APK pick off the kills, actually, turn things around. And like you said, Hybrid also being very wise not to get too far away from Flawless and secure that Baron for themselves.
Yeah, and also just the heads-up play of noticing Dove's health bar being low enough to basically one-shot him with his combo. Really, really clean, because they needed Dove to be there in order to fight that Baron off in any way, shape, or form. So really clean stuff from Hybrid. Gets himself the kill, makes sure Punch is going to exit the area because his health bar wasn't large enough to even fight against the Ezreal. And now Ezreal goes back, completes his Blade of the Ruined King. He is just gigantic, 2,000 gold ahead of his opponent. And Root's 2-0-0, right? Like, this is not an anemic Caitlyn as we check out the pro view of Flawless.
Yeah, they're just constantly saying that we have to just hit it. They're all going home. We should be safe. And we see here Zoe cover saying we'll kind of go for a little bit of scout. And they said, okay, just watch that top side of the Baron pit. Just watch the bottom side now as they come in. Oh, and they talk about Sejuani potentially being able to come in, and then they realize the health of Dove, and they say, let's just jump in. You hear Flawless yelling, like, we gotta stay up there, we gotta stay up there, don't go away, we gotta stay up there.
Yep, and it's just eat the Baron is what I heard over and over again towards the end there.
Right as we were fading out, my favorite part is, I don't know whose voice it was, we were like, hey, I think we're getting overexcited.
Well, we'll see whether they continue to get overexcited, as Flawless just might be, getting taken down to half health by Lonely, but the inner turret is going to fall as APK just bear down onto this Sandbox roster. 7,000 gold is their lead, and the Baron still has 30 seconds to go. A 3,000 gold Baron power play as the base is the next target. Secret standing behind a minion as Dove getting chunked out. There's the Ornhorn. Ixu's going to throw it back just to zone as True Shot Barrage does miss the Chicken Man. And Flawless is very, very tanky. The Cataclysm is going to be escaped from there by Flawless himself, and that buys enough space to take down this turret, but Lonely in trouble, has to flash to get out of the way of the Glacial Fissure. Has now cover into the backline. Hybrid getting chunked there is actually going to be important, but Root is still safe in this particular fight. The inhibitor surviving for the moment as Gorilla trying to get in there, but he's blocked by Secret. That's exactly what Secret's job is in this composition. Is now Lonely, looks for the backline, will find Hybrid, but he just gets himself out with the Arcane Shift. And APK, they've broken the base, and they don't lose anyone on the escape.
Ooh, that was, I think if they played that maybe a little bit more patiently, they could have gotten the inhibitor. Not that they had to be worried, right? I think that the aggression was fine, right? They had the advantage, they had the Baron, Dove was so low, so probably the fight wasn't going to break out immediately, so I think they were just using all their abilities to chase more people home. Unfortunately, it was really just Dove and then Lonely flashing out. As we see our Lonely flashes out, Dove's now already back with full health, and then you see Hybrid taking a huge chunk of damage and has to back out, not able to put out more damage against the inhibitor, so they failed to secure that extra objective, but at the end they don't die, which is important, of course. Yeah, they're able to get out just fine.
Yeah, Flawless soaking up the ultimate as well. It's not the target that they're looking for, right? You can see Hybrid and cover safe towards the bottom of your screen, and the escape from the rest of the squad is going to be enough to get them out, so not too bad at all there by APK. Who go back, they get some more items. 7,000 gold is their lead. A little bit more than that, in fact, as we've got a minute until the third Ocean Drake is available for APK Prince. And still just 2 items for Root. He needs 4 before he's relevant. And Dove, he does have a fair bit of damage available to him, but unfortunately, without the AD carry, I just don't see a team fight that Sandbox are going to be able to win based on the composition that they have and the strength of APK.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Secret was able to handle, right? With Route, no one was paying attention to Route. He was just dealing damage through and through, but wasn't really going anywhere past Secret, and even Secret was able to survive for such a long time. And so if APK just makes sure they position correctly, Hybrid basically doesn't get caught out. which Secret is helping with even there. APK should be able to continue to win these fights for quite some time. We do see the Runans now coming out for route, which should help break through a little bit more of that front line outside of just Secret should he move forward. But this third Drake, or this third Ocean Drake rather, definitely going to go in favor of APK as long as they don't risk anything too much here for this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, unless it's a team fight victory, but doesn't look like it, as there's the Glacial Fissure. In goes Flawless, but he's getting taken down very, very low and will die. As now Secret trying to be that front line without the J4. There's a huge 3-man knockup though from Ixu, and they just delete Dove. He's having probably one of his worst games so far on this Ezreal. It's on the Azir. It's not what you want to see from the champion that you are named after, but he's honestly just not being allowed to play the game. As Gorilla tries to get in there with the CC, but he gets punished immediately. And now APK, it looks like they're even just focusing on maybe just winning here, as Cover picks up the turret aggro. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret as well, and feels like all she wrote here for APK, and Sandbox just without too many options as Punch gets deleted. Gorilla now, he has a few lives in this team fight, but it looks like this is his last one. Great knock up as Ixu underneath 2 Nexus turrets, but he straight up doesn't care about it. A triple kill as Hybrid picks it up, and the ace is assured. No one to be lost on the side of APK, and this will be the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Dove comes out, but even though people look a little squishy, Dove is still squishier even with a full health bar. And, I mean, Ixu was just hitting every single knockup that he needed in that fight, which allowed Hybrid to keep on jumping in and out of the fight, slowly just getting zoned away from his face.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter that the ultimate missed because the Nexus is the one taking damage. They want to grab this kill. Hybrid is able to secure it, and it's so good to see this young player performing because, damn, he was a hard carry on the Ezreal in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Hybrid carried that game with his movement, his damage. Of course, a lot of setup coming in from the team. I mean, we have to give props to Zoe, of course, setting up a lot of those early fights and continuing to put out kind of poke damage to really complement Hybrid as he does poke and consistent damage as the AD carry. And then that last fight, I mean, like you said, Gorilla survived early on, but then Ixu was just picking out every other person. It was like Ixu had a hook, right? It wasn't a knockup that he needed a structure for. It was like he had a hook against every enemy on the side of Sandbox, and APK pick up the win in game 1.
Yep, just gigantic. I gave my player of the game to Hybrid at about 20 minutes in that game, and it looks like it is still going to be an effective choice. His Ezreal was absolutely fantastic. The way that he picked off Dove over that Baron wall was just brilliant. And really good to see yet another Korean Ezreal player showing us exactly why we fear this champion so much in this region. Really, really good stuff. But damn, APK performing well and looking like they might be able to break the Sandbox winning streak.
Yeah, it looks like today might have been the day they needed against a team, that obviously is looking good now, but maybe a little bit more comfortable as an opponent for them despite their loss in round 1, just in terms of rankings, and APK hopefully able to turn things around for themselves just for a morale boost, right? Not that they can really change sides in this league overall, but able to just survive and make sure that, we're still able to keep up, we're still able to stay in this scene.
Well, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here as Secret getting caught out. The thing is, like, you look at catches like this and you have to ask, what did they gain afterwards? And the answer was absolutely nothing, right? They lost to Rift Herald because they gave up the position of their jungler. And Sandbox did manage to find some picks in the early game, but it just wasn't enough to get themselves into a position where their composition can work in a mid-game against this ultimate mid-game fighting comp that APK had. And these sort of fights are exactly what you're not going to be able to win against this comp. And APK, honestly, like, they messed up. They allowed Dove to get a decent Emperor's Divide, but it was still just a 1-for-1 because APK just had too much of an advantage compositionally at that state of the game.
Yeah, APK, it's not that APK played perfectly, but I would say that they were playing better in the times that mattered. They made the conscious decisions, right? Not all of their kills necessarily led to objectives, but they made sure certain ones did. Even here, they get the kill, they decide not to chase, they call Hybrid back, they make sure that they're staying and focused on the right objective. And look at Ixu just getting another instant knockup as he puts down his Q and then chases in with that dash.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, Ixu played that so well. Secret, of course, was playing very well for most of those fights, blocking out that damage. And then Hybrid dancing around all of that to make sure that they get the kills, right? Just because your front line is tanky doesn't mean that you'll get kills. You need to dish out the damage around it. And you see it right there. He jumps forward and then makes sure he positions himself not to get caught out by Gorilla.
Yeah, and then the flash from Ixu to get into the back line underneath 2 Nexus turrets, but he just doesn't care whatsoever. He's a big tanky boy as the Nexus is eventually taken down here by APK. And this is such a huge morale boost for this team because these guys haven't been doing a lot of winning recently, but they haven't been playing awfully. This is something that we've been talking about a lot, is the fact that APK aren't as bad as maybe their scoreline suggests. They have been able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of teams.
Yeah, there are teams like that where it seems like they're just missing that edge, right? They're just missing that 2% to close out games, to really come together as a team, and the potential's there. And oftentimes, you know, whether it's a change of pace, a change of schedule, maybe you know, one roster swap or something, that's all they need. And hopefully, for now, this win, even just in one game, not the whole match, is able to bring them back up into that state.
Yeah. Well, having a look at the damage, I'm very happy with delivering my player of the game over to Hybrid. And looking at the gold difference as well, it's a clean win from APK. Like, that's what we want to see. We want to see more cleanliness in the video games from this team. And it's a standard comp. It's not the Alawi crazy shenanigans that we see from Ixu. But Ornn is a pretty damn good champion. Maybe pick it before last pick on blue side. I don't know. Maybe some adjustments in the draft. I don't know, Choba. I don't know what we're going to be able to get for game number 2, but I have a feeling that Ornn gentleman is going to be forging some things on the bench rather than in the video game. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
Look at me in the chat.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me the chat.
Yeah, look at me in the chat.
오늘 왜 떨리지? 오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려? 원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데 나만 안 떨려? 나도 안 떨리는데. 진짜 안 떨리는데? 난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다 나는.
어떻게 팀을 안 믿어? 아 집중해. 뭘 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐?
뭐 형 뭐 직관 왔어?
아 근데 타잔 잘 생겼어 실물.
눈 감고 명상하자 명상.
명상 마이 W.
look at me.
Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아?
타잔.
나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈?
그러니까 형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마
페인.
킬러.
근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아. 나 그렇게 생각해.
야, 라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거비야.
미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인가?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
지금 내가 뭐 했는데? 시공인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2
4-3.
기다려봐 이거. 나 펜타각인데? 펜타. 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 아 주지마. 먹이다. 펜타 펜타. 주야 먹어봐. 아니. 유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 뭐시? 패배. 패배? 절대 못 이김.
야, 그
아이가 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 방금
볼배 하죠. 볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형 템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
버드라 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니
뭐 얼만데?
100원.
아니 그냥 돌아먹으면 팔아.
팔라고?
팔아.
갈게 일단. 자, 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑다운 이거 탑다운 칠게.
탑해.
너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같은데. 근데 신드라 원콤 내 뽑았지 않냐? 안 될라나?
아 그만하고 전령 보는 게 나아.
아 얘네 뭐다 이거? 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 못 도와주고 그래. 나 신드라 이거 원콤 낼만해. 한번 먹을게. 3회 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼배가 와 볼배 CS 봐.
라인 관리의 신이야.
나 왜 잘하냐?
내 너무 날. 미친 볼배였다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 마지막 TFT 모바일 도동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 이 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 새끼 TFT 모바일 도동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰로 동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유챔 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chobra here, and surprisingly, we have an APK victory on our hands up against Sandbox Gaming. It was a great draft, but honestly, how they got there is very surprising.
Yeah, it almost feels like it should have been reversed to some extent in the orders they picked it. But at the end of the day, they were able to make it work. Ixu and APK as a whole, obviously performing very well in every single pick they had, and the Ornn continuing to shine through, as we talked about towards the end of that game and before we went to break. Hopefully we see it either banned or picked immediately, now that both teams seemingly have been reminded that that is a champion that seems to perform well these days.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind, to be perfectly honest, as Hybrid is going to pick up player of the game 8-0-5 on the Ezreal, basically unchallenged throughout the entirety of the game, and his damage per gold was absolutely obscene. 974 DPM is a big number, guys. It's not too bad at all. And really able to make that gold work for him.
Yeah, he's been around all the important fights, obviously able to pick up and secure the kills that he needed. Rather, sometimes I feel like we see Ezreal's just really providing assistance rather than able to get that burst to get the kills. But I think Hybrid, you see, if now that we've had the time, just focus on his movement and his targets as he goes through all these fights. He's never really backing away unless necessary, right? And sometimes that can seem a little risky, but it's just a matter of fact that he's very aware of what he's able to do, and also I think the trust he has in his teammates and in being able to cover for him. allows him to constantly move forward until the last moment, where he only dodges just enough if needed at all. And even here, right, Arcane shifting over the wall away from everyone just to secure a kill. Sometimes that looks bad for an Ezreal, but Hybrid able to make it look so good as he picks up the player of the game.
Yeah, super aggressive with his playstyle here. Absolutely love it. Really good stuff, and well-deserved there, as he got 6 out of 9. The rest of the votes, of course, going over to Ixu towards the top side.
That was me.
One of them being Chobra, but it's, of course, shared by, I believe, like Cloud Templar and Dongjun there as well. We're watching we can see the Korean casters on our particular feed, and Cloud Templar was making some very weird references. Not entirely sure what that was, but... we do have a substitution, guys. Punch is coming out, and On Fleek is back in here for Sandbox, and I actually like this. I don't think that Punch is better than On Fleek in any world, to be honest. I think On Fleek is just better. Punch has the experience and did have a decent KDA in their games, but On Fleek wasn't the reason why Sandbox were losing. I still think that he is the better choice.
Tell me how you really feel, Atlas.
I will, don't you worry.
Yeah, I mean, I think some change was needed no matter what, and I would agree, especially in that game as well. Punch just seemed so helpless. Partially, I think also because of the picks, right, and how they ended up there, which again is a little weird how that went through. But at the end of the day, the Jarvan was taken away very early, and maybe that was part of the plan of just leaving that Ornn open. But they defaulted to a Sejuani, which as soon as that Sejuani fell behind, not really able to do much. And in fact, Punch was ahead in terms of farm and just taking that time while Jarvan was getting 1 or 2 ganks to try to get ahead in levels. But as soon as that ultimate hit, we didn't see any really breaking moment that the Sejuani was making a difference for the team. So now we're going to see On Fleek come in to game 2.
Yeah, and we'll see whether On Fleek is going to jump onto one of his key picks in either the Olaf, which is hyper aggressive in his hands, or something like his Lee Sin, which has been very strong as well. Of course, Punch known for that champion as well, but On Fleek really has been the one to perform on it more often than not. And so let's see whether On Fleek can have a better performance. As far as like the stats are concerned, I think it's actually sort of skewed a little bit because Sandbox have been winning, right? It hasn't been because of Punch, but because they're winning, he's able to get better stats, right? That's just what happens. True. So like sometimes you can look at the numbers, but you got to understand the context that they're in. And Sandbox was losing a lot of games, and that's why On Fleek's stats don't look so good. We are going to take a slight delay getting into this game. Ixu's in the bathroom, so at the bottom of the screen we're going to need toilet issue, like we would used to put up when the LCK was over at Spo TV. But unfortunately, I don't think we have access to that on this particular broadcast, which is a little bit unfortunate in my opinion, but that's okay. We have to deal with it. You guys know that it's a toilet issue.
There you go. As long as the people know. As long as the people know what it is.
That's the main thing.
It's just making sure he's as light as a feather going into this game.
maybe he's playing some TFT on his mobile phone device.
Maybe that's what it was.
I hope that's not the case, because then we've possibly got like a 30-minute break on our hands, which is not what we want until after this series, so that we can maybe have some dinner or something like that.
That would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice to continue on with our days as the day ends here with the show. But of course, right now, just about right in the halfway mark of the matches we have today. Of course, after this match, we'll be going for that KT versus Afrika Freaks, which is a whole nother show that we're all excited for. But going back to On Fleek here, I mean, I think we also need to mention that the Rek'Sai, right, is also something that we could be seeing coming out.
Hey, that's true.
Again as well.
That is certainly one of his key picks, and he's played it the most so far this particular season. Not to exactly the most success. But he was known for it very much earlier on. As we're checking out some highlights from game number 1. Just want to watch Secret die yet again through his Unbreakable, which looked a bit more breakable, actually.
Yeah, in that instance. But afterwards, it seemed to have really remedied its problems and got a couple of fixes. Maybe Ornn was able to help forge a little bit of a better shield there for Secret as they're able to push forward. And you know, I don't, this is so weird, because when I used to commentate regularly, I was always the guy that had to always bring kind of the positive side of certain players. Or certain teams. But I'm looking at Lonely, and there was not a single fight in this game where Lonely made any impact. And in fact, a lot of the times it wasn't necessarily because of the Aatrox, which is a whole different conversation, but I feel like it was just his positioning and his timing. He always joined a little late or tried to go for a flank, which I guess generally, Aatroxes want to do. But again, if you're not at that power level, he seems so helpless on his own, and we see that in every fight where Lonely just wasn't able to put out any damage, let alone crowd control or, zoning people out. And I hope to see a different champion for Lonely going into Game 2.
Yeah, I don't think that... I just think the Aatrox pick that he's played now 4 times in a row it's not doing anything. He could have been singed that game and he would have been more important, right? Like,
you're not wrong.
He could have been almost anything else. Like, there are so many different options, but that Aatrox was just a body that was providing 300 gold for Hybrid whenever he entered a team fight, and that is not what you want to see from your top laner. So maybe they'll have a change of heart here, and it might be to do with the jungle difference. We might have OnFleek spending some more time top lane to allow Lonely to actually participate more in these games. But
yes.
Only time will tell as we move closer and closer to the draft for game number 2. I have a feeling we're going to be there relatively soon, but hopefully Ixu's going to be comfortable after relieving himself before this particular game.
It's very important. It is very important.
Yeah, and we used to have these sort of things on the broadcast. It's a little bit different now that we're doing it a little bit more remotely, things like that. And
that's true.
Hopefully we're going to be in there as soon as possible. And as I say it, here we are into the draft for game number 2. Sandbox versus APK. Sandbox now on our blue side wanting to try and pull back from the early deficit that they had. And I still think that, Sandbox have a chance to definitely take this game. Because I think that the draft disparity in game number 1 was just gigantic, and I think that Sandbox will have the answers in order to mitigate it for this game.
What is it with all the players being subbed in, having that hello pose?
Hey, that's true.
Right there as well.
He's like, hey guys, I'm back.
Just popping in.
I like that Hybrid's there as well, saying, yeah, I got the player of the game.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, there are those players that they just carry confidence, right, no matter what. And we're actually seeing the Kog'Maw ban coming in against APK.
What the heck?
This just seems so incidental, right? Like, I get that APK has picked it, but does it merit a ban in the first ban phase? I don't think so.
I guess it was a throwaway ban? I don't really know. The Callisto is locked in though, and this could be top lane, and could be an answer to a potential Ornn. We'll see.
Yeah, if you're going to make a throwaway ban, you might as well try to make it out of something similar to a pocket pick or a cheese pick coming in from any teams. So maybe, but overall the bans and the picks have been pretty weird. The Callista, the most normal thing we've seen, and then the Jarvan coming in as a response with that misfortune. Again, Ornn being ignored in the first couple picks.
I would suggest APK pick that one next, but Sandbox can lock away Taric Ornn here and win the game if they want to. That's basically how that one works. So we got 1 second. Taric Callisto, very, very strong bottom lane. And Ornn, very strong champion. Anywhere.
Yeah, just this is true. Yeah, not even just in the top lane, just anywhere.
Put him in the game and he's good. That's just how it works. 15 seconds. They're looking through the champion roster, trying to find that Ornn button.
I don't know what to think if they don't pick it here. I'm also constant. No.
Oh God,
no
really?
Way.
I quit.
No.
It's solo cast. You've got solo cast experience. I know it was a few years ago, but I'm gone. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Oh my.
That's atrocious. I don't think there's any other way to say it. Why are we doing it for the 5th time in a row?
I just have no... I mean, at this point, there's really no other excuses other than, Lonely only feels comfortable on set and Aatrox, and then set's banned. That is the only excuse I can think of, because why in the world are you blind picking this Aatrox against a team where you just got dominated on with that Aatrox? It doesn't make sense, but we're gonna see APK at least not being thrown too off kilter by that, and they're gonna continue with some solid bans in the LeBlanc and the Zoe for that.
And if Ornn doesn't get banned here, I don't know what is going on, because APK should be able to pick it immediately after this, right? If it isn't banned. It is going to be banned. Thank goodness. We've realized that Ornn exists before the second pick phase.
Okay, so, I mean, now there's a little bit of hope for Lonely to be able to showcase a better game. It's still, to me, it just still feels so reckless, right? Because APK still could have answered with that Ornn earlier if they wanted. They ended up prioritizing that Azir, and so that worked out in favor for Sandbox.
That is the Secret Alistar. Secret pretty good on this particular champion. He's been playing for a very long time, and Alistar was one of his picks that he was able to utilize to pretty decent effect when he was back on Kongdu Monster in the past. Wasn't a team that did a lot of winning, however. He was certainly able to have his isolated moments as On Fleek thinking about being a troll this game.
There you go. And Alistar, I believe it's this the 10.5 patch, right, where Alistar got a bit of a buff in terms of his passive stacking immediately after. He's able to get that roar. So, I mean, not huge. It doesn't change the entire game, right? But it's just something, especially for someone who is comfortable on a champion, right? It's just good news that you're able to be a little bit more useful in a variety of situations.
Yeah, and also gets a little bit of extra health as well on this particular patch. So, nice. Not too bad at all. As Echo is locked in, that is going to be the assassin choice into the Azir. The Varus was, of course, banned away, which is often the counter pick of choice into the Birdman. But this time around, Dove is going to be taking the Echo, and with the amount of knowledge that he has of Azir, you can understand that he would feel pretty confident with his chosen counter pick option. As there's the Zillion, the classic Ixu craziness has been locked away, but we saw BDD Zillion be so damn good in Genji's match yesterday. And Ixu does like to do some really weird stuff, like picking up sort of like playing Famine Zillion top lane, but I don't think he's going to be doing it this time around. He's just going to try and clear out minion waves as quickly as he can and make sure that Lonely doesn't really get to play the laning phase of the video game.
Yeah, I think it's really just to shut that out, and then obviously once you get into the mid-game and team fights, I mean, Zillion's utility has never been doubted and what he can offer for the rest of the team. Looking at it overall, I think Sandbox have certain answers, but just given how this match has played out so far and also what they seem to be capable of, I want to give the edge to APK once again. I mean, I think the only curveball I'm a little bit worried about is potentially, like you mentioned, Dove's Echo of really running amok, starting with that laning phase.
Yeah, and of course this roster that Sandbox have put together is extraordinarily low range, and I actually really love the Zillion pick purely for that reason, right? Because the bombs, especially when you can get the stuns pretty consistently, and by using Jarvan as a taxi, much like Genji were able to do, you can really provide a whole lot of CC for Misfortune just to stand in the back and press R, right? And then Cover can utilize the Azir to push people away. Like, there are a lot of answers for this short range. I mean, Alistar even is very, very good at that. So I feel like what APK have done is crafted a composition that can answer exactly what Sandbox have done, but Sandbox's comp is just better and more well-rounded than what they had in Game 1. So if they can pilot it well, I think there is still a big chance that they can win this game.
Yeah, Sandbox definitely have a couple more answers than they did in Game 1. I mean, APK, I think, also just have the choice, though, of whether they want to be the aggressors or not in a fight, right? They can either wait for the initiation coming in from the Trundle and the Aatrox, or potentially even, of course, Gorilla being thrown in by the Kalista, or they can go in themselves as they actually catch Gorilla out a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up with that Pulverize as Root comes on over, but that is still Gorilla down to half health, and he will have to go back to base. But Root has taken the first CS of the game, so already Sandbox with a huge advantage.
Ah, there you go. So refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of what we've discussed overall in the composition, of course, we talked about the top lane, Ixu, hopefully able to shut down Lonely's Aatrox, but also on the side of Lonely, I mean, listen, if you're picking a champion this many times, regardless of result, you have to have something to show. Otherwise, things are looking very poor for both you and the team, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and it might be a decision by Sandbox to say that, like, we want to run this composition, and honestly, this one is one where the Aatrox should be able to perform better. However, I just don't know. I feel like Ixu is going to be able to get the edge here, but his Zillion wasn't great the last time we saw it. He picked it in a very similar position. I think it was up against Set last time around, but Aatrox, a similar beast. As far as just that melee aggression style of champion, as Gorilla looking for the dazzle, misses it there onto Hybrid, and will go once again down to 50% health as Root takes a bit of damage there, but answers back with a decent rend. But a good sidestep from Hybrid keeps him in this lane.
Yeah, I think Hybrid's just on point today overall, right? I think
I think he's coming into his own.
Yeah, his movement's been very, very good. And while Misfortune may not have a dash, obviously she's very, very speedy. So able to take advantage of that as well. And you were mentioning the matchup in top lane and Ixu's performance last time. That's the one I'm a little worried about. If Lonely's picking Aatrox this much, surely he must have a lot of knowledge on the champion. And he may be able to really kind of walk around the little gimmicks that Zillion's able to throw against him and then get some early pressure and kills potentially even in that lane.
And is this... Were those stats like solo queue stats? Like, I don't think they've played Kalista Tarek that many times so far on this patch.
It has to be. Yeah, I think with the number of... It didn't specify if it was solo queue, but it looks like, given the number...
that was a little bit interesting. If G-Sun, if you're listening, if you could let us know the context of that particular stat, that would be fantastic. If you're not listening, if maybe you're getting dinner, that's totally fine as well. We'll just stay in the dark when it comes to that one. As Sandbox down towards the bottom side, just trying to hold on against Hybrid and Secret. Good to see the Alistar back. I just like the champion. I think he's fun. I think that he can provide a lot in a team fight as well. And if you want to have that extra CC and you don't want to pick Nautilus, then it certainly works out. As Secret is just going to look to try and get towards the later stage of the game and then utilize that full combo in order to keep himself into relevance, as Flawless is down there towards the bottom side and is just going to go for a back, not going to reveal himself. As there's the Pulverize, headbutt back there onto Gorilla though, as he uses the Exhaust on Hybrid immediately. Great Dazzle is going to get a lot of CC mitigation, but there's the flash. That was Flawless missing and then flashing back to try and get in position, but unable to make it work, as now Ixu in trouble, but underneath this turret is going to be okay.
Oh my gosh, APK played that like as well as they could, really, with the timings. They baited the Gorilla in, they got all the right abilities, and like you said, Flawless even trying to position, wait for that flash. He misses, uses the flash of his own to get the knockup, but like you said, the damage just wasn't there. I mean, Tarek is deceivingly tanky.
And also has that heal, and when he has the Bastion and in position to auto-attack there as well, you get that cooldown back way faster than you'd otherwise expect. So yeah, the durability certainly up there, and Sandbox afterwards will have about a 300 gold lead, despite no kills actually going down. Root does have a slight advantage there. As we have a look at this replay one more time, I do have confirmation from G-Sun about that stat, but I'll bring it to you after we check out Gorilla surviving for a very long time, and this double dazzle was just fantastic.
Yeah, when you see the flash, I mean, again, a good decision from Flawless, but the damage just not available for that side. That is one of the things that, I mean, if you had to pick out something, right, Alistar can't offer, despite all the crowd control, is that much extra damage. Of course, a good gank against Ixu that we saw the very end of didn't result in a kill, but that is the danger. Now that the flash is down, I think that speed alone is not going to keep Ixu alive when it comes to an Aatrox.
No, you're exactly right. And so Ixu now going to be in a bit of danger, and Lonely keeps his flash up. So now Ixu underneath his turret, that will mean that he's going to be a little bit more comfortable. You have to remember that Zillion adds a whole lot more outside of just the ability to be annoying and have those double bombs. He can offer the extra experience to someone like Flawless if they're coming up topside, or allow the rest of his carries to just be a little bit stronger levels-wise. So added utility there as APK pull back ahead as far as the farming numbers are concerned. And you can see Cover doing a great job, actually, on his airy Azir. Azir can build basically any keystone and make it work effectively. I love it, as Emperor's Divide just to clear out a mini-wave. Thereby Cover.
Yeah, I would say that's a
bit weird.
Good decision. I mean, it was a little... Oh, okay. So I like that from both sides. Obviously, Azir using that, Emperor's Divide seeing them going away. Oh, a little fight for the scuttle.
It is going to be Flawless locking that one down, but now he has to try and escape. Flags, drags, gets to the blast cone and is able to use that to create even more distance. So I believe it was Flawless that locked down the Rift Scuttler, but now it should be the Infernal Drake going over to Sandbox without too much of an answer here from APK.
Yeah, going to really look like a great decision, but at the end of the day, of course, it is just the first Drake. It is an Inferno, of course, but nothing too concerning. It's not, setting anyone entirely behind, but Flawless maybe got a little bit greedy on that Scuttle. In that mid lane, as we were talking about it before, I mean, I think Cover made the decision. I know that Dove's backing. He's not going to stick around. We have support from the other side of the map, so I'm just going to push it in with the ultimate, and then Dove responding with his own ultimate as well, kind of negating both sides of that effect.
Yeah, trying to buy as much reset time as possible. The great thing about it was that Sandbox identified that, understood the Azir was back, didn't have teleport, and was able to secure the Drake uncontested. So good use of information there from Sandbox, shows that their heads are still in the game despite losing out in game number 1. But APK still absolutely fine right now, and we'll see how their composition is going to go as it scales up into the later stages of the game.
Now they steal away the blue, which is going to hurt the side of APK a little bit. Of course, Cover on that Azir could utilize that very well on his side, but Dove's going to secure that one, and hopefully, yeah, it looks like we're seeing the ping from On Fleet for their own blue buff as well. So that continues to give Dove something to work with, right? Continue to just dive in for trades if he really feels the need to, and then also maybe able to roam after a couple of trades as well.
Well, we'll see whether he can keep himself alive here, because of course doesn't have the ultimate available to him, I don't believe, unless that's come back off cooldown already. Doesn't have a lot of CDR in the build just yet, but you can see Cover is actually controlling this lane pretty effectively despite being down by a little bit of CS. And you can see right there that the Chrono Break is actually still available once again. And I believe his little shadow only appears after Chrono Break is actually up. So
yeah, and he actually
he
just
uses it to get back to lane and proves it.
There you go. Yeah, the shadow's no longer there. Ixu gets got out.
Yeah, he does have his ultimate available, so the Chrono Shift is going to be up. That's going to be confusing, but he doesn't actually have to use it there, as it's a great knock-up. Gorilla, he's just spending so much time in bouncy castles, man. He goes to, like, 7-year-olds' birthdays so many times in this series. Oh, it's not what you want to see if you're a Gorilla fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gorilla is just trying to do what he can to help the rest of the team around the map, but APK is just always there a step ahead as a group rather than just one member. And Ixu actually going to be the one teleporting bottom lane just to make sure they protected with that focus they had on the top, with the Herald now going down, hopefully soon, for Flawless and APK, and the duo here, they're going to be able to push through and get a bunch of these plays.
Yep, and Lonely's not going to be able to do anything here. There's dive potential because Secret does have his ultimate up, and Flawless is going to plonk down HLE here also, as Lonely looking to try and clear out the wave, but he uses all of his Qs without being able to hit the minion wave, and so HLE will be able to get this charge. Almost able to stop that one, but the plates do go down in the end. It's now Root looking to try and jump onto Ixu here, but he can just speed himself up. He's absolutely fine, and the bullet time not going to hit the backline minions, which is a little bit frustrating for Hybrid, but he's just going to go back to base and try and get as strong as possible as this game goes on. APK do still have a little bit of a lead, but as the mid-game crests, it is going to be Sandbox with a lot of control.
Ixu's point of view. He just hears his teammates saying that they're all coming, so he just calms down. And they call out the no flash. If you couldn't tell, Tarek didn't have flash with the 20 times that it was mentioned. But Tarek does go down because he didn't have flash.
Well, he's got flash now, so we're not going to hear that next time. As yes, absolutely rap god is what Twitch chat is saying, and I agree entirely. Secret trying to sweep out some vision here as a control ward that he's able to put down in that little pixel brush, and we'll spot the rest of Sandbox moving on down here before they put their control ward in position. Hybrid clears the minion wave, but will now have some rotational freedom to move towards his jungler and support that have spotted on Fleek. This could be dangerous, but it is 3 versus 3 at the moment. Teleport up for both Dove and Lonely, but down for Ixu, which is why APK do decide to pull away.
Yeah, I mean, Cover had also lost out on the push a little bit at a reset. Now the entire mid lane is reset again, so Cover joins ahead of time. Looks like they're actually just setting up for an entire dive, but they're going to get spotted right away. Gorilla nowhere to go there.
Well, there's the Cosmic Radiance. Root very, very low as he goes invincible, but they pull away. You can see Secret, a lot of Ren stacks in him there, but there's the double teleports that we were talking about, and double flashes are going to be used to get APK out, and Lonely just chasing towards Flawless. But he's going to break the chains just before that knock-up does come in, as the Cloud Drake is going to be spawning. Oh, really good damage there. As there's the third Q to come down. Great knock-up, though, as Flawless gets himself out with another well-placed Blast Cone, and Lonely unable to secure those kills. They should be able to secure position around this Dragon.
Yeah, they'll still get the Drake. I mean, the enemies have been taken down quite low. Ixu looking for a cheeky play, but this might not go down so well. Yep, just decides to speed on out of it.
Yeah, tick-tock, tick-tock. He's going to be absolutely fine. As Dove clearing out the mid lane, but the Mountain Drake is going to be the next spawn, so no Oceans again. And we'll see whether Sandbox are going to be able to lock down a Dragon Soul this time, because this is the same position as game number 1, but comps are very, very different, as APK do not have the same level of mid-game power as they had in game 1. So a Mountain Soul would be great for APK, absolutely, especially with the fact that Ixu can bring people back to life, and if he brings them back to life with more resistances, then of course you're going to get even higher value. However, it is still going to be a tall order to get all 4 of them in a row and regain all sorts of control of this map. So Ixu now just scoping out this top lane and should be able to relieve it of its 2 remaining turret plates.
Yep, get that last hit. Almost risks his life for it, but is able to get out. Now, APK in that bottom lane, I mean, I think it was just a little too greedy. I think they had too much faith in the capability to dive with that Alistar, but of course Taric is one of the best champions to combat a dive against. And also, I think the communication from Sandbox really showed there, right? As soon as the enemies were shown on the ward, the teleport starts immediately. So it's not like APK can go in for the kill and then try to flash out. They just shut down any possibility. And now APK, now what other answers do they have in any of these lanes, quite frankly, to get a kill?
Well, Dove does have his Chrono Break rack available yet again. He's been using it basically off cooldown to get back to lane. Using his health bar as a resource is something that you can certainly do with Echo that works very, very well. As Ixu clears out these minions and is now looking for Lonely. Gets his Super Soaker out as the Infernal Chains and the Q are going to miss. You can see Ixu, as this game goes on, is going to have some control over the Aatrox. You can just be really frustrating. I feel like Ixu is just really good at being frustrating.
I mean, sometimes that's the role you play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just there to really throw someone on tilt on the enemy team. That's just enough to get you the win. And obviously in game 1, Ixu just played really well overall. And this time, I think you're right. I think the most he can offer is that as we see that pillar coming out from the jungle.
Yeah, it's not actually going to be able to do anything just yet. 500 gold is the lead here for APK, but it's pretty inconsequential as we move towards a bit of a power spike for Sandbox just in general. Blade of the Ruined King going to be a very good point here for Root, as Gorilla is beside him, just keeping things absolutely even towards the bottom side of the map, despite the added attention that they've had down here. Both teams sort of agreeing to a bit of a back situation as Cover throws down his ultimate in the mid lane, I think, just to get Dove off him. It feels like ultimate's just being thrown out willy-nilly here for both of these mid laners.
Yeah, I think both of them accepting that the kill potential isn't entirely there right now. Probably, if anything, a little bit more in favor of Dove, especially if there was a gank. And so just using their ultimates to make sure they retain whatever advantage or stay even in lane. Obviously, that will change soon enough, but so far it's been a pretty slow and steady game.
Well, Flawless, the pillar is going to come in, but he utilizes the Mountain Rift quite nicely there to provide extra distance, cover. A lot of damage onto Dove here, who couldn't quite close the gap as the time winder goes a little bit wide. But now we're looking at APK to try and start this fight. 4 members of Sandbox being corralled together as Secret. You know he's hungry for that headbutt pole. As Root stacking up the Ren stacks. Now Flawless makes his way down here. Turret is going to fall as APK get themselves into relative position. But we're not going to be able to find the parallel convergence, and Secret has to ult very, very early in this fight on fleek. Down to about half health as in goes Flawless now. As the Cosmic Radiance only arms onto 3 members. Flawless is going to be the first one to go down. But now that ult has dissipated. Cover can't get in there, though, to do anything, and the ultimate is still not back off cooldown. This is a disaster for APK as Hybrid was searching for Dove, but will not find him. And now Cover has the ult back, but it is way too late.
APK just couldn't make up their mind soon enough, and I think a big part of that was the fact that Azir didn't have his ultimate, so Cover wasn't able to offer anything, and Dove, got poked down a little bit in the lane and moving into that team fight, but Dove was more than happy to keep Cover at bay because they knew the rest of their team could do well. They're able to take down that outer turret and continue to do damage on the inner. We'll take a look right here again. Dove actually just completely zones out Cover. Cover has to dash over that rock structure, and that starts to fight. Secret can't get the multi-man pulvers he's looking for, just goes in for one. Flawless goes in, but Gorilla immediately responds with his ultimate, and Tarek actually jumps out forward towards that backline through the Kalista ult. Really good communication between Route and Gorilla, able to cut off the backline. Lonely, of course, playing very well, patiently waiting for that Zillion ult to die off on the Jarvan as well. So Sandbox just was really well put together in that team fight.
Yep, really clean stuff as APK now over onto this Mountain Drake. Lonely comes on in, trying to lock down Flawless, but they aren't going to be able to steal away the Drake. There's the bullet time. Gigantic Empress Divide onto 4 members as well as Gorilla is so incredibly low. On Fleek is going to melt down. Gorilla, the second one to go as Cover, has so much extra damage. The Misfortune is dead, and Sandbox do have a lot of power here towards the top side as Flawless does find a decent knock-up, but he's going to deliver his life over to Lonely. And now you've got an Azir just sitting underneath this turret with not a lot to do. Timewinder is going to land as Dove does have his ultimate available. And now looking for the redive once again.
So Cover, oh my goodness. Cover had, on his own a good ultimate, but I believe it actually shoved out all 3 or 4 members out of the Misfortune bullet time for like the last second and a half. We'll see it here again. APK able to secure that Drake, like you said, which is good news. But as everyone groups in, the bullet time's so good, and then the Azir first pushes them in, but actually just pushes them way far out, outside of the bullet time. And Hybrid, I think, was just trying to make sure he got maximum damage, so stays in that channel a little too long, and he gets shut down. So the maximum damage was actually missed because of the combo, as it was, theoretically it was intended to be used that way. But unfortunately, just the range and positioning from Cover actually pushes them out.
A bit of a yikes, one could say.
Yeah.
Not exactly what you want to be seeing. However, you can see how it can work if they coordinate effectively. If you get that knock-up and you get the R button by the Misfortune pressed in the right direction, that's a lot of extra damage. You can see total damage dealt. That would have been a much higher number there for the Misfortune if things had have gone better. But still, able to out-damage his opposite number in route. So we'll see whether the Misfortune can continue to perform better and better as this game goes on. Still looking for the Infinity Edge as item number 2, but that is going to be a big 2-item power spike to try and contend with Root's Runan's Hurricane, which is coming in very, very soon. Dove topside though, he does have some split push threat on this Echo because he can be so slippery. But we'll see how the game continues to eventuate as 3,000 gold is the lead for Sandbox, and it looks like they're not planning on giving up the trigger just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, their movement is much more confident around the map as well compared to that first game, now that they have that lead. And like you mentioned, I think, again, it helps that they have a much more reliable split pusher in Dove's Echo, just given the scoreline of 4-0-1. Of course, has his Proto Build and the Lich Bane as well, so not afraid of really any 1v1. And then this also allows Lonely to kind of be that specialized threat, whether it's in a split push or getting to teamfights a little bit earlier, as we can see that Dove has that teleport, so they can kind of trade off, which I think is working out for Sandbox quite well.
Yeah, very much is. See whether APK can utilize their more, I guess, scaling-focused composition. It's a scaling-focused, sort of finesse-based teamfight comp, right? So they still do need to execute correctly, and we saw that things can definitely go awry if that execution isn't at the right level. But doesn't mean that the rest of the fights are going to go the same way. It's a 5,000 gold lead, but we have to remember that APK were able to steal away that Mountain Drake, and that means that Sandbox don't have Drake Point right now with their mid-game composition that they would have otherwise very much enjoyed. So still a chance here for APK, but I don't know whether anyone's going to be holding their breath this time around, as Sandbox looks like they've sorted themselves out. And doing a bit of a jungler check, feels like On Fleek is feeling pretty comfy on his Trundle this game as well. Contributing a lot to these team fights and getting things under control. Some of these pillars have been pretty pivotal as well in these team fights. So good to see On Fleek back and in decent form as well.
Yeah, whenever I hear the player On Fleek, it just took me forever to understand what On Fleek meant. when the term first came around.
Yeah, me too. I still barely know what it means, to be honest.
I don't know if I
think
I
it's
don't
a
know if I
good thing.
fully comprehend it. It is a good thing. I don't know if I really comprehend it. I just know it's like supposed to be a compliment. And then I was very surprised to find a Korean player had named himself On Fleek, and I was like, do they know? Like, is it because they know what that means, or they're just like taking it off of the internet? Like,
You have to remember that they're younger than us, Chobo. You know,
This is true.
we just don't really understand all of these hip things that the kids are doing these days.
The TikToks and the whatnots.
Yeah.
But you know, going back to the game, I think with the combo you were mentioning that APK has, you know, I know I started the game by saying, you know, just APK seems to look good today, and maybe they'll be able to pull this off. I think Sandbox are very confident in the answers they have, which is something you mentioned after the draft. And I think Sandbox really doesn't have to be afraid of anything. Like, even if the full combo comes in, if Gorilla's reading the fight right, I mean, he can negate the entire thing, right? So that alone is a counter.
They have the anti-wombo, which is Tarek. He just doesn't let you have fun. That's just how that one sort of works. So Ixu's able to clear out waves pretty well, but he's still getting out-farmed by a massive margin. This Mountain Drake is going to be taken by Sandbox without any response. So the Earth, Wind, and Fire, as you can see up towards the top of your screen, is going to secure that soul point for Sandbox. And in another 5 minutes' time, it's going to be a very difficult decision that APK do have to make, which is whether or not they feel like they're safe enough to fight.
Yeah, I mean, all that effort and time put in to chase an Echo, who eventually gets away without a single scratch, and then we're just giving Baron a little bit of a spotlight there as Baron comes out. But outside of that, I mean, they just gave up that Drake for free. I'm not really sure what APK, like, even if they had gotten that kill, right, against Dove, you get the shutdown gold, which there's 600 available, so that is quite a bit. But what do you achieve from there? Maybe if they had gotten the kill, they wanted to go for Baron, which I would think was a little risky, given what Sandbox is able to do coming in towards that pit. And so it appears that they're at a loss for how they're supposed to play the rest of this out. A big part of that obviously being that their mid lane has been completely shoved in thanks to that early hero.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's not very safe here for APK to actually farm this lane, and this is the one that's the most pivotal in the K-Ram. You know, if you've lost your turrets in an A-Ram game, things are going to be feeling pretty bad, as Flawless is going to find the rest of Sandbox, but not going to be engaged on just yet. APK, they still do have teamfight power, right? They still do have tools at their disposal, but they haven't been able to utilize them, and they certainly have to try and play around what Gorilla's capable of mitigating, which is basically everything that they're trying to do. There's a lot of wave clear available here at the same time as he has the adorable Louis Vuitton skin.
Oh yeah. On top of all of that, just the split push coming in from Omi and Dove, right? They're rarely grouped in 5, and Ixu.
Yep, gonna get taken down to his Chrono Shift. Apparently Chrono Break better than Chrono Shift. That's what I've learned today. And I think it's actually the true damage skin. It's not the I think it's not the Louis Vuitton one, but still cool. Still cool.
Yeah, definitely some good skin sets that have come out in the recent year or so.
Absolutely.
I haven't been able to buy most of them since now my account's split in terms of how I've invested my finances, still both to the Korean account and the NA account. So neither of them really have any of the recent skins, but
mine's the same because like mine's back in Australia.
There you go.
So like I log in on that account sometimes and I'm like, damn, I used to own a lot of skins, but now I've got like none of them anymore. It's actually a little bit sad.
One of the worst feelings was, so obviously I used to have a lot of skins in NA, like way back in the day, season 2 and 3. And then when we came to Korea, initially we had been given sanctioned accounts just to make sure that we're able to play and continue being updated on the patch and stuff back in the day until we were able to create our own. And then, so I had all these skins on the Korean server, and then I went back to NA and I logged in and I was like, I am so behind in champions and skins, I don't even know what to buy anymore.
Well, I've been the same. I've got my Riot account here in Korea, but it's not the same as having your own one.
Yeah.
And I remember I got offered to have like my account sort of Riotized when I first started at Riot back in 2014 over in OCE. but I didn't want to because I'd invested so much that I felt so bad if I was to make it irrelevant.
There you go.
So I was just like, can I have a Smurf account instead? I just didn't want to do it. So yeah, that's I had sort of like an extra account for a little while there as well. So that was handy. But like now it's just sad when I log back in when I'm back in Australia for whatever reason. Anyway,
And
getting
we're
back to the
just-
game, we've got like still the same 5,000 gold lead approximately here for Sandbox, who are just waiting until this Mountain Drake does become available. And you can see with
that's
Flawless floating around topside, he's going to want to head towards this Drake relatively soon. They need to fight for vision around this area because they have to put up at least some sort of defense against this Mountain Soul.
If you go back now, you're definitely not getting vision for sure. And I don't know if you're even able to fight. They haven't had any vision or solid vision around that Drake for quite some time.
Oh god, Cover in a lot of trouble, but is able to get the Emperor's Divide to safety. Has a relatively decent health bar there, but it's just from Rolenomicon, so not going to offer any resistances or anything like that, just has that raw health. As Ixu throws out the spooky ghosts, but how spooky are they actually? Is the question.
Not quite. I think they're rather glad to just greet them early and then also bid them farewell. They will be able to get the Scuttle, so finally, something to work with, but Lonely.
Has the World Ender activated, is now on fleek, looking for Secret. Headbutt Pulve there onto Lonely to try and keep him out of the fight. As Ixu, he has to try and control this one. The bombs are down, but Dove is just still split pushing on the top side of the map. As APK, they move over to the Drake. And a teleport now to come in from the Echo. Can Flawless lock down this Drake? He can, but now can they win the ensuing fight is the question. Flawless finds his ultimate button this time around, flashes to get himself out to safety, but it's going to be the ult out of the Trundle that locks that one down. Single man ultimate there from Gorilla as he lands onto Secret as the Cosmic Radiance is going to arm, but Cover gets himself to relative safety. Ixu running very, very quickly, and now they might be in the right position for APK to strike, but no, they just back away. They don't let APK find that team fight that they're looking for so desperately. Maybe the re-engage as now Ixu just gets popped. Hybrid is huge though, two-man ultimate right into the backside of the headbutt. Pulve is gigantic. Hybrid grabs the double kill now, but now in melee range of Dove. Able to grab one of those kills, but it's Root that comes out standing tall. He grabs the triple kill himself, but that's on top of the ace that they were able to get themselves.
Oh man, I mean APK looks like they might have had a moment to turn things around, but I think the answer we got with Sandbox was just too far ahead. Now the good news is they were able to secure that break, but Flawless has to use his Cataclysm early. APK's not in a position to do a combo. Cover was also a way, I mean first of all the ult wasn't up yet, but also a way just kind of zone Lonely out, gets chased down by Dove. If you see towards the jungle here, Gorilla did use his ultimate here to survive, but they get a three-man stun coming in from Ixu. So that's what allowed for this long reset in favor of APK. Now Cover has his ultimate, so he's confidently, I'm sure, calling in comms that he has Emperor's Divide, chases in, but watch as he goes in, he's actually stunned immediately, so he's not able to get the Emperor's Divide onto the Callista, which they still got a double kill for Hybrid, but that means Rout was just able to continue fighting everyone else afterwards with the help of OnFleek.
And also, Ixu was stunned and then killed before he could even press his ultimate button. So the sort of main teamfight tool as far as defense is concerned was mitigated immediately. But the good news story for APK is the fact that they were able to secure the Drake. So once again, Sandbox have to wait before they pick up the Mountain Soul. I think the next fight should be around this Baron buff though, because they have so much secure with the Rend and the Smite availability of OnFleek. So Sandbox now going to turn their attention northward, try and lock this one down. Looks like Cover has found the troll though, as the headbutt Pulve looking to come in, but it's a great stopwatch to deny that for now. OnFleek does eventually go down as the Cosmic Radiance might be a little bit too late. Ixu controlling this fight as the Fate Scroll has to be used defensively, and now APK might find an opportunity for a Baron.
I mean, that was very good commitment from APK. I think that's what they needed. Obviously, it was the jungler as well, which helps. And actually, they're going to jump forward.
Yeah, another headbutt Pulve lands onto Lonely here. He's taking way too much damage and is just going to die. Hybrid picks up yet another kill, and now with two dead, it could definitely be time for Baron.
Yeah, I think APK made the right call. It still could have been a little bit risky had Sandbox played it very perfectly, obviously with the combination of champions they have available as well, whether it's the Callista being able to jump in and out, obviously the Echo for sure. So they secure one more kill, and they want to go back for the Baron. OnFleek tries to go for the Scuttle, which seemed a little greedy, and Cover just does not hesitate on that ultimate.
Yep, just locks him down. It was a decent stopwatch, and I thought that maybe with the help of Gorilla he might be able to survive, but a little bit too late was the support of Sandbox, and Root going to take him out with the ultimate there. But now with those two key abilities on cooldown, it was all too easy for APK to just grab another pick and not have any defensive statistics available for the Sandbox members. So really nicely done, and APK back in the driver's seat. A minute and a half until that Mountain Drake is going to be available, and the Baron is going to last until then as well.
Yeah, so that works out perfectly in timing for them. Of course, Secret used that Tag Splash to get Lonely as well, so very well utilized. On Fleet going in, disrupting the enemy team.
Yeah, over to the side here, but he's taking free damage from cover at the beginning of this fight. Parallel Convergence only going to land on the Secret, and he's going to be absolutely fine. Doesn't even have to use his ult to get himself out of the way. The Exhaust available here for Secret, but Hybrid's Flash still on cooldown, as is Covers. These are going to be very, very important in the coming team fight. You can see Root still has his flash button available, as does Dove. So APK, despite the Baron, still have to be a little bit wary of what Sandbox can do, but it feels like they're out of the woods, to be honest. Their composition coming into its own as we move past the 30-minute mark. And APK getting more and more of this standing gold on the map.
They also shred tower so well with that Misfortune and the Azir, so they're taking advantage of Baron as best as he can. Obviously, they still need to work on the outer turret first and mid. There's still the one bottom lane available as well. They are... Oh, it's just right outside of range.
That is pretty unfortunate, as 7 seconds until this Mountain Drake. This could be the next fight for Sandbox. With that extra information that APK don't think they have, Flawless is going to dive in. Good wall set up by those bombs. And APK are going to be able to back themselves out. Flawless, he can flag drag to get himself towards this Mountain Drake, but look at how quickly it's going down. Flawless gets into the pit, will be able to secure the Drake, and now bullet time over 3 members. Gorilla does get the Cosmic Radiance off cooldown as Flawless, he's got the Chrono Shift, but isn't going to die. This is actually huge because he gets all of his health back if that happens. Ixu has to flash to get himself out, as now Dove dives on top of the Dove himself, and the Alistair is going to fall down as well, but importantly, APK do get back to base and they secure the Drake.
Yeah, so they didn't lose too much, right? They lost to 2 deaths, which obviously would have been nicer if they didn't, but they don't lose any huge objectives afterwards. I mean, there are 40 seconds still on cover, so maybe Sandbox can put a lot more pressure down here in that mid lane, especially with that Baron buff now about to run out, so the minions won't have that power. Sandbox should... Ooh.
Hybrid caught out of position here as the Infernal Chains will pull him back, but he just completed his GA, and now Flawless is going to make his way in. An easy pop onto the Echo, and now Lonely trying to escape. Root is still a big deal, remember. 5-0 and 6 on this Callista, but the Rend is going to slow everyone down, and the hot pursuit is going to be over. Hybrid's strutting. He's going real fast as Ixu's able to speed him up, and there's the Make It Rain. He's looking for Root. Try and lock down this kill. He's so damn fast. What is this?
Gosh.
Just insane amounts of damage. And it wasn't actually the GA that had popped. It was Ixu's ultimate that came up. So the GA is still available as Hybrid can survive twice in this fight.
That was actually, yeah, that's a clutch ultimate coming in from Ixu, because I'd seen the GA too, so I believed it was a GA, but you're right. Now Hybrid can continue pushing very confidently. Now Ixu does need to get some mana though, so they're going to back off, not get too greedy as we saw Sandbox do towards that mid lane inhibitor turret.
And it looks like APK are going to do it again. They're just going to keep stacking these Drakes over and over again. As we have a look at this fight one more time, Flawless getting into the Drake pit at exactly the right moment to secure it, and the bullet time worked this time despite Cosmic Radiance being pretty strong.
Yeah, and now the unfortunate part, like you mentioned, Flawless not able to die with that Zenyatta ultimate on him, and also the Cover's ultimate, the Emperor's Divide, it didn't really work out as much as he wanted to. It made Dove shy away for a second, but he was able to dive right back into the fight. Now that fight results in this kind of greediness coming in from Sandbox, and there it is. Oh, we see it pop in as soon as Misfortune gets caught outside of that pillar. He's able to come back up with the GA still alive. My favorite part was Flawless ulting onto Route and then realizing he did not want to be caught inside that Cataclysm with the Callista, and able to back out.
Yeah, so this game feels like it has turned. APK still behind in gold, but this Misfortune, with the amount of lives that she has in these fights, is feeling basically immortal. 8-3-2, 6 items complete on this hyper carry. It's going to be very, very scary for Sandbox, despite the fact that Root is still so big. right? This Kalista is gigantic, but if your front line is going to die, then still the Kalista has to run away.
Yeah, just given the, I think, crowd control that APK's frontline has. Uh-oh, Hybrid!
Lonely, trying to get in there, but actually, who's stuck in where with who is Secret. Does have the ultimate bullet time. He's going to lance all the way over Sandbox as the Cosmic Radiance arms onto 3 members, but there's the ult. Out from cover, he's going to go down. Chrono Shift available, though, and he's going to come back up with full health. Gigantic damage with the Conquering Sands as Hybrid is boosting it after Sandbox. That was just so fast. He's just got a jetpack or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but now APK, they can grab anything they would like. Baron up in 2 seconds, and Sandbox are scattered to the wind.
Yeah, APK definitely making that movement towards Baron. Sandbox looking like they're just going to take the safe route home. No, Dove going to look for at least some scouting, maybe a sneaky play. I would believe that it's a little... Oh, getting rid of that Blast Cone as well. I love that Flawless is just so aware of the resources on the map. It seems like he's always utilizing those Blast Cones or getting rid of them appropriately as APK picks up the second Baron in the game.
Yep, going to grab Baron number 2, and now we're going to check out this team fight once again. This was Lonely thinking he had a flank, and then Hybrid having way too many items, to be honest.
And that damage coming in from the bullet time, of course, with Zetaris ultimate coming down a little late. Gorilla is able to survive thanks to that. But we also see in the back, Cover puts up the Sun Turret and then the Emperor's Divide. So we see 2 members of Sandbox, Conflict and Dove, just can't approach the fight at all, which was enough for Hybrid to really just be confident being the front line kind of for himself with all the assists.
Yep, and now 18 seconds until the Mountain Drake is available. This is soul point for both teams now. And APK with the Baron surrounding them, looking to just ignore that position on the map right now, just trying to push down mid and create all the pressure that they can. This inhibitor is exposed, but APK still need to be careful, because if they can protect root, it is still going to be dangerous. That's a big flanking teleport from Dove. He might actually be able to sneak the Drake, but there is a control ward in that pit, as you can see. Gorilla over to the side, and APK not going to split up. Dove wants to try and pick off stragglers, but it will be harder and harder as this game goes on.
That's just a quick Drake. The soul does go over to... I love that APK did not overcommit to the inhibitor, and they said, all right, we can try to push this, but if it looks like Sandbox is prepared, let's not risk, getting the inhibitor and then dying and giving over the soul. Let's just make sure we secure that. And now they're in a great... This game has pivoted so much from the early half that we've seen so far.
I actually really like it, though, because it shows you the power of compositions if they're used at the right times, right? And Sandbox actually played theirs out relatively well when they had strength, but APK held on enough to get to that point where their comp is strong as Hybrid. Running real fast yet again. And Sandbox do need to be really scared of this misfortune that can survive multiple deaths in this teamfight. As Secret will find Dove, down to about half health now as he does Chrono Break, but back into danger as the Redemption comes down. Ixu flashes forward, but it's a great Sonya's out from Dove. Takes a lot of killing, but eventually he goes down as the bullet time is huge in the backline. A double kill so far for Hybrid, and he's got so much health, so much shielding. Triple kill now. Make that a quadra, and this could be another pentakill in the LCK as it's a headbutt pole and a penta for the Misfortune. Hybrid fantastically played, and back-to-back MVPs I think are on the cards for you, my friend.
100%. I mean, Hybrid, as that team fight started, I'm pretty sure Hybrid had the highest effective health on that team with all the shields, the Bloodthirster coming in.
Oh man, it was ridiculous.
The GA, and just wasn't dying, and Hybrid really on point for both games today.
That's our 5th pentakill of LCK Spring.
Oh my goodness.
What the heck? It's been, these 80 carries have been popping off. Aiming got 1, Mystic got 1, and Ruler has got 2 so far this season. So, I don't know what it is. I guess the late game scaling carries in the bottom lane tend to be working out here, and our LCK teams just play around their damage dealers so well. But APK with a surprise 2-0 up against the Sandbox that were on a winning streak. APK have been losing their games, but they have been difficult ones, to be perfectly honest. Like, this is an APK Prince that had to go up against T1, and then a Damwon that honestly have been struggling, but sometimes the level of weird is just too high, and it's hard to really understand what's going on. But congratulations to APK. They held themselves together and then were able to find the fights that their composition was designed to find. And I love it when games come together like that, and I love it when our underdog teams are able to recognize exactly what they need to do. Really, really clean stuff.
I think this win was more important for them than the first one, just because, like you said, it showed that they are a team that's able to hold their ground and carry through the composition that's supposed to show off its power when needed, and they were able to really rally around the carries they needed. It showed cleanliness, like we kept talking about, despite the early losses they had. And I think this is the game that's going to carry them forward into the future and say, you know what, we can do this, right? We're not just meant to fail, that we're able to keep it up.
Yeah, and we'll see whether APK can try and get out of that relegation zone. Right now, it's playoffs that are feeling a very, very distant task for this team, but they can still make it to 8th place, to 7th place, and escape that relegation possibility that can be very dangerous. We actually saw in the Kesper Cup some of these challenger teams really starting to challenge. I know that that's what they're called, but they're actually doing it. Now, when it seemed like a bit of a joke in promotion tournaments past, right? Often the LCK teams would find it very easy to retain their spot, but that hasn't been the case in recent months. You know, we've had Sandbox coming in. We've got APK as a perfect example of that as well, relegating Jinair out of the league. I mean, KT managed to stay, but the fact that KT Rolster were in relegations is a testament to our other teams that had recently promoted before that in Sandbox, Damwon, and Griffin. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the new blood is, but it means that it's very scary for our bottom two teams here in the LCK.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of risk, a lot of pressure. So again, kind of just the timing that this team needed in APK, Prince, making sure that they have the hope to escape that zone, like you mentioned. Obviously, getting too far up the rankings is a bit far-fetched, but also, like you mentioned earlier, Atlas, they've actually fought some of the stronger teams already. So being able to take down Sandbox in a bit of a rival standing, this should feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to check out some of these highlights here as Sandbox, it felt like they had all of the early fights, and then something twigged, and Hybrid was activated, and it was no chance for Sandbox to do anything. Because I honestly felt like the Cosmic Radiance had been enough to stop APK's onslaught, but it just wasn't.
Yeah, I think part of it was APK decidedly, once Hybrid was activated, right? Once he had some of his core items, once the GA came out, once they had the combination, of course we see the unfortunate 0 here. But once they saw that, APK got just aggressive enough that Gorilla wasn't able to preemptively put down his ultimate to negate that combo. And quite frankly, I think Hybrid stopped waiting for the combo, just started using bullet time whenever.
Yeah. Actually, just really liked the play out of APK as the game wore on, and this is something that we don't talk about so much for our lower tier teams, which is the ability to keep your mental intact even though you're losing fights and you're losing the early game stages. But APK showed that they have that mental fortitude, right? And that's something they didn't have in the first round robin, and is something that has been sorely missing from this team. And I'm so happy to report that they have fixed it now, and especially Flawless. Flawless was making good decisions as the game went on, and he is known to tilt. Despite that particular decision, he probably should have stayed in instead of flashing out.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know that the chrono shift is going to be coming through, and Ixu has been very late on that call, which actually is the sign of a very practiced Zillion, because no one wants to hit the guy with the chrono shift on him. So you have to make sure you hold onto it, much like just here. He puts it onto Hybrid like seconds before he is taken down. He had the GA anyway, but he saves that cooldown, and now is just going to boost Hybrid towards his opposition.
Yeah, Lonely, of course, singing down the flank, immediately gets cut down to 60% of his health. Then the bullet time again coming in before Gorilla can really decide that it's the right time to use his ultimate, and cover just... I can't mention this enough. This was such a good play, because so far, until this fight, cover seemed not bad, but just not great positioning either. I'm always just kind of battling off Dove, who can be a little bit more flexible and maneuver around that Azir. But that one with the turret plus the ultimate kept two people out. And of course, this is the ending moments where Hybrid with that health bar and the shield just runs amok.
Yeah, look at him. His shield is about half of his health bar, like you were talking about, and they never got through it. And he's so incredibly fast. This was a very comfortable pentakill here, but a well-deserved one for some great play and some great mental fortitude here by APK. I feel like they are turning into the people's team as we check out Hybrid's perspective as they're looking for the pentakill.
They're talking about gave you the buff, and he's already calling for the pentakill. Yeah, he was already calling for the pentakill before he got the triple, and then he gets the triple, and he charges in for the penta. That is insane.
I thought I was yelling and screaming. I was nothing in comparison to that team. Oh my god. I know that they are very boisterous, though, and I think a lot of those calls are being led by Ixu as well. I know he's like supposed to be the older, more mature member of the team. That's not how that goes, actually, as Hybrid did almost double the damage of Root this game. That is just nuts.
Yeah, so well played. And we look at the gold difference over time as well. That's what we were talking about, right? Things started to look way more in favor for Sandbox for quite some time in that mid game where they had the
7,000 gold lead. It felt like it was over.
Yeah, and they were doing so well, and then I really think you made the right point that Hybrid just switched on. He got the core items, and then he was able to stop the onslaught of Sandbox.
Yep, and once that GA came in, it felt like even if Ixu missed his button, he was still going to survive, and then he was going to pop up, and then the chrono shift would come down, and he'd survive again, and just last absolutely forever. But Mountain Soul was also just gigantic because the effective health that they managed to pick up with not only the Shield of the Soul itself, but the 4 stacks of Mountain Drake. It feels like everyone's a tank at that point. It's just insane, the amount of damage mitigation that they have. So APK being able to shut out Sandbox from completing their Mountain Soul was just nutty, and now we're going to have Hybrid with back-to-back MVPs, and Wadid somewhere very, very happy with how this is going. He was on the desk for game number 1, but not on the desk for game number 2. He's in the back of Lowell Park just smiling, saying, yes, that's my boy, because he's a Hybrid fan, man, and Hybrid performed this series.
Oh yeah, Hybrid performed for sure, both in Game 1 and Game 2. I mean, I don't think we can take a single point away from him and what he's been able to do in this whole series. And just his decision-making, I think, in both games really showcased what he's capable of. Again, not shying away. Oftentimes, I think, especially actually surprisingly in Korea, we see a lot of AD carries that just like to play it a little safer, right? And like you said, that's why this aggression is welcome. And Hybrid just seems so aware of what he's capable of, what his range is, both in terms of the physical range that he can deal damage in, but also just the risks he can take.
And Dove took a long time to die here, but once Hybrid got into position, he didn't care that there was a troll trying to eat him. He just right-clicked people, and they died. And he took about 0 health, and then just started screaming about a pentakill, and was given one.
Oh boy, that's gotta feel good. That's gotta be a feel-good game for Hybrid and, of course, APK.
9 out of 9 on the POG points, and you could imagine that that's completely understandable. Hybrid actually just owning this series, to be honest. He had a little bit of time off at the beginning of game number 2, but that's understandable based on composition, and when he needed to be there, he was. So really, really good stuff from the AD carry of APK, and if you're an APK fan, maybe it's time to start lifting your chin up looking at their next matches, because already in round 2 they faced T1, and so that is one of the impossible games that they've got out of the way, right? And so now there are other wins that they can try and pick up.
Yeah, I hope that this series, and especially that game 2, was what they needed, and it looks like we have the interview.
Yeah, so let's throw it to G-Sun for some translation.
진짜 멋졌습니다. 오늘 이 경기 사실 흐름이 그렇게 썩 좋진 않았는데 본인들 그 APK 선수들은 상황 판단 어떻게 하고 있었나요?
그러니까 저희가 불리하긴 한데 적팀 조합이랑 저희 팀 조합이랑 따졌을 때 갈수록 시간이 갈수록 저희가 더 좋다고
So we were a little bit behind, but we had the really good comp for the late game, so we wanted to stack up the Mountain Drake stacks. So we were able to kind of have the favor of the game. You were the main character of the game. You had like over 1,000 DPM in game number 2. And also, you are the damage carry machine in the East. Do you agree with that? I mean, I did do quite a bit of a good job, but my teammates were always trusting me, so I was able to kind of pull off those kind of plays. And we also want to mention about the pentakill that kind of wrapped up the game number 2. You were like yelling penta, jumping forward, flashing forward. When did you have that feeling that you are able to get the penta? When I got the triple kill, I also had flash, and I won that fight without using my flash. So with that Zillion buff, I knew that I was gonna get the penta, so I just asked my teammates for kind of give me the penta in that moment. Well, some other teammates in other teams actually like go for it, steal it, but this time we heard APK players like give him or donate for him. Yeah, I don't really remember who that was, but yeah, I definitely heard it. How many pentakills have you done so far? Since the Challengers Korea. I believe this one was my first penta in my career, actually. I mean, that's why probably your teammates have been like asking other players to just give it to hybrid, right? I mean, we are just so close with each other, so we can like steal it away from the teammates, but at that time we wanted to kind of show a solid teamwork. So APK, I mean, as you said, you guys are all close with each other and so friendly. Your mic check is always so funny. How is the call going? I mean, there are so many vocal players. Well, we don't have a very like clean calls at the same time, but we all kind of know how to communicate throughout the loud voices during the game, so we know how to deal with it. But sometimes we get too excited, so we know how to calm down. So I mean, it's okay, it's going well on our side. Because I mean, in game number 1, in front of that Baron burst, someone was calling for the Baron, someone was asking for a Sejuani mark, and you dashed over the wall and took down Dove. So how did the communication go at that moment? So Flawless asked the teammates to watch for Sejuani because he doesn't really want it to have a spike fight. So the rest of the players, we saw the burst angle. However, for me, I thought that we have to kind of actually do damage on Sejuani and Azir, so I dashed over the wall. I guess like every different player had every different point of view, and that worked quite well for APK. So you followed your own plan, right? Yeah, I did. I didn't play following my own plan because I only saw a winning scenario coming. And in game number 2 with GA, you were just... We were almost dying, but actually Iksu had that very important ultimate coming in clutch that APK was able to turn the game around. After the base, I bought GA, and a lot of opponent players didn't have their summoner spells and ultimates, but I had my GA and also Zillion ultimates, so I knew that the opponents wouldn't be able to kind of take my damage. So I was just making calls, asking for the Zillion ult and keep just chasing down. Well, some of the AD carry players say answer like, I just saw the angle coming, they just follow their instincts, but I think Hybrid is the kind of player who follows the plan, who maps out everything one step earlier. Once again, congratulations on the win and the pentakill and cutting your losing streak. So, is there any message you would like to say to your fans? Well,
어제
yesterday
담원 경기 때 좀
in the
많이
Daman
못해서
series, I was
팀원들한테도 많이
performing so bad,
미안한 마음이
so I was so
있었는데
sorry for my
그
teammates.
오늘은 좀 잘해서
But
그
today,
미안한 마음 좀 덜어서
I kind of was
다행인 것
able to
같고요.
relieve those
앞으로
kind
더
of
좋은
sad
경기력으로
emotion by
승리 많이
performing
해서
well.
또
So I want to
재밌는
keep
보이스나
up
뭐
this hard
인터뷰
work
이런 거 많이
and
하도록
get more
하겠습니다.
wins and show kind of
감사합니다.
funny mic checks and also funny moments of our team. So this will be the end of the interview with Hybrid from APK, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for your interview translation as usual. And we are back here. Congratulations to Hybrid. Sounds like a spirited gentleman too, which is very exciting to see. I like just more people that are fun to have on the interview desk. You know, like it allows us to have a little bit more, I guess, personality to the league. So that is always welcome. As Griffin now have lone position in last place.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not looking good for Griffin at all in this season. Seems that there's just going to be so much work needed. But APK able to turn things around and hopefully climb, just a little bit higher into these rankings.
And now they're actually one win behind both Hanwha and Sandbox. So this is getting really dangerous for the bottom tier teams, because APK were looking like one of our sort of confirmed relegation zone teams, but now it feels like just Griffin down there without much of an ability to win games. So if APK keep challenging, then Hanwha needs to be scared. Then Sandbox needs to be scared, especially when Sandbox now have an even head-to-head with this squad, as they look to have possibly turned things around for this team. And once again, I just need to reiterate that it's just so good to see Hybrid, one of these young 80 carries, having such a good performance, because it shows that it's not all about the veterans.
Yeah, it's so great to see. So, when I was returning today to join you on this cast, obviously so many names are new to me in terms of direct relevance in the league,
Yeah.
but it's great to see them performing so well, because it's been long needed in the LCK.
No, that's exactly right. And now we have the big one, guys, is the tiebreaker between Afrika Freaks and KT. It's going to be a slightly longer break, probably around 30 minutes, but it might mean that we can fit in like 2 Dodongas, maybe? Not entirely sure. I'm going to go and grab some dinner. I think I ordered something. I'm not entirely sure. Hopefully it's arrived. And Choba, you can do the same. We can have all of our energy back for a game, final game this series, and a final game of this week as well. As it's been a long one, so many best of threes, but very excited for this last one. We'll see you after the break.
승용보 올려라. 머리매너 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 부동동작 온유월 서리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 토동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ. Hey, you looking at the champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chobra, and we're finally up to the match you've all been waiting for. KT, the team on a 6-match winning streak, up against the Afrika Freaks, the team they are tied with in fourth place. Oh, it's just so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're tied. Of course, KT's been looking so good and on that winning streak. And for me personally, this match brings the second player that I last casted on my last days in
there we go.
casting League of Legends, Tucson. This was when he briefly played jungle before he moved back to support. Yeah, it didn't go so well, as you can guess by the word brief.
Yeah.
So I moved back down to the support role. But it's great to see him continuing to do so well and bringing out some fun picks now and then, and also just performing on this KT roster.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see. And now up against his former team, of course, Tucson, a former Afrika Freaks player. In fact, Kuro and Aiming also used to once wear the Afrika Freaks jersey. So it's sort of one of those rivalries like we were talking about yesterday with our Griffin versus DRX match, and all of the rivalries there with half of the players and the coaching staff moving over to DRX. But let's have a look at the points of this match. KT, the team on a 6-match winning streak, and who made this schedule? 6 wins, 5 losses, 4th place, tie derby incoming. Yes, so good. So incredibly good. And 2 teams in different situations, and it's based on the winning streaks. I mean, felt like Afrika, they beat T1, and then they just started losing. They lost to Sandbox and then to Gen G. Gen G, understandable loss, but Sandbox, come on, really? APK just beat that team.
That's true. We just saw that 2-0. And of course, to be remembered is that KT's winning streak started actually with their series against Afrika Freak. So this is a bit of a real test, right? Can they continue it, or are like, I mean, if Afrika Freaks wins here today, that really put the shutdown on that streak and a lot of redemption for the Freaks as well.
Yeah. And I like this last point here as well, the work from home having the opposite effect on Sohan and Keen. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Sohan can offer us here, because his performance has continued to go up and up. I feel like we had this conversation actually on the Pog State recently on the last episode with Brendan Valdez and LS. And we were talking about Sohan really sort of finding himself here in the LCK. And we'll see whether that continues as they move on to potentially their 7th win in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that would be impressive. And the fun joke there, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to explain that with Sohan's name.
Oh, no.
So sukso is the word in Korean for like team house or dormitory, and then Sohan's name obviously starts with so, so they've been calling him Suksohan, which is basically like team house Sohan or dorm Sohan. And so that's his nickname now. And then apparently when asked about that nickname, he responded that it's kind of nice, but he would also like to be able to perform offline as well and not only be known for his online play. So it's a bit of a kind of mixed feeling there.
Well, both of these teams with gigantic win rates at 15 minutes in the game. So I guess, Chobra, you and I, we just have a look at that gold score at the 15-minute mark, and then we go home. I think that's how it works.
There you go. That's a good indicator. I'm fine
there we
with
go.
that.
And also, you can see Afrika Freaks don't often have a win rate, a gold lead at 15 minutes, and it's likely that KT will be up by about 1,000 gold. So already, statistically, KT is going to win, I think. I think that's what they're trying to tell us. But we will see. The gold lead percentage is in fact higher for Afrika, sitting at 50% of the time. And this is going to be your roster. This is the one that you've been used to throughout all of the winning that KT has been doing. Sohan, Bono, Kuro, Aiming, and Tucson. The bottom side of the map and mid lane, all former Afrika players. And then Sohan and Bono moving over from Hanwha Life. Sohan spending some time on Jin Air also, as Malrang also a former Jin Air player and on this KT roster. And none of the familiar faces that you're used to seeing from KT. So it's really good to see them finally finding themselves here in the LCK. Spirit's going to be starting once again. We saw Dread subbed in last time around against Gen.G for Afrika Freaks, but this time Spirit is going to come back again. And we'll see whether Afrika can tidy up their play, and whether especially Fly cannot be a liability in this game.
Yeah, Fly, I mean, it just seems so unfortunate. Obviously forced onto a lot of melee champions often as well. But right now we're looking at Aiming versus Mystic, which I think is the comparison to make, of course, just given how these players perform and also just their tendencies, right? Mystic also, when he hops off, is just that super hard carry. But I mean, we've been actually mentioning Aiming's name a couple times in today's broadcast already, and rightfully so. I mean, look at his stats coming in to this match. He's really leading the leaderboard on a bunch of these.
Yeah, his damage per minute stats are actually just ridiculous, and doing 35% of his team's damage first in the league. They really rely on Aiming to pop off, and they've been doing it, and he's been delivering, right? And that's just the great news here for these guys. Almost 80% kill participation as an AD carry is pretty nutty, to be perfectly honest. And isolated deaths, very, very low for Aiming, but extraordinarily high for Mystic.
That's really high, especially for an AD carry.
Yeah.
And that's actually a little bit surprising to me, just given how usually if they are going to rally for a win, it looks like they would rally around Mystic, but I guess he's still getting caught out every now and then.
That is entirely true. So we'll see whether Mystic is going to be able to pull himself together. And here's our top lane key player matchup as well. We've got 2 of them for this game because it's so exciting. Sohan with a better KDA, but Keen just has way better laning stats, it feels, than anyone, right? So he's first and second in CSD at 15, and then damage per something. There's a lot of, that looks like a difficult equation. And
yeah, that's like damage per minute differential in mid.
Right, got it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would be so much math to go through, but it is an interesting stat to have.
Yeah. I just don't, I can't contextualize it just at this particular point in time. Both of these players are pretty middling when it comes to damage per minute. But as far as KDAs, it has been all about KT, because when you go on a 6-match winning streak, things are just generally going pretty well. As we're having a look at some of the point picks, and Highlighting Keen's one-loss champions is a little bit strange, but that's okay.
I mean, I assume that's like the only thing that stands out, maybe in his champion pool. I don't know. It does seem like a bit of a weird pick, especially when you're highlighting the wins on Solan's side.
You have to remember as well that for the set, he's played it 5 times, so there's 4 wins in that column. The Rumble is a 0-1. The Kennen is a 3-1. Sorry, a 2-2. I think this number is just wrong. 1 loss is just wrong. I don't understand.
Well, these are for round 2.
Oh, it's for round 2. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I just caught that.
He's just been losing in round 2.
That makes more sense now.
He's played 4 different champions and he's lost on all of them because they're 0-2, 0-2. So I guess that would make sense. Okay, thank you. Good. Well, but he is a decent win rate on the set of all time, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to get his hands on any of these more pivotal picks. I think I messed up all of those graphics, so thank goodness you're here, Chopra, carrying me along with my entire failure of recognizing what's on the screen in front of me.
That's right. Sometimes the numbers all blur together. I totally understand.
I just didn't read the round 2 thing at the top. Just absolutely trolling me.
Which actually, because previously when we had the round 2 graphic, I didn't catch it, and you mentioned it right away. I was like, oh, interesting. That's very interesting that they brought that up. And then both of us just kind of skimmed over that going into this match. But looks like we are going to get right into the first ban pick phase here for game 1.
Yeah, exactly. KT will be starting on our blue side, so wearing opposite colors as far as sides of the map that we're on, as our first ban will be that Elise away from Spirit. Spirit loving his AP junglers. His Karthus has seen a lot of bans recently, and Kalista is just a very popular ban these days, mostly because of that Kalista Taric that can be so extraordinarily powerful. Also, if you first pick the Kalista, you can either flex it top lane, and also you can almost rely on your opponents not to just pick an isolated Taric, because he works so much better with the Kalista, so you can almost guarantee that combo. So I like to see the ban out of Afrika. In fact, Kalista, Aphelios, and Senna should be the bans on red side. But now KT thinking about whether or not they want to go for something like an Ornn, Set, and at least pretty comfortable bans here as Silas is taken away. KT really want to first pick that Ornn.
Yeah, I think they're really focusing on that. Of course, they used one of their bans for the Elise, which personally, actually, just going back a quick trip down memory lane, it's just really cool to see Spirit continuously, after all these years, still drawing Elise bans. So that's very cool to see. It's also a bit unfortunate to see that Spirit is still Spirit and like does well when he does well, but then just tilts off the face of the earth when he tilts. So I hope, hopefully that's not the Spirit we're seeing today. But as you mentioned, it's going to be that Senna ban coming in, and then should be that Ornn pick.
Yep, and it is just going to happen exactly as we were predicting. I'm getting word that maybe I'm doing some weird stuff as far as the mic is concerned. I'll have to double check from production. Sounds okay on my side, but maybe I'm breaking everyone's brain. Outside of this, I apologize. Very understandable as far as the beginning of the draft is concerned, though, as I think there's confirmation that things are going to be okay. Anyway, the Varus is going to be locked in on Afrika's side, and Varus Braum could just be the pickups here because Mystic does love to have a Braum support in his bottom lane, but it might be that Fly is going to be playing this Varus as well if KT are going to go towards something like an Azir, as Spirit wondering about what he wants to get. I think Jarvan would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah,
and
I think
Spirit
just
does really like the Jarvan,
Yeah, Jarvan early. I think once you've got some of those high priorities out, Jarvan is just one of those good priority picks in this first round. Obviously, it's a safe jungler, can be fairly aggressive. Not the most aggressive, but fairly aggressive. Also, you're not really worried about any crazy hard counters, whether it's in the jungle or elsewhere on the team. And so opens that up. We're seeing that Trundle come out once again for now KT. Most likely going on to that Bono. And then Ezreal, of course, always a solid pick for ADCs.
And a staple one for aiming as well. He's had some great performances recently, so good to see him back on some comfort. Yuumi is going to be picked away here. And I like that. Denial of the Yuumi away from Ezreal, whilst also keeping a slot open for a ban and being able to create that powerful bottom lane. It might be with the Varus, which is a decent lane in its own right, but also could be a flexible Varus into the mid lane, and then a AD carry, and then any other AD carry down there towards bot.
Yeah,
so we'll see what they decide to go with.
That could be more likely I think obviously the Varus and Yuumi, there's nothing wrong with that lane, but something that maybe makes just a little bit more sense in terms of synergy. Before that, it's mostly just kind of a poke fest until level 6, at which point I guess Yuumi can help secure the Chains of Corruption, or vice versa. But maybe something a bit more than the Varus. Although they are banning that Azir, so...
Yeah, Azir being banned is actually interesting, given the fact that they already have that Varus locked away. But still, respecting Kuro and his ability to pick up the bird in the mid lane, I like it, because he is very, very good at that champion, as he is at LeBlanc as well, and that is also going to hit the bench. Zoe banned here on KT's side, and we'll see what their second and final ban is going to be. The Rumble taken off the board, and has been a comfort pick for Fly, so I do like that, making sure that they really attack Fly's champion pool, because he has been sort of revealed as a weak link for this squad, as Echo now being hovered and locked away. Fly gonna opt in for a champion that I believe he's played one other time, but wasn't very successful on it.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit surprising, not only given that record, but just given how he's been performing in lane. Obviously, Echo, can dominate a lot of different lanes, just given what Echo as a champion and his skill set can do. But Fly doesn't quite seem up for that job. But then again, there's the argument that is it really just kind of the picks and how the team compositions have been working out. So we'll have to see. This might be a moment where they're maybe putting a little bit more power onto Fly. Maybe he's been feeling comfortable on Echo recently, and it's a chance for them to turn things around, as we see the Nautilus being locked in for Tucson most likely in that support, and shouldn't be too big of a problem.
Yep, could also be the Burly Boys in the solo lanes, as Kuro could be playing it, but I think that you are on the money with that assumption, and there is a Burly Boy, but it's a different one. The Galio to be locked in here from Kuro. We are on the aiming hype train here this game, because there is no one else doing all that much damage, to be perfectly honest, and there's so much tankiness.
That's very tanky. That team is, you're not getting through that easily.
Keen, just do it. Don't be scared. Oh, they lock in the Darius. Oh, hell yeah. I believe he gets a slight nerf in 10.6, but on this patch, he is a very scary gentleman. So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, especially given, again, what we looked at with Kian and what he's able to do in lane. And just given both the player and the champion, maybe this is something that can help really shut down that Ornn despite that tankiness. Obviously, Darius able to rip through that quite a bit, especially if he gets a lead. And as we were mentioning, if you make sure one of the tanks is a bit out of commission, that opens things up quite a bit as you're trying to chase down this Ezreal. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on aiming. He has a lot of coverage from his teammates in terms of crowd control and being a frontline, but the moment he gets caught out, there's not much else of an answer, because there's so much burst coming in really from all three damage dealers on the side of Afrika Freaks with Darius, Echo, and Varus.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this is going to go. Plus, it's a Darius who's just so volatile in the hands of Keen. Like, this champion can just hard solo win team fights, and it's in the hands of probably the best top laner in the LCK. So I'm so excited to see how this one's going to go, and whether or not it's going to be a decent answer into the Ornn, because we know that Ornn is pretty good at just stabilizing most matchups. His damage early is too high for a tank, to be perfectly honest. But Darius is just the most suffocating laner in the game. So I don't know what Soan's going to be able to do unless he gets so much help from Bono.
Yeah, there's going to be a need for a lot of attention topside, which I think is fine. Really, where else are you going to go? You could go, I guess, bottom lane, but especially with that Yuumi as well, unless you get a really good catch with summoners already off, that's going to be a little bit tricky as well. So we'll see if Bono does continue to prioritize that top lane. And again, it's more to make sure Keen doesn't get too far ahead rather than shutting him down entirely. Just to stabilize that so that the Ornn can continue to provide the utility and, of course, the tankiness that he always does once he hits level like 12 and 13 and 14.
Well, you can see Soan has actually opted in for the Unsealed Spellbook as well, so it shows that he's not too worried about the laning matchup. Often you see Grasp of the Undying if it's in more of a tricky situation, but Soan playing pretty confidently with his Keystone choice. Will have those extra biscuits in order to keep himself alive, but this might be just a lane that Soan's decided he's going to weather the storm in and assume that it will be behind by a few CS, but it doesn't matter. He'll be more relevant as the game goes on. And that should indeed be the case. As Keen just going to wander on forward. We'll see what he's actually taken as his first abilities. Generally going to be the Decimate, his Q. But we'll see. Maybe Apprehend. Who knows? Might be able to do some shenanigans as now the waves are going to crash in bot and mid. And we'll see who's going to be able to win out in the earlier stages of the game as the crushing blow there from Kuro secures those minions in a very satisfying manner, and Keen misses his first Q. That's bad news, Bez.
Yeah,
We've lost the lane. Lost the lane,
guys. So there's the note about, of course, how Sohan's been doing from the team house. But, of course, their head coach kind of mentioning that it seems more that just the training that they've put into him during that off time and also what they've asked for him.
Just so shows that Harai has identified an issue and then done his best to mitigate it alongside his players. So I've been more and more impressed by Harai as a coach since he moved from DRX now over to KT. In his last sort of, I don't know, few months, maybe not the last few months, but sort of in the 2019 season, beginning of summer, that team was really fun to watch. And it just seemed like they had a really good environment until everything sort of just went bad towards the end. But there was a moment that it felt like they'd really built up their synergy, and it seems like finally that's happened for KT as well, under the tutelage of Harai right here. And a dredge line is going to land. Speaking of KT, is Mystic getting taken down very low, but aiming down to 200 as well. Bono is going to turn up. Oh my god! The arcane shift forward, and first blood will be delivered to the overly aggressive Ezreal, and Bono flashes in to do the same thing.
Holy cow. I mean, really good play from KT. They did not let up, mostly because they knew, of course, that Bono was showing up.
So on with his headbutt into the wall just to celebrate winning out on a trade against Keen. I apologize for interrupting. That was just very funny.
I saw it and I was like, what's going on? But yeah, in that bottom lane, I think KT getting the start they need. I mean, we talked about how tricky it can be to try to trade with a Yuumi lane, but of course Nautilus with the extra CC. And again, Bono showing up and flashing forward for that kill, really utilizing one of the neat powers that Trundle has, of course, with his Q getting a little bit extended range and a huge burst that a lot of people actually discount early in the game, but he can end some kills very, very quickly.
Absolutely. And the thing that I love that it illustrates is the fact that, like, look at how this goes, right? This is basically a trust fall. Aiming is almost dead, like straight up almost dead, as he arcane shifts forward alongside his jungler. Like, as the pillar comes up, Aiming's already pressed his E button, right? And we saw the exact opposite happening at the very beginning of the season as we check this out once again from Bono's perspective.
Yeah, just very, very straightforward. Just getting very excited for the flash forward to secure that double kill.
Nice work from Bono. But like I was originally saying, I was just talking about the fact that Bono seemed to be completely off kilter with the rest of his team. And now it feels like they are on the same page, able to perform at the same aggressive level that that Bono likes to bring to an early game. So really, really cool stuff as now Bono will light that pillar once again. Keen in trouble as he is going to flash out. There's the apprehend onto Bono. They might be able to turn this one around, but Sohan looking to try and play body block, and the minions helping get Bono to safety.
Wow, both teams played that really well. I thought it was really well done from Bono and Sohan, utilizing the pillars that they both have, one on each of those champions, to block off Keen from getting
the pillar bros. I hadn't actually even thought about that.
It was well done. I think it could have been a little bit closer, so Keen just didn't have an exit at all. But of course, at the end of the day, Spirit showed up to neutralize the situation. But that's something they're going to have to watch out for if another gank comes through.
Yep. Also, Sohan didn't have to use his flash, and Keen did. So a return gank is certainly on the cards here for Bono, as Aiming going on a bit of an excursion. Not sure what that was about. Just going to get some deep vision down to make sure that they know exactly where Spirit is. Is now Mystic in potential trouble. The W is going to land, and there's the dredge line onto Mystic. No flashes available as Aiming is in a lot of trouble, but he's, of course, moving forward. Another Q, another auto. There we go. Aiming secures the double on the bottom side of the map, and it's the day of the 80 carries here as Aiming is showing up.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and this is the problem whenever you have a very static right, 80 carry with the Yuumi. especially if you don't even have any exceptional movement speed. You definitely don't have any dashes. Not only can you not escape, but also obviously once that level 6 hits, trying to line up your ultimate is entirely on the Yuumi at that point whenever the fight starts. So there's going to be a lot of work that's needed as we see Kiin teleporting in early to try to contest this Drake.
Yeah, it was a double teleport at the time. Good double knock-up, speaking of which, here for Spirit. But there's the heroic entrance, and Spirit is going to go down first. It's immediately answered there with the kill onto the Trundle. However, Kiin is dead, and Fly, he just cannot chrono break far enough away in order to get to safety. But he is eventually able to back off and does have Jelly there in his back pocket, almost literally, when it comes to the Yuumi. But KT able to come out ahead 6-1 now. The kill score here and a 3,000 gold lead. And Choba, what did we read? We read that if they're ahead by 15 minutes, they're going to win the game. So maybe we just pack it up. What do you reckon?
I'm okay with that. We'll just come back for game 2.
Yeah.
See what the score is at 15 minutes again.
No, that's actually okay. I mean, I managed to. I got myself some pizza for dinner, so I'm fine. I can chill out for the next little while, and we can hang out while KT just inevitably wins this game, obviously, because the stats don't lie.
Numbers never lie. No,
that's exactly how that works. Especially if we skew those numbers with like a round 2 written at the top of the screen that we don't necessarily understand, all that sort of stuff.
Oh boy.
It does show though, like actually if we go back to that screen, if you've still got it in your memory banks, guys, that particular stats page, Kiin, despite being in 3 losses, still won lane every single game.
Oh yeah.
Which is pretty impressive.
That is actually insane. I mean, it just goes to show why he's, touted by most people as probably the, best top laner in the LCK. It's just what he's able to do. That top lane's always been so solo focused, right? In most metas throughout League of Legends history. And so a player who's able to hold his own, and then, if the meta opens up even further, able to offer more to the team is going to be so valuable.
And another one of these questionable heralds coming in here is that's a decent Justice Punch from Kuro, just to make sure that Fly couldn't get the stun with the parallel convergence. And Spirit not going to be able to find any ganks. There was also Darius lying in wait as well, but Kuro's just been playing very calm and collected. This is going to sound... This is going to probably sound bad, right? But I actually liken Kuro and Fly, like playstyle-wise, pretty similarly. It just... Kuro's better at it than Fly is. Because Kuro has always been a very patient player, right? Fly is that, but sometimes to a fault, right? And Kuro plays with intelligence around lack of knowledge.
Wait, is this... There's no way this stat is true on screen. It says it's been 410 days since we've seen top Darius in the LCK, and the last time it was played was by Kiin in a loss.
Is that... Wait, I'm trying to remember, because I remember when there were Dariuses running around. We know, like, when the Awesome Dudes was the meta, there was a mid lane Darius by Faker. There were bottom lane Dariuses that were happening. There were all sorts of weird stuff, but maybe the Darius just never made it to the top lane in that meta.
Yeah, I guess that has to be it. Probably just flex into that mid. 400, that's over a year. That is
a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Kiin played it last, and it wasn't a loss, so hopefully things can look a little better here.
Nogri at full power, might I add, during the 2019 season, with Coach Kim behind him, all that sort of stuff, all that good stuff that Damwon had and now are missing. Of course, the team has stayed together, and arguably there has been a, I guess, roster upgrade with Ghost joining in, and they were able to take down APK. It's just unfortunately not looking like they are the same team that made it to Worlds and was so dominant, especially throughout the play-in stage over there, being able to make it into the knockout stage as well, and performing relatively well, losing pretty late in the tournament as well. So we'll see whether Damwon can fix themselves up, but we need to focus on this game. I know I've already said that it's over because it's 11 minutes in, and you can see KT close to a 5,000 gold lead. 5,000 gold.
That's actually
That's really big.
Yeah. That's I mean, and that's a testament to not only the kills they have. Of course, they had the first turret down in the bottom lane with getting every single plate as well, and then the CS leads that we're seeing, especially in that bottom lane. Actually, Mystic, after that first double kill that they gave over to KT, just hasn't been able to do much. But can you really blame him, right? Again, it's against a Nautilus and an Ezreal who's able to provide some poke as well, and your support is the Yuumi, who does offer a lot, but not against a Nautilus who's going to keep both of you locked down for a very long time.
And also when you're behind as the Yuumi lane, it gets even more difficult because you only have one flash, right? And so if Jelly's on top of Mystic and he gets caught out, has to flash, and they still close the distance, then that's a free 2 kills instead of the 1. So the snowball is just pretty difficult to deal with. There's now more plates just being eaten around this map.
Yeah, it will be some trades, of course, with Afrika Freaks, but I mean, while they were ahead, KT continuing to get that gap. I mean, we're seeing the goal difference continue to just rise in favor of KT. So this trade, I mean, it's the best that Afrika Freaks can do given where the lane situations were, but it looks like Aiming also just going to be able to secure it for himself. So we talked about how this game KT is relying on Aiming to get all the damage done. He's already well on his way with a 3-0-2 scoreline, and we're seeing another fight.
Yep, there's the on-horn, has been blown. Good night, sweet Mystic. You are the most dead. Someone going to be delivered the kill, and Aiming just going to be taking down the top lane outer turret. The difference in the times that these AD carries are having is palpable, and I like how it immediately went back to Aiming just chilling by himself, taking down a turret after Mystic was dispatched. As there's a Justice Punch onto Keen. Keen very, very low, has to flash to get himself out of the way, but now Bono might be a little bit too far forward. Good knock up as the heroic entrance does come down, but it's a little bit too late as the 3-man, 4-man taunt comes in, but the Darius almost gets the resets, but not quite able to. So on, does he have any ranged abilities? He does not. He is an on, and wasn't able to throw that pillar in or get any other rams to run over the side. And so not too bad there for Afrika as far as the trade was concerned, but Aiming wasn't even there for that exchange.
Yeah, Aiming joined in late, was able to help secure 1 kill only. So that was without the main damage dealer. And that's with Afrika Freaks being relatively aware of the situation. Of course, they were the ones who got caught, but they were all in that vicinity to turn things around. Of course, the Yuumi ult came out at the right time. But this is what we kept mentioning. I mean, Aiming has to be there for KT, but it looks like maybe not even at this point in the game. They're just happy to wait and go in further as a 4-man tank line that's able to withstand so much damage that it's okay if they don't have the greatest burst or the greatest consistent damage coming in from an AD carry.
Well, you can see KT just spotted the Darius on the map. They're going to take that as a sign to just head straight towards this Infernal Drake and take it down. No contest from Afrika whatsoever. They're lacking in R buttons. Only Mystic has his available to him. As we're going to check out, just real dead.
So here's the question, though. Does this count as an isolated death?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's
he was
the case,
well and truly by himself.
If that's the case, it starts to make a lot more sense. Mystic just getting, I think, just staying too long in most cases. It was really funny here, actually, Tucson getting his dredge line onto that Trundle pillar, which I think may not have worked out as well. I think he was still in range to hit the wall and get a little bit closer. But at the end of the day, again, KT survived for so long. Kuro able to make it out just in the nick of time before he takes another hit from the Darius.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it's one more auto attack, and he's probably dead to the passive of Keen, which was well and truly stacked up. The Noxian Guillotine was in full reset mode, being able to have 1 auto to get the full 5 stacks of, I believe, the Crippling Strike is what his passive is called. It's a bit of a test to remember Darius's passive.
Yeah, it's been
I think
400 days. So
yeah, it's tough.
I don't think we can blame you. But out of the 5K, almost 5K gold lead that KT has, 3,000 of it is on Aiming over his lane opponent in Mystic. So,
and also on top of that, I mean, it's worse than that even sounds, right? And that's difficult to comprehend because it sounds really bad. But Aiming is also on an Ezreal, and it's sitting at 15 minutes, like we were talking about, 15-minute mark. Are they ahead? Yes. Do they win? Probably. And it's Aiming on Ezreal with Trinity Force, Manamune, and the Boots of Lucidity. This is the power spike that we're looking for. And you can see no damage to Shelly as well as she dives towards a dead turret already, and we'll get that second charge as Afrika in position to try and get this flank, but it's only Sohan that's going to get stunned by the parallel convergence. Mystic going to get Dredgeline immediately dispatched, and Aiming picks up that kill. Now 5 members, 5 burly boys underneath this turret. They are going to be able to take that one down. Fly now having to run to the hills, and Spirit is sitting in the brush wondering what the heck his job's supposed to be in this game. Because honestly, I don't know. I don't have that answer for him.
Yeah, there's not many opportunities for Spirit to find some place to hire him in this game, as Freaker Freaks just don't have an answer to that front line. I mean, you were mentioning the burly boys getting in front and just diving that turret. This is an AD carry's dream, right? You've already hit your spike, and you've got 4 members in front of you just creating this giant wall. And Aiming didn't even have to do any crazy movement. He was just able to put out the damage.
Yep, just land all of your Mystic shots. That's basically all he needed to do. Just really, really nice stuff. I love how Kuro has been playing as well around these team fights. He's been landing pivotal ultimates and just understanding the layering of CC. Like, there is no way anyone can get within auto attack range of Aiming whatsoever. Like, those zones are completely under KT's control if they're the ones that are starting off these fights. Like, this draft is just so fun. It just makes me really happy.
And yeah, they're playing it to perfection, like you said.
Ow.
Oof, I mean, Aiming, every single piece of damage coming out from Aiming is chunking members of Freaker Freaks. Earlier in the fight, we saw him Arcane Shift, Mystic Shot, fly to half health, and now it's Mystic down to half health with that True Shot Barrage. There's just not a lot, and Keen... Okay, that one didn't...
No, that's actually the perfect moment for us to realize just how far behind a Freaker are. When Aiming is arcane shifting towards a Darius when he's by himself, that if anything doesn't tell you that they are crushing this game, that definitely should. And right now, like, I know, like, I think everyone looked at this KT roster and on paper understood that these are really good players, right? But they watched Kesper Cup, they watched the first round robin, at least the first 5 matches for KT, and they were like, oh well, they haven't meshed. This is just not the team that we were expecting. Maybe saying things like washed up, blah, blah, blah. But now they figured things out. I feel like this team is finally meshed together. They're using the momentum that wins provide you, and it just looks fantastic. I don't know. I feel like everyone's been upgraded on this team, and they're the same players. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, right? Is that they've kept the roster and they're able to make it work rather than trying to find other answers. While sometimes that's necessary, I think they had the faith that they were able to make it work, and so far it's proving itself. And looks like this game, I mean, the way it's going right now, it's definitely going to add to that streak that KT's had.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch. Yes, they have some difficult matches coming up. I mean, Gen G and T1 are round the corner for this squad, but I will interrupt myself as there's a bit of a fight. Fly looking for Bono. He has Jelly in his back pocket. Keen's going to turn up. It's another 5v5, and there's the flank. The taunt just solo onto Mystic, having to deal with his Gargoyle. Massive knock-up with the depth charge as Bono takes a second to take down a Rift Scuttler. May as well do it if you can find it. Justice Punch going to Fly in. Good taunt onto Spirit, who tries to get the Cataclysm, does so. There's the heroic entrance, but it will be interrupted by the last chapter. Fly dives on in and will be able to take down Bono, but now another taunt. Big damage from Kuro. I'm glad we just talked him up because damn, he's playing well this game. And Aiming, he'll be able to grab this Quadra after cleaning things up. Wanted to get another Q just so that he could get that E off cooldown, but not going to be able to pick up the kill onto Spirit. A triple is all he's going to get, but it ain't bad. He's already got a pentakill this season.
Yeah, I mean, Aiming played that very well, and Kuro just getting these clutch taunts on the flank, over the walls. When we look here, Fly thinks he's got a bit of an edge, puts a lot of damage down to Bono. But watch as we see the fight continue again. Bono puts down the Subjugate immediately, gains a lot of that health back, and Kuro in the back line. And then we see the Ornald coming in. Mystic has been out of commission since this point, and almost dies here to Aiming, by the way. And he's able to get out, but there's just no damage coming in. He's trying to get some hits over the wall, but not close enough. And Mystic's like, well, I can't jump over the wall. He ends up just trying to follow them through down towards the bottom side of the map. Tries to put down some more poke. Still no damage coming in, and then Kuro flashes over for the double taunt. I mean, this was insane. And if the minion wave wasn't coming in time...
Oh, wow.
Wow. I was wondering how he died there. But, geez, getting that last hit to follow through and get the burst on that Essence Flux. Aiming on top of it, 7-0-3.
and just builds a Duskblade of Drakthar out of nowhere.
Oh.
That's just a fully fledged lethality item right there for the Ezreal. 40% CDR now completed. So much early game damage. I actually love Duskblade as a like snowball item, especially for Ezreal, because he can spam these Mystic shots so much, and they do get the benefit of the Duskblade. He's just going to be smashing the members of Afrika because they just don't. There's not enough money in their pockets as a collective team to buy enough armor to mitigate that.
Yeah, I mean, 9k gold, 10k gold down now against KT. Afrika Freaks just don't really have an answer. And on top of that, after buying all that damage for himself, Aiming also has that Quicksilver Sash. So should all that CC and all that tankiness from KT prove inefficient, he can still get away from any extra stuns or, of course, a Yuumi ult coming in, and he'll be able to join the fight once again.
And you have to know that his Arcane Shift, his Flash, they're gap closers. They're not defensive tools, not for aiming. And it's never been his MO, right? Like, he's been flashing forward, Arcane Shifting forward on Ezreal his entire career, but now he's making it look good instead of real silly like it used to. So it's very impressive to see the evolution of this player. They obliterate the inner turret bottom side. Now they're looking to siege on forward. Already taken down the inhibitor. And it's 22 minutes into this game, guys. So the Baron has only just spawned, and it might just be taken in its infancy here by KT if they would like to. As Aiming is just going to Arcane Shift away, look to go back to base, and we'll see what he's going to complete. Whether he's near enough to the Mercurial Scimitar, or whether it's going to be a Blade of the Ruined King to come in next. But no, looking for that Mortal Reminder, trying to lock down the healing from Afrika, which I completely value. Given the fact that Fly's Chrono Break's going to give him health back. The Zoomies from the Yuumi, probably the most important thing to mitigate, as well as Keen being able to decimate his health bar back up with that Q. So I like the decision, trying to grab as much utility as possible, because to be honest, Aiming's items, half of them are just luxury items right now. He's already hit that point where he has the items that he needs.
Yep, and Aiming just constantly always shooting out at the Mystic shots, of course, for that cooldown reduction. And I mean, quite frankly, there's the utility, but also I think he's partly concerned about making sure he can secure kills. And
that's absolutely true.
With the healing mitigated as well, just trying to pad that stat line a little bit. Prepping to push down this
flank teleport here from Fly as Spirit might be in trouble. It goes golden as they're buying space for Fly to move in. The parallel convergence does not land onto Aiming as Fly already Chrono breaks his way up. Bono takes down the jungler off to the side. Aiming hasn't even been able to offer too much damage here as Fly is just obliterated by this Ezreal. Keen is going to be dead. That's the double kill. And now they're looking for the next one. He's going to catch up to the cat on a book that's secured by Kuro. And now it's just going to be the end of the game at 24 minutes.
Yeah, Mystic is gonna have to just walk away and watch the base get ravaged by KT as we see double teleports coming in to buy as much time as possible for their minions. And actually, Tucson flashing forward. Wow, that was a lot
of flashes, guys. That's a lot of flashes. This is a KT that's, I think they're just having a good time. They look angry, but I think this is celebration mode for potentially moving towards 7 match wins in a row. And we have to remember, like, we're talking about 7 match wins in a row after 5 losses in a row. And a abysmal Casper Cup at the beginning of the year. The turnaround couldn't be more incredible for KT.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to keep this up for the rest of this second round robin, I mean, it really shows the story, like you mentioned, Atlas, of a team finally finding their groove, right? It's not these random spurts of wins and losses. It's just that they found what works for them, and they're also able to showcase it against a number of different teams. I think that's one of the most important parts as well.
And also, if they win this here, they move to 4th place. And actually in touching distance of a Dragon X that has been so up and down throughout their recent matches. Yes, they were able to take down Griffin yesterday, but they weren't able to even contend with a T1 that just crushed them. Like, this is a team that's susceptible and a team that still has to face KT. It's really fun watching just how far they might be able to come as we get towards the spring finals.
Yeah, just overall great play coming in from KT, and we keep talking aiming up, but I think there's a reason for why he's being mentioned so many times. It's just what he's able to do. And it all starts with this first double kill. Both just great play from Tucson aiming, and of course Bono coming in at the end to secure the second kill. He's able to flash forward, get it with the Q. Of course, we heard the pro view during that. And then we hear everyone cheering. And this almost looks like deja vu, but it's not. It's actually a separate double kill, this time purely for aiming as Tucson. What a sturdy support. Just tanking that.
Stealing things away. I do think that Kuro had probably the play of the game performance here this game. I know aiming was sort of the front runner. He was the guy that everyone was looking at because all of the space was being provided by the huge gargoyle, by the forge god, you know? It's all of this space created. And look at Kuro's mastery in this particular team fight. Like, the 2-man taunt, then backs it up with a 3-man taunt after landing the ultimate onto 3 members. Taunt is huge, denies everybody's follow-up, and then the resets that might have come in for the Darius just weren't possible.
That's entirely true. I mean, we've seen basically Kuro kind of dictate how a lot of these fights go. We see it here as well. Coming in from the back, gets the taunt instantly onto Mystic. And that's kind of the main source of damage that Friga Freaks is looking for coming into this point in the game. As Fly's already hit his spike, hasn't been able to do much. And Kuro gets another taunt, just using it off of cooldown every single time.
Yeah. Makes me feel like, you know how like you can go go-karting, and when you're a kid you can go go-karting and like go in tandem with your dad? It feels like aiming's like the kid having a really good time in the go-kart, and Kuro's his dad who's actually driving the damn thing, you know? That's what it felt like this game. But yeah, it would have been fun to be aiming in this. Like, I want my solo queue games to be this, right?
Exactly. This is everyone's dream if you're playing any type of carry role. And this was another testament where Fly, his positioning was good. It was the right idea. Wasn't able to get the stun, but even if he did, I mean, I don't know if aiming would have been finished off in time. Aiming wasn't able to join the fight early on, but there to really clean up fight. And like you said, Kuro actually saved his ultimate all the way to the end, recognizing that they didn't need to use it too early.
Yeah, it's a re-engage ulti, and you can see that the damage out of the Ezreal was just gigantic. He had a field day that game. I wouldn't mind if he picked up the player of the game, but my personal opinion was that Kuro just played out of his mind on the Galio in the mid lane. I think this might be his first time this season on the Galio. He's played a whole bunch of different champions, but none of them have been Galio so far. He's mostly been on the Rumbles and on the Zoe, things like that, which is similar to the champion pool of Fly like we were talking about. But guys, this is the Win Streak KT, and they are speedrunning our final match of the night. When we get back, we're going to see whether Afrika are going to be able to wake up and actually challenge this squad, because we got excited about the potential Darius popping off, but once KT started, they did not let their foot off the pedal, and it got to that 15-minute mark, and Chober and I knew that it was time to pack things up, and it absolutely was true. Thankfully, it was only 9 minutes after that, and the game was over. But stick around, guys. We'll be back for game number 2 right after the break.
Look at me, the champ.
Boy, you all wanna looking at a champ. You looking at a champ.
Look at me the champ.
Yeah, look at me, the champ.
오늘 왜 떨리지? 오늘 왜 이렇게 떨려? 원래 한 번도 안 떨렸는데. 그러니까.
나 안 떨리는데 나만 안 떨려? 나도 안 떨리는데. 진짜 안 떨리는데? 난 차견이 믿는다.
아 형 하지 마요. 부담되잖아요.
차견이 안 믿는다.
뭐 어떻게 팀을 안 믿어?
아 집중해.
뭘 시작도 안 했는데.
너 너무 들떠 있어 지금.
우리 타잔 행님 언제 오냐? 뭐 형 뭐 직관 왔어? 아 근데 타잔 잘생겼어 실물. 눈 감고 명상하자 명상. 명상 나이 W. Look at me. Look at me the check big shot. 나 지금 무슨 생각하는 줄 알아? 타잔. 나 지금 화이트 노이즈 소리가 폭포 소리라고 생각하고 있어. 폭포 소리 맞아? 화이트 노이즈? 형 지면 폭포수 맞으러 가야 된다고.
엄마 페인 킬러. 근데 루엘보다 라우브가 더 노래 좋은 게 많은 것 같아.
맞아. 나 그렇게 생각해.
라우브 노래 하나하나가 다 띵곡이야. 라브?
나 근데 콜드플레이가 더 좋은데?
내가 빈티지 스타일이야. 트리거 미야.
미아콜 잘하자.
진짜 안 되겠다.
왜 그러는 거야?
아니 근데 진짜 로밍 많이 다니니까 미아콜 잘해야지.
했잖아요.
뭘 했는데?
했는데 싸우다가 죽었잖아요.
아니 전판은 미아님이 아니었잖아. 이번판 미아니까 더 미아콜을 잘해야지. 주장님 MVP인가?
MVP예요 저? 한키모.
아 적당히 해.
지금 내가 뭐 했는데? 어느 시공인데 왜 거기까지 갈라 그래? 내가 뭐 했는데?
아 선은 넘지 마.
내가 뭐 했는데? 주장 탄핵
찬성 5-1
4-2
4-3.
기다려봐 이거. 나 펜타각인데? 펜타. 먹을 거 같아? 먹을 수 있을 것 같아? 아 뛰지마. 먹이다. 펜타 킬. 진짜 먹어봐. 아니. 유미 상대로 볼배 할 거임? 소라카 올라프 유미 대 세나 볼배 뭐시? 패배? 절대 못 이김.
야, 그
아이가 만약 그렇게
알았어. 그런 마음 안 좋아. 야, 그런 거 고민하지 마. 그냥 해. 수액으로 알았어?
그러면은 볼배 할까요?
가자 박수
볼배 하죠. 박아? 볼배 하자. 박는다. 볼배 하자. 게임 이겨줄게. 형 템 뭐 할 거임? 버드라 욕심이냐 살짝?
어더라 가도 될 것 같은데?
아니
뭐 얼만데?
100원.
아니 그냥 도라마코 팔아.
팔라고?
팔아.
갈게 일단. 자, 버드라 볼배. 아니 탑타운 칠게.
탑해.
너 다음에 밀어도 되나? 신드라 탑인 것 같겠는데. 근데 신드라 원콤 내 뽑았지 않냐? 안 될라나?
아 그만하고 전령 보는 게 나아.
아 얘네 뭐다 이거. 아 나 갈게. 아주 볼배 든든한 거 보통 친구들. 나 신드라 이거 원콤 낼만해. 한번 먹을게 이거. 3대 간다. 잡았어. 미치겠다 나라 볼배.
아니 볼베가
와 볼배 CS 봐. 라인 관리의 신이야. 나 왜 잘하냐? 아 이제 너무 잘해. 아 미친 볼배였다.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 머리바이너 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 잉더들 자 이제 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 5, 6월 서리 가득 찰노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 패치 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by special guest Chobra here tonight for what could be the final game of the night. It's so sad. I feel like we're not going to get enough value out of having Chobra here by my side. What is it going to be, like 7 games if KT wins right here? Nowhere near enough. This is basically 2 best of 3s. What the heck?
It does feel like it though. We've had some quick games. We definitely haven't had too many long ones. We've had a couple quick ones, and of course in that last one, KT just dominating in commanding fashion against this kind of I'm just gonna say it, the shaky looking Afrika Freaks, right? There's no way around it.
Yeah, they're certainly not looking like the team that had absolutely crushed the Casper Cup, that was looking like... I mean, I toted them as being the favorites for the start of the split. I look stupid, but, that's okay. I'm a play-by-play. I'm allowed to look a little bit stupid here, but they certainly did look dominant, but something has gone wrong. There's been like a screw loosened or something like that over at the Afrika camp, and once again, it feels like they haven't quite figured out their roster and who they want to be... to be starting for this team or anything like that. So it's a little bit sad to see out of a team that feels like they won the offseason, right? Like Mystic, despite going 0-4-0 in the last game, did have some very, very good performances earlier on. And Aiming is going to pick up player of the game. I voted for Kuro. I'm okay with voting for Kuro, but you can understand why Aiming picked this one up, because he was the kid on the go-kart that just looked like he was having the greatest of all times. And did play very, very well and very aggressively in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Aiming played well. I'll be honest. So I voted for Aiming, but as soon as you mentioned Kuro, I was like, you're right. And I'm going to be real sad, actually, if Aiming got it with
imagine if it's like the 5 out of 9. Oh, no.
I would feel bad for Kuro. But all in all, I mean, I think both of them really stood out. Everyone played well on KT. I would say both of them stood out in what they were supposed to offer, right? Aiming, obviously, with the damage, and then Kuro just with really more than anything, I think the CC. Not so much the tankiness, because that was all around. But the crowd control and also positioning that Galio was able to offer.
Oh, 6 out of 9 you saved. Never mind, you saved. I'm the only mid lane vote, though, so how embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Well, no, I think that's a little concerning. I just don't think there's enough credit to Kuro. I would have expected it to either be Aiming or Kuro, so...
Well, I hope that it's going to be something that I'm not going to be punished for in the post-match thread or anything like that. Is having a look at some of the stats here for Aiming on Ezreal. He's just good at Ezreal, guys. The old 38, 425, not too bad.
Wow.
And his damage, 782 average damage per minute. Is that seriously it? That's insane.
And then the 90% kill participation now after that last game, and up to 41% of the team damage dealt within KT. So Aiming, in terms of damage, obviously with the help of his team, but kind of single-handedly carrying the team to victory here.
Well, it just shows that he is certainly paving his way for being one of those Ezreal players that we talk about in the same breath of like Teddy, of Ruler, of Deft, like these all-time great AD carry players. And Aiming is stepping up there. I mean, he was the guy that was making all the weird, dumb decisions on Ezreal last year. And now he's just hard carrying. And you can see that in the statistics here. And like we were talking about earlier on, Chobra, stats don't lie. The numbers, they tell the truth. True. And what happened in this last game? They told the truth. And what are they going to do in the next one? We'll have to see. But I assume they're going to tell the truth again.
I would assume so, one way or the other. I was gonna say it makes me a little sad that as soon as you mentioned, it's in the same vein of other players, and then in my head the first name that popped up was Prey, but these days I guess it's Teddy and Ruler, and the other guys. So,
I mean, Bang was the other one. Bang was the other Ezreal player, man, but he's now on Evil Geniuses in North America, so you can't talk about him anymore. Still, I think that Bang is another one of those players that does have that Ezreal legacy. I mean, if you're talking about it, I mean, there's Wei Zhao to be spoken about as well, as far as the best Ezreals in the world. But it's been a while since Wei Zhao has played.
That's a real throwback.
Yeah, certainly is. And also for a different region. So.
Very true.
Well, so we're jumping straight into the pick and ban here as Senna and Aphelios already banned by KT. Afrika taking away the Varus and the Azir. They don't want to see a Varus. They don't want to see that one ever again. They're going to be banning the Ornn, and KT are going to be free to take away the Kalista unless they want to deny Set from Afrika. That's going to be the interesting thing. I think Callista is certainly the ban that you are going to go for here. I don't think that you could ever risk leaving that up, as they are going to agree with me and take that one away. So, phew. I wasn't made to look silly.
Saved by that ban. And I think it's a fair ban, not only because of what Callista can offer, but also, again, just taking a little bit of that power away from Mystic. I think Mystic, and this is throughout his career, quite frankly, has always been a player who... there's certain champions in certain playstyles that just work for him, whereas other times he's not able to do as much when he has to kind of change something about his play to fit the current composition or the meta. So that's a double hit against a Freak of Freaks. And then Olaf being secured for KT alongside that Nautilus.
Yeah, so Nautilus being locked in is actually surprising to me, because I feel like having the Yuumi Olaf available, it is a really powerful combo to take. But Yuumi can be abused in lane, as we saw in the last game. And it looks like KT do not want to be alongside that, as Set and Renekton being hovered here for the next 3 seconds, and he's going to be locked away. There is a lot of physical damage already, potentially coming out of the solo lanes, but Jelly could be piloting that Set. And especially if we see a Kai'Sa locked in here, that is a bottom lane that Griffin certainly loves to play, and despite their losing a lot recently, that bottom lane has worked out for them. So we'll see what they do decide to do now with 5 seconds to go.
There you go.
Oh wow, look at me.
See, doing real well so far in this in these bans and picks. And then Kai'Sa coming out, I would like to see that Set go bottom and potentially that Renekton being left open as a flex. I'm just a little worried about the Renekton going in mid lane for Fly. It just doesn't seem so great. Lucian being hovered as a potential fight against that. Whoa.
Oh man, this is the old counter to the Kai'Sa, but we might have we have Space Vayne versus regular Vayne.
I love it.
As Aiming locks that one in, and man, Aiming's feeling himself today. I mean, getting out the Vayne picks, that is a surefire way of knowing that a player's feeling it.
Yeah, very, very much so, and I think he has the right to do that, right? Given the performance so far today, and also just where he is as a player these days. So aiming with the Vayne, and I think this is something that a lot of people also just generally want to see from the LCK. Again, a little bit more of that confidence, that aggression in that bottom lane to command the flow of the game, rather than relying on just grander objectives as the only path to victory.
Yeah. And so this could be the Vayne into Kai'Sa, which we've seen be popular. That is certainly an option. But Vayne into Set is another possibility. So we don't necessarily know where that Vayne is going just yet. And with Kuro hovering the Lucian first, it's almost like a mind game that KT are playing, with the Vayne possibly heading towards that top side. So we'll just have to hold on to our assumptions for a little while longer before that one is confirmed. Elise to be taken off the board here. Spirit not going to be playing one of his favorite junglers, as the LeBlanc is taken away from Kuro. Expecting Zoe to be banned next by the Afrika Freaks, but there's the Sejuani ban. Trying to get rid of that as far as Spirit's wheelhouse. And he did have a pretty good Sejuani game despite losing it in their match yesterday, as the cannon taken away from Soan. So it looks like Afrika didn't quite catch on to where that Vayne might be going. Or maybe I'm just insane. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I think also just Kennen being a common consideration for Sohan. I think they're just trying to keep that out. And we're going to see the Gnar come out right away. So that should be an indicator for the Vayne going bottom, unless we're going to see some craziness that probably wouldn't do KT any good.
Yep. And also, I mean, the bottom lane could already be there for Afrika, so the Gnar is just, it works into both Renekton and the Set that Afrika have already shown, and is a decent blind pick there as well. So I don't mind aiming securing that for Soan, and Soan's a pretty good Gnar player anyway. And we'll see how he decides to build as well, because Blade of the Ruined King now getting a couple of buffs, mostly for melee champions, but you are melee some of the time as Mega Gnar, so we might be able to get a bit more value out of that. As our Mystic locks away the Trundle for Spirit, and now Jelly to round out this roster.
Now, what's it going to be? Okay, it is going to be that mid lane, so we should be seeing that Renekton go top, and the Set coming down to support if that's locked in, and that's going to be Syndra. And I feel like this is a a welcome change for Fly and what he might be able to do in this game against KT. He's always had to kind of play a more passive lane on top of his style, but also because he's always had these picks that weren't able to get a huge advantage unless you were very, very mechanically ahead of your opponent. And so with the Syndra, if he's got the combos down, obviously he has a little bit of range, but is at risk, especially with a jungler like Olaf, especially post 6, right? Not going to be afraid of just jumping right in for a gank.
Yeah, and Olaf is now going to be paired with this Taric as well, which is a really great combo. So Tucson, despite not having Kalista available, is still going to be picking up the fabulous man towards the bottom side of the map, and it will be that combo that we were talking about, Vayne versus Space Vayne, and the Vayne Taric is going to attempt to go up against the unorthodox, we might say, set support that Jelly has decided to go with. And Keen on the Renekton into the Gnar. It's a decent matchup there for Soan, and Kuro is going to be on his mid lane Nautilus that he loves so much.
Yeah, and that should be the thing that spells trouble for Fly. I mean, you can try to poke him down a little bit early on, but that timing will not last long enough. And once again, KT is kind of putting all their eggs in the basket for Vayne, which I guess if you're playing Vayne on your team, you might as well, right? It is kind of an all-in pick on its own to begin with. And they're going to have to make sure it works once again. This is still going to require teamwork. We keep playing up KT, but this type of composition is definitely one that can fall with just one mistake, right? Or one mistake per fight. One person just not being in the right place, and the whole thing falls apart compared to a little bit more of a balanced composition coming out from Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Freakers comp whatsoever, and I think going back to basics is a good idea after a loss and when you're reeling a little bit with your most recent results. So I don't mind it here. I think that a Freakers composition, it runs the risk a little bit of falling behind as the game goes on, because unless Keen gets a lead, he is going to be a bit of a dead weight come end of the game, and Bono has the Taric, he has the Bastion available to help him cling on to relevance as this game goes on. Oftentimes you talk about the Olaf being one of these decaying champions, as our friend LS would say, but Taric sort of gives him that ability to stick to his opponents and have that extra durability thanks to the Bastion that he picks up. So I don't mind this KT composition as it moves into the later stages of the game, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Not to mention Nautilus in mid lane can fall off a little bit as well.
True.
But Afrika don't necessarily have that late game scaling draft, and with Space Vayne and regular Vayne, the scaling is pretty much moot between the two, even though they do have very different modes as we get later. And I guess you could argue that regular Vayne probably hard scales a little bit later into the game, given the fact that the true damage out of the Silver Bolts is so incredibly valuable. But we'll just have to see how things play out. Both of these teams with abilities to fight around mid to late game that are at around similar levels. So I think the statistic that we were looking at before, with the lead at 15 minutes playing so much of a part to the victories for both of these teams, I think that's even more prevalent here in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Given the compositions like you mentioned, of course, we saw that the Omni Stone being picked up for Set in that support role. So we'll see how much he can make use of that. He does have the Glacial to begin with. Not going to be able to use it too well, but maybe just to cycle it, I might try something cheeky here. Of course, it runs the risk of getting stunned by Taric. Something I wanted to mention is just the lack of range from both teams, which it seems unfortunate, but then on the side of KT, as long as the Olaf doesn't fall too behind, I mean, you don't need range when you're able to run into the enemy team, and then, of course, the Nautilus ultimate as well.
Yeah, I don't know why Tucson just put his face into Jelly there. Got it broken just a little bit. But I think KT can capitalize on the enemy having low range more than they can fall susceptible to not having the range themselves. The Spirit is going to find Soan. He's holding onto the pillar. Actually, I don't know whether he didn't have it off cooldown.
Yeah,
never mind.
I don't think Spirit had it available, given just level 2, right? So just coming through, probably has the W in the queue for now. I think just
yes, that's true.
Given the pathing they had, I think he was able to steal the red buff as well. So that just taking the wins where they can.
Yeah, I think trading red buffs there, or did Spirit start red? I'm actually just trying to remember. I think
Spirit
the steal
started
did come
red.
in from Spirit. Nice work. The old buff to enemy buff. Not bad. And that will deny Bono. And Bono does want to be hard farming his own jungle in the earlier stages, just to try and get that advantage. As Keen playing aggressively here against Soan. Good to see. and still able to hold on to a bit of a CS advantage. He had this in game number 1, remember. So it's not the end of the world for KT fans, as Bono going to move into the mid lane and look to try and help Kuro get a bit of a shove here, maybe buy a back timing for him, as Bono's Olaf is certainly one of his favorite picks. He's on a couple of comfort picks so far here today, and it has worked out relatively well.
Yeah, I mean 65% is definitely a healthy win rate for a champion you like playing. They'll trade the scuttles on the top and the bottom. But I think, Spirit really taking advantage of the slight lead he had, and they're actually going to run into each other. Spirit with the double buff, though, gets spotted by the ward, so Bono maybe just trying to steal a couple, doing what he can, because, again, he realizes that he's been a bit set behind just a bit. So Bono has to make sure this trend doesn't continue. Otherwise, again, that Olaf's going to have some trouble being a threat. Not necessarily useless, but being a threat at all going into that mid game.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. As he's going to go back to base, he picks up his skirmishing saber, and he's going to look to try and affect the rest of the map. Having a look at the picks here for Afrika Mystic with his first Kai'Sa of the season. But of course, when he was over in the LPL, certainly played a lot of Kai'Sa over his most recent season with WE. And Jelly is 1-0 on the set support, so 100% win rate. Hell yeah. Kuro 3-0 on this Nautilus pickup, and Tucson 3-0 on the Taric. Taric pretty good at the moment because it's paired all the time with the very, very strong Callista. But still, it's not to say that Tucson can't just play the champion really well just by himself.
Yeah, and actually looking at the compositions a little further, I think this one for aiming does have to rely on himself a little more, as we actually see a gank come in. No stun, though.
Yeah, the dazzle didn't quite work out there, as double undertow does come in. Jelly tries to move out to the side to try and pick up that face breaker, but doesn't get it, as Keen is going to turn up, gets himself a really good stun, but not going to be able to find too much more, as now aiming gets exhausted, but looks for the silver bolts, as Soan in amongst 4 members, but they will be able to grab the first blood, as Soan very close to getting the Mega Gnar, and the heals come in as he gets the Bastion from the Taric. The flash in, the flash condemned down from aiming, and he will be able to help get this kill as well. No wallop to come down onto Spirit, and that is going to save his life, but KT turn everything on its head and walk away with an advantage for the Vayne lane.
Wow, the kills going away from the bottom lane is just about the only thing that Afrika Freaks can celebrate from that fight. Of course, 2 kills ultimately going over to Bono and Sohan, but even that, I mean, Bono set behind a little bit early on. We're going to see this here again. KT doesn't get the dazzle, but Bono goes straight for Mystic, and now this causes a lot of damage down to Mystic, who's not able to respond. Jelly is pushed away, so no facebreaker onto aiming to pull him closer. Now, Keen thinks he's got the jump on him, but jumps onto Bono, who's already so far behind, so he just soaks in all the damage coming in from aiming and Tucson, and now he's left to die, and Sohan juggling his health and that rage before he turns into that Mega Gnar. Just perfect timing. Would have gotten the stun too if it wasn't for the flash, and a great condemn from aiming, also tumbling out of that damage coming in from the set. Just all around, such clean play from KT, both in Game 1 and Game 2.
That was really sick as well from aiming. That was actually a condemned flash to make sure that there was no reaction available from Jelly. So really, really clean stuff. Coming down from the AD carry of KT once again as Bono in position, but no Gnar is going to land there from Soan. Keen just sidestepping that one with ease. And I actually really like it. We've got Vayne and Gnar, and Hyper and Silver Bolts have like very similar interactions with the 1-2-3 boop. And so we've got the double 1-2-3 boop champions on the same team, and I like the synergy this time around. Of course, has no effect on how this game is played whatsoever, but now that it's pretty late in the day, certain things are, making me happy when otherwise, if I was of sane mind, maybe they wouldn't.
Whatever floats your boat, right? Whatever is able to keep you.
Whatever gets me to the ship, as they like to say here in the LCK. As Bono's going to find Spirit. The dazzle is going to be flashed out of there by Spirit, as you can see. But Bono, he's still going. Ragnarok has been popped. Spirit, no way to get out whatsoever. And if Bono still had flash, I think he might have just flashed under the turret there, because he just has a Viking mentality, Chobra. He just does. It's how he likes to play. He basically is Olaf in playstyle.
Love it. You love to see it. And I don't think Afrika Freaks were expecting that aggression either. I thought they thought the fight was over, so we didn't see Jelly or Mystic. Not that they could have really done much, right? They could have maybe tried for a trade, but it's not like they would have stopped him with that Ragnarok already on for Bono. So able to pick up another kill, and then the Drake as well. And KT slowly kicking off that engine for the goal difference once again.
Yeah, you can see up to about 1,000 at this point. Remember, their statistic before the first match was about 1,000 gold in general, ahead at 15 minutes. And that is still the case, as the Dazzle is going to land there onto Jelly, who gets silver bolted and takes a hell of a lot of damage. Damn. Aiming with a few points in that particular ability, now really starting to hurt as Bono. We're going to check out his windowed playstyle as he moves towards the bottom side and finds himself a Spirit.
Yeah, they were talking about if they were going to be spotted or not, and he's just, actually, we just found jungle.
And actually, they can just kill him.
My favorite is his teammates are like, no, this isn't going to work out. And then Bono's like, no, I can do it. And they're like, okay, fine, I'll come help. And they're like, oh, the kill's over. They just move out. So while the team wasn't exactly on the same page, Bono didn't need any assistance and is able to pick up a quick kill against Spirit, who, once again, I mean, Spirit played the early jungle to his advantage, right? Tried to keep Bono at bay, but that just wasn't enough.
And also, now that the Olaf picks up, you know, a kill and an assist towards that bottom lane in that exchange, it only gets worse, right? Because it really does mitigate what was a good early game, like you were talking about from Spirit. As now KT, they've started up Shelly. Rift Scuttler also here as Soan looking to try and get rid of Keen. The Q not going to land, is going to land and deters Soan from moving further forward. Good stun is going to land onto Tusum, but he isn't too worried about that one as he does have the ability to heal himself back up. And Shelly is going to be taken here. Afrika look like they still want to find a fight, but Soan does have Mega Gnar available, and aiming is split off from this fight now. Smashed into the wall is Keen, but he's able to get himself out. Cosmic Radiance does land. The Crush comes down on top of Spirit, and it seems really aptly named, as now Jelly finds himself the Haymaker. Nice damage onto Bono there, as Kuro's going to flash his way out. Soan not going to be so lucky, as his flash was just barely off cooldown. Not able to get out, and they do get Shelly, but they don't get anything else.
Yeah, and I think KT was confident enough, and given the state of the game, they should have been. But Afrika Freaks, I think, just play that well. I think the most important thing was Keen goes in to initiate and kind of start the fight.
Just him, right?
Yeah, gets out before he dies, and the rest of the team is able to fight through. Like you mentioned, aiming nowhere near this fight is going to get zoned out. Meanwhile, we see the fight start. Ian looks like he's going down and is able to dash right across the wall with the slice and dice. And watch here as aiming actually tries to rush in, but immediately gets exhausted. So can't even duel Mystic, while Mystic now still has the opportunity to jump in with his ultimate and follow through for an extra kill onto Sohan, going over to Fly.
Yep, and this is going to put Afrika right back into a decent position, and in fact ahead in gold by about 500. We've got 4 minutes until that inevitable time where we discover who's going to win the game. And we'll see who that's going to be, as 500 gold is certainly not a margin that's insurmountable here by KT as we draw ever closer to that moment. 11.5 minutes in means that we've still got a few minutes of these turret plates being available. One already taken by Keen, top side of the map, but his turret very, very healthy. Soan has been denied that bit of extra gold, and the game acceleration that we saw in game number one is completely different this time around. A much slower game when it comes to the positions of, you know, the turrets and also where we're moving our bottom lane, things like that. KT have been slowed down by Afrika, and it feels like it's working out in Afrika's favor.
Yeah, and I love that Spirit is paying a lot of attention to Fly just because they know that he's now the target. Fly's been kind of left alone in this lane, and Kuro actually moving about the map quite a bit more as well has increased that gap in CS. And then now Fly's picked up a kill and an assist, so already has that Ludens and is able to not only clear lanes, but actually deal a good amount of damage. Definitely assassin aiming by no doubt, but some of these other champions as well are at risk.
Well, in goes Bono, looks for Jelly, has to use the Ragnarok there, as there's the Void Seeker. Good knock-up from Kuro, will land, and the Dredge line is going to follow up as well, but he's not as tanky as he wants to be. Tusum making his way in. We've got teleports from both top laners as the Dazzle does go wide, and now Soan finds himself in amongst the entire enemy team, but it's a good hop to get himself back into a good position. Black Knight into the Dredge line, and Bono locks down that first kill. It's a trade 1-for-1, but aiming is free hitting, lands the Condemn onto Keen, who just slices pushes his way over the wall, and another Void Seeker is going to land. The heals coming out from the Taric were definitely good, but a 1-for-1 is not what KT thought they were going to get. They thought they had everything on the table.
Yeah, I mean, KT definitely looked like they turned things around so well at the start of that fight. Eventually, they're going to get the teleports coming in. And actually, it looks like Afrika Freaks initially decided to commit to a full trade. That didn't seem like such a good idea with the Herald, but the Herald did its job. Got all the plates for KT, and now just that last bit left on that outer turret. Of course, Dragon's still able to go in favor of Afrika Freaks. Looking at this replay here once again, when they catch Bono, of course they expect the Ragnarok, so they're saving the pillar. It's not perfectly placed, but Kai'Sa jumps in, and Kuro with the kind of half-predict ultimate coming in knocks up all 3 members. And look at the teleports here. It's actually very interesting that both top laners kind of split the way they want to go, and that actually causes the rest of the teams to split the way they're going, and so the fight actually goes on a break. A great flash forward from Sohan, but at the end of the day doesn't have the tankiness to survive, as Kian of course still had his ultimate up, coming in for an extra stun.
In the meantime, a Mystic is going down very, very low, but not going to be able to be killed just this once. Still had the exhaust available as well. An exhaust ignite bottom lane here by Afrika, just showing just the raw power of exhaust these days. As Spirit going to take some parting shots here by aiming, but no harm, no foul. And 14.5 minutes. We got 200 gold lead for Afrika. This is going to be close. We'll see who's going to be able to clinch it as we tick ever closer. 15 seconds. It's neck and neck. Oh my god, this might just be the closest game of all time, as we can't predict it. Okay, 300 gold. We got 7 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. It's a 400 gold lead. 300 gold lead for Afrika. Have they? They've won the game.
All right.
Oh man, right at the end there.
It
Oh, all right. Do you want to prepare for game number 3? We can go to the bathroom now. Something
Yeah,
like that.
I think we're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, it was a close game though, wasn't it? My
Yeah,
God,
I mean, just a couple
it's
hundred
back
gold.
to even now, but it's 15.5 minutes. You know, like it's all over.
Oh boy, I mean, Afrika Freaks, they have the answers. It's great that you mentioned the exhaust. Obviously, we saw it in action earlier.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to continue seeing that. I think that was entirely Mystic's plan, is to stick with aiming, kind of challenge that duel, but then exhaust, so that aiming either has to basically lose the duel or step out of the fight, whereas Mystic, of course, with that Kai'Sa can continue chasing through and join the rest of the fight. So aiming's going to have to watch out kind of where he's entering the fight from.
Yeah, exactly right. And he has a lot of extra defensive options as far as the summoner spells chosen by KT's bottom lane. So I like the different schools of thought, and we'll see which one's going to work out more effectively as this series goes on. As now Spirit has started up Shirley. 16 minutes into this game, aiming just by himself here on the bottom side, and that is good news for KT. They just want the Vayne to power towards, especially 2 items. I think Blade of the Ruined King Rage Blade is really important for the Vayne, and similarly to be said for Mystic, who will have the Neuromana transformation when he completes his Rage Blade, most likely as well, which is a big power spike. And now Afrika move towards the outer turret in the mid lane, and it looks like they are going to be able to take that one down, as KT are going to just focus their attention on making sure this Vayne gets to a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, they were already committed to that bottom side, but now we'll see if Afrika Freaks actually continue to commit to this
That's
inner
a dominance. Yeah, you can see Crow. He clears out the minions there as Shirley is going to charge her head into the turret. Keen goes down very low though, and now Taric and the Vayne are moving forward. Spotted on multiple control wards, but now Sohan trying to find some stragglers. They're not going to be able to. Forcing this fight is dangerous here, and KT know it as they back away.
Yeah, real good patience from Afrika Freaks, not over-committing. After they've taken down the turret, they recognize the wins, they recognize that they have other members of the KT team coming up from the bottom lane, but I think KT reacting just a bit too late. I mean, staying for the turret was fine, given where the position of the map already was, but if they were able to kind of move a little bit earlier, or maybe just Tucson moving up a little bit earlier, knowing that all 5 members of Afrika Freaks were in that mid lane, I think they could have at least continued that fight, probably not protect the turret. But alas, Afrika Freaks now have this highway open in the mid lane, and they're able to kind of inch forward once again in the gold lead. But I think what's really going to come down to is this next Drake fight. Whoever wins that should be able to assert dominance again, just given the health of some of these turrets around the map.
Yeah, and this game is so close. One dragon apiece, the Mountain and the Infernal. And with the tanky boys that KT will eventually have in the Gnar, Olaf, Nautilus, and the Taric, that is actually going to be put to some use. But whoever can stack up these Ocean Drakes first is going to be feeling so damn good in these scrappy team fights that are obviously going to eventuate. You can see Afrika with all the control of this area when it comes to the vision, and KT just looking for a way to get vision control and priority in this area. So on. Crushing his way forward. Yeah, Keen. Stuck in the back of the pit here for the moment, as it is going to be Afrika that locked down the Rift Scuttler. Keen just slices his way over the wall, and the Phalanx is going to be resumed by Afrika. They do have inside track, though, as it looks like KT are just prioritizing getting towards this Drake. We'll see whether Bono has his finger on the correct smite, as there's the Cosmic Radiance just used to secure the Dragon, and they get the Ocean and now look to try and back away. Kuro tries to get the slow in there, as there's the ultimate, the showstopper from Jelly. He's going to probably bite the dust, but no, goes Golden. Kuro doing the same thing, but he's not going to be so lucky, but able to go out with that extra kill, as now Afrika have to chase underneath this turret for the 4v4. They might be able to get priority, but they're not going to get any of the other kills.
Yeah, so ultimately, Afrika Freaks are able to balance it out with the turret. The mid lane not really going to see much of an advantage here as the minions are cleared out, but I think it was really smart. KT realized that they need to gain some other advantage from a different part of the map. They're able to focus that Drake, not give that over easily to Afrika Freaks. And like you said, preemptively using some of their abilities to make sure it's secure. There we see Tucson going early with that Taric ultimate, just secures it as Bono's able to sit tight under that dragon, and also saves that Ragnarok for this moment where Bono's able to get to safety. Now, it's so unfortunate that Jelly actually is not able to survive. They weren't able to burst out Kuro fast enough because Jelly was coming out of that stasis half a second later, but at the end, they still get the turret.
Yeah, nicely done by Kuro to take someone with him beforehand, but I really want to shout out Fly. This guy, like, the amazing Scat of the Week stun that he managed to get there, and also we've been hypercritical on Fly in other games, and he's really starting to perform this time around. Has his Banshee's Veil completed 3-0-1. He's the only member of any team with a bounty right now, and this Syndra is really starting to do some work. So shout outs to him. He's 40 CS in the lead as well. It's the largest CS lead I think I've ever seen Fly have in 2020, and it's a really, really nice thing to see. A breath of fresh air here for the Afrika Freaks as he takes down the top outer turret while we're singing his praises. As on bottom side of the map is just going to try and at least get some extra pressure somewhere on the map.
Yeah, KT's definitely the one scrambling a little bit here. I think Bono starting to kind of feel the limits of what an Olaf might be able to do as we get into the later portion, and which is unfortunate because he played that early portion so well, as his scoreline shows. Still 30 CS ahead of that Trundle as well. So it's not that Bono's necessarily done anything wrong alone, it's just that KT as a team hasn't been able to keep up as much with the pressure that Afrika Freaks are putting on, even in this top turret. I mean, they have the top laners kind of just duking it out on the bottom side, and not too much of a worry on either side, I presume, given that everyone else is top. And they're able to put down some pressure, and looks like they might be going for a catch in the upper jungle.
Well, we'll see what they can do. The thing that's really dangerous for KT is the fact that they have absolutely zero counter siege. Their wave clear is just awful, because Kuro has to walk all the way up to a minion wave. Vayne has zero AoE wave clear whatsoever. They don't even have emergency ultimates that they can use, apart from, I guess, maybe the Gnar ult. But I think Olaf probably has the best ranged wave clear on this KT team. And so if you're playing from behind, that is really bad news. I mean, KT want to be forcing fights and then taking turrets when there's nobody else there, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult for them to control these minion waves. And in today's meta, I don't think it's something that we've had to really talk about as much, but certainly was in the past. Like, being able to have that wave clear and have that control is important if someone's going to be stalling out these games. And you can see Afrika are putting KT in the position where they have to defend turrets, and it's really, really hard for this team.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's been a while since we've been able to look at League of Legends and put that much emphasis on the wave clear, just because it's been so much about the other objective, actually, quite frankly, aside from the turrets, where the game's shifted. But in this one, despite KT getting that first Ocean Drake as well, Afrika Freaks still able to put on so much pressure and stay ahead, obviously only by a little bit, but in gold, that they really shouldn't be losing control, basically, of any of the next objectives, while, of course, they still did in that first Ocean Drake. So if they're able to play the vision game out well in conjunction with the clear and the push power they have, I think Afrika Freaks shouldn't be losing this one at 30 seconds. They're here a little bit late, in my personal opinion, but still going to be able to scare off KT enough that they now get control of the vision all around the Dragon Pit. Mystic able to put down some pressure on that bottom side as well.
Yep, and the control. Sorry, the rifts. Sorry, what is it? The blast cone.
Yeah, there you go.
That is going to be taken by Afrika to deny KT any access over that wall, and Bono loses half of his health bar that Tarek will attempt to refill. There's now Afrika. 3 seconds until the Drake is available, and they have full control over the area, but it looks like they're looking for a team fight beforehand. Soan charging the Naba, has teleport available, and you know that KT are looking for a fight. All right, no dredge line to land there from Kuro, as the Void Seekers are softening up the members of KT. Now Soan is going to go Mega Gnar, but Mystic is going to turn up so much damage as the Gnar only lands onto Keen, and Soan has to flash to get out of the way of Mystic. Mystic redeeming himself here in game number 2 as he picks up that kill and beautifully navigates the ultimate of Soan, and that means that KT have to give up this Drake.
That was such a smart decision from Keen to just call for a pivot onto Sohan as he realized that Sohan's already started walking down instead of teleporting. But obviously the rest of the team doesn't have teleport. Kuro does, but I mean, what's Kuro going to do trying to teleport up to the side? And watch this. I thought we were watching aiming for a second as Mystic dodges every single stun. He just stays right out of range.
Yep, and then just flashes after Soan, and there's nothing that Soan can do. So really, really nicely done on his first LCK Kai'Sa performance. He's building towards his Nash's Tooth too. He's very close to picking that one up. And I mean, KT, they're not out of it, right? Like, this is still a pretty close game. The Drakes are even once again at 2 apiece. And KT are looking to try and just charge their Vayne up and get him to a point where he can hard carry. But with Mystic being able to pull ahead, especially now that he's 1-0-3, it's getting more and more difficult for KT to regain control. But this is a much closer game than game number 1, even though it is already over, as we already illustrated.
Of course.
We need to make sure that we remember that. As Baron being looked at, but probably not wanting to be taken just yet.
I don't know if Tucson and Aiming want to wait this one out that long for their team to show up. It does look like Afrika Freaks not identifying them hiding in that brush. So everyone's just going to back off. Now, overall, though, talking about the goal difference, despite what seems like better movement from Afrika Freaks, obviously the goal difference isn't that high, given the point in the game. And a lot of that, I think, again, due to just, I know you guys call it the ping-ponging of the minions back and forth in the lanes, but that's given Vayne actually a chance to continue to really power up and stay on par with Mystic. And it's not like we've seen, for instance, Fly or Keen getting so much further ahead, given the way they've been pushing lanes. So it's really just buying time for KT in a certain sense, because are you ever out of a game with a Vayne on your side? Probably not.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, the teams, as far as like how they scale as well, is so similar that it's all about how they're going to be able to navigate these team fights, right? And is Mystic going to get caught out of position again on this Kai'Sa? Probably not as easily, given the fact that you have extra maneuverability on this champion in comparison to the Varus from game number 1. But Vayne scales extraordinarily well, not to mention the fact that you've got Soan there with a really game-breaking ultimate if you can land it effectively, and the Tarek is very, very strong in that regard as well as Keen, looking to try and get this flank working out for them. I think the biggest difference maker right here is just Fly and how strong he is at this stage of the game as Soan moving down towards this bottom side to try and crash open this inner turret, and he should be able to do so to inject some more gold into KT and possibly even out that number.
Yeah, that actually worked out so poorly for Afrika Freaks. They already had the inner turret in mid, so unless they were going for a fight at Baron or right around that jungle, there wasn't much for Keen to do by coming ahead of time. But Afrika Freaks already gave up on the Baron, which gave Sohan just free time to push, because there wasn't really a moment to fight. If that pillar had completely locked out Tucson, I guess you would have gotten 1 kill. But would that have equaled the Baron? I'm not so sure. And KT actually turned that into 2 turrets for themselves. And now they're able to clear out the vision around the Baron pit as well. So again, this game, Afrika Freaks technically has the lead, but they're not playing like they do. And some of these flanks coming in from Keen are starting to feel a little bit more misplaced than they were in the first half of the game.
Yeah, we have to remember that Renekton is getting less and less valuable as this game goes on as well, so they really do need to get their heads back in the game. That macro play was just terrible. From Afrika, there's no other way around it, because KT, they managed to secure the bot lane in a turret, Soan gets there, and then as soon as they see Keen on the map, KT know that they can just move straight down the mid lane and take down that outer turret as well. So a lot more money now given over to KT, and when it's global gold like that, it means that the Vayne is getting more and more powerful. And the QSS has been completed, so no stuns to land from Fly that are going to really be impactful. And QSS against something like a Renekton diving into your backline is a really great thing to have. So now aiming with not only the barrier, not only the heal from Tucson, and of course the ultimate that has the ability to be immune to the CC and keep that damage pumping out on this Vayne. So as we go forward, it's going to be all about whether the Vayne spotting is going to be to or against aiming.
that always is the question when you have the Vayne in the game, but so far things have been looking okay. Again, I mean, aiming's Vayne hasn't had that power spike for too long, so hasn't shown any spectacular moments in teamfights, hasn't really had an opportunity to, but also just hasn't been caught yet. So I think that's the silver lining. A great pillar comes down.
Yep, just going to slow up KT though. You can see that there's not too much of a commitment here on the side of the Afrika Freaks. But they're grouped as 5, and Soan was moving up towards top side of the map, and Afrika still weren't able to pull the trigger. You can see now they're thinking about getting a little bit more feisty as the orb is going to fly in, but not going to get too much damage there. This fly is landing the CC, but they're not punishing KT as much as they possibly could be. And the Ocean Drake now, remember, soul point available for both teams. As Soan, he can hop out of this one if he would like to, but he's not going to as the River Ram is continuing. The Dredge line is going to miss. Very, very close though there from Kuro as this mid lane... money is being lost all over the map from KT. So it was awful macro from Afrika before, but now this is terrible from KT.
We just see gold just slipping out of this game, and it's just being wasted on the ground of the
like
Summoner's
sand
Rift.
through the hourglass.
Oh my goodness. Now they're deciding, all right, well, while we're here, let's try to make sure we get something out of it. Trying to push in that top outer turret. Of course, it was just one hit away, so they're able to secure it. But Mystic actually going to go ahead and start that Drake.
Yep, so soul point should be gathered here as Mystic well and truly able to solo out this dragon, and KT are going to do nothing while he's just stealing a very pivotal objective away. Oh my god, this it's like something's fallen out of the brains of KT in this last 5 minutes. It's not super good.
We've praised them so much for their play and how they performed themselves coming in to this. I mean, even right before the second round and coming into the second round, and suddenly they've just kind of lost sense of what they're supposed to do to win a game of League of Legends. They lose out on so many minions. The inner turret bottom lane also goes down in favor of Afrika Freaks. They lose out on the Drake, not able to do much around the Baron. And once again, it really comes down to neither team has great range, and really the only thing that can start a fight from, I guess, extended range is Kuro, but he doesn't want to just use his ultimate first. We're actually going to see KT start the Baron.
Yeah, and it's going to go down very, very fast. I mean, Vayne does a hell of a lot of damage. You can see aiming up against the wall, just trying to reset that auto with the tumble very, very quickly as Keen pops the Dominus, looks to try and dive in. I think this is going to be the 50-50 that they're looking for, as the Cosmic Radiance will keep them alive. Keen goes golden. It is going to be stolen away by Spirit. Keen tries to get out. He's not able to, as now Jelly finds the Haymaker, but aiming is still alive and stuck at the back of this pit. A gigantic stun coming out from the Scatter the Weak, and a double kill here for Mystic, who's over the wall. Space Vayne trumps regular Vayne, as you just saw, and Afrika rout KT and steal away their Baron.
Yeah, I mean, everything went south for KT there. They did have the Vayne, but it just wasn't quick enough. They get the Baron stolen, and then aiming wasn't really able to put down too much damage as he was zoned out towards the back of the pit, while Mystic was able to stay alive in the front of the pit and kind of choose the targets as he wishes. And that's despite Soman trying to get a good ult to push everyone back within the Baron pit, just for aiming to feast on as that main.
Yeah, and a desperation Baron isn't what you want to see from KT as well, as Bono will be kicking himself right now for not being able to secure that particular objective. You can understand what their thinking was because they had the Cosmic Radiance available, but let's have a look at this one once again and watch just as KT's hearts sank.
Well, yeah, and the great thing about Keen's play as well is that he goes in knowing that they have to focus the Baron, so he's able to survive for so much longer. Jelly also just pushes all the way and then flashes over the wall, so no kills coming out. Like you mentioned, a great scare of the week of coming in from Fly, locks up the frontliner so that aiming really doesn't have any help, and eventually gets melted while Mystic finishes the fight at full health.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, that feels terrible for KT.
Yeah, it's a huge turning point here. There's 2 minutes to go until the next Ocean Drake, and Ocean Soul is going to be huge for Afrika as well. I just don't see a way back in for KT if they are able to secure that. But I don't know. I don't like seeing the 50-50 Baron attempts as like the Hail Mary when you were very, very close. You know, like these teams were neck and neck. You don't need to go for the coin flip of a play in that moment. As Mystic chasing away as there's Kuro in with the dredge line. Fair bit of damage does go down onto Spirit, but he does have the stopwatch to keep himself alive. There's the showstopper into the backline as the Haymaker keeps him alive for a long time, but Soan has a big Gnar in the backline. Jelly just eating up all of the space that he's looking for as Mystic into the backline, waits for his moment and obliterates KT, and this will be Afrika evening out the series.
Wow, just really well played. That fight started with Fly getting ulted by the Nautilus from Kuro, but instantly the dredge line is blocked by Spirit, and they're just stuck on the front line of Afrika Freaks, and all the damage comes in from both Fly and Mystic. Mystic getting a lot of redemption in that game, but Fly for sure turning things around for himself and the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fly was fantastic. I think Mystic just turned on in the end of that game, though. And to have a bounce back from such an appalling performance in game number 1 to that level of play in game number 2 just shows his veterancy, right? Like, just incredible to have the mental fortitude to lock that one down. And it might be the fact that he's got wife buff and double kid buff, but I'm not entirely sure. Still, fantastic performance from him. Huge shout out to Fly as well. I think just Fly performing is such a good thing to see, right? Being able to try and silence some of the haters here.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, is that really the compliment you want to hear? Probably not, but at the same time, it's the one you needed to hear, given where they were.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And now a deciding game between KT and Afrika, and this is huge. Remember, this is the tiebreaker for 4th place. The winner here will move up and the loser will move back down again. And the 6-game winning streak, it is just huge for KT to hold on to that momentum. And now, as we move further forward, it's all comes down to this game number 3. And I think this set support was just really good from Jelly in the same conversation, right? Like, this wasn't exactly the best moment for them, and I think that Soan surviving was a bit of a tilter for Afrika, and things started off well for KT, but the amount of time and space that Jelly bought in the later team fights was really, really good to see.
Yeah, I think Jelly, so early on, not all the fights went in favor of them, partially just because, obviously, Olaf with the Ragnarok, and you're not able to do much, but Jelly was always present whenever Afrika Freaks are trying to do something. He also landed some really, really good ultimates as well towards the later team fights, and not only bringing a lot of that positioning, but a lot of that damage for the entire team against KT as well.
Yeah. Shout out to Keen. He actually played out this Renekton game very, very well at the same time. As, I don't know, it came down to Vayne versus Space Vayne, and Space Vayne won.
Yeah, Aiming's Vayne, again, just never really had the opportunity. Just never was given the fight that he needed to pop off. Most of the important fights were done early on, and then later it was mostly, you know, kind of some members of KT getting caught out maybe just a little bit early, and also just so many kills being lost from aiming by just 1 or 2 hits. Even that one against Renekton. Keen's able to dash across and just not able to finish any of the kills.
Yeah, really clean stuff here from Afrika. It was very, very close, we have to remember, but this stun coming in from Fly, just fantastic. I don't know, man. That's the difference. I mean, game number 1, Fly was a passenger. Game number 2, Fly existed. And that's just what Afrika were looking for. As this sidestep. Oh my god, so good.
Yeah, this was a great mechanical play from Mystic, and of course, just really good decision making, I think, from Keen. Again, good decision making coming in from Keen once again, going in and just drawing so much damage, and that actually buys time for the Baron to be stolen by Spirit. And once again, we see Fly all the way in the back, just making sure that he keeps his distance and gets a great stun against the frontliners, trying to come in, trying to buy time for aiming, but not going to happen. Aiming goes down in the duel against Mystic, and Mystic happily picking up several kills.
Yeah, and just watching Mystic's positioning in that fight, it was just amazing. This guy's team fighting is so incredibly good when he's on even footing with his opponent. I feel like last game he wasn't really allowed to play League of Legends, but it's probably a good thing if you're a KT fan to not have Mystic able to play League of Legends, because he does stuff like this if he's given that level of leeway.
Just a good closeout from Afrika Freaks. Again, I think the middle portion of the game was a little worrisome for both teams, right? KT kind of lost the lead they had, and then of course Afrika Freaks didn't seem like they were doing much with it, but actually KT gave them that opportunity with that Baron. I mean, you look at the goal difference, it's really not moving until that Baron fight happens, and then it just skyrockets.
And you have to remember that Afrika had a 200 gold lead at 15 minutes, so of course we knew that they were already going to win.
There we go.
But still, really nice stuff there from Afrika. They're going to even out the series, and now we're looking forward to game number 3. I don't know who's going to take it, to be honest. Is it going to be side selection that's going to reign true, or is mental fortitude and that momentum going to reign supreme? Not entirely sure. We're going to have to find out after the break. Hopefully we're going to get some Dodongas on the way there, but I don't even care. I just want more League of Legends. We'll see you after the break.
반갑습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 머리바이너 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 TFT 모바일 도동동작 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬치 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas, joined by Chobra for the final game of the night. Thankfully, we get 8 games this time around. I was complaining about the lack of games, and thankfully, Afrika delivered as they move us to match point here against KT. KT will be back on the other side of the rift, the most winningest side that we've seen perform so far here today. And it's not normally blue side that does the majority of the winning, but it is what has happened here in this series. And we see whether that one can be utilized effectively for KT to take a win, or whether Afrika are just going to utilize their ability to sort of capitalize on the momentum that they built up in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely means a lot. Despite the game going a little slow with some indecision mid-game, they were able to close it out in some just sparkling fashion in favor of their team. And of course, Mystic and Fly both doing their duties as carries. So I would like to see, regardless of the result of the game, I would like to see Afrika Freaks a little bit more confident as we look at the player of the game.
Yep, Fly picks it up. I think I gave my my pod vote to Mystic, and then really wanted to swap it to Fly, like a minute afterwards. I was like, dang, what did I do? But thankfully, Fly picks it up anyway. You're going to see possibly the result of the votes, and it's going to be Atlas looks like an idiot, but that's totally fine. Chobra's here making the intelligent decisions for you, and that's going to save the pod vote as Fly picking it up is just huge, because it just shows that if Fly plays well, Afrika wins.
Yeah, and I think that's such an important distinction to make, and not as a meme or just to give a single player a hard time, but Fly's had such a tough time in both the lane and just the game overall that for him to land these crucial skill shots, for him to continue putting out the damage he needs to, while Mystic was the highest number in terms of damage dealt in that last game, if I do recall, Fly wasn't too far behind. Which makes sense, right? Mystic obviously playing that Kai'Sa is able to dish out damage and stick to targets, whereas Fly's dealing that damage from
I can see Carsten John is like, what the heck's going on? As I was the one lone Mystic vote, as everybody else actually understood exactly what was going on there. So embarrassing for me, but I think that thankfully everybody else had their brains screwed on. It's been a long day, all right, guys?
It has.
As yeah, I kind of knew that there was going to be a lot of embarrassment after that particular game, but it's okay. No harm, no foul. And you don't get extra points based on how many votes you get either. So
darn it.
Thankfully, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Oh, God.
You're still safe, Atlas. You're safe for now.
Yep. Yeah. Thankfully, I've got you here with me, so you're not ripping into me for my terrible decisions or anything like that. As we look towards game number 3 to see who's going to be able to take it. I think that maybe steering away from the Olaf pick could be a good idea. I think there needs to be a more clear game plan here for both of these teams, but mostly KT, who need to work out exactly what they want to be playing for. As now we get into the pick and ban. We'll see what that first ban is going to be here on KT's side as they move back to blue.
Yeah, I think the Olaf pick was... It was okay in theory, but the execution just didn't work out. Also, Olaf had his attention drawn in so many places that he wasn't really able to just focus on one lane, hunker down, get the kills that he needed to really get far ahead and also get some of his other champions ahead. Of course, Vayne not picking up any of those early kills didn't help either. I would also like to see maybe KT move away from, again, putting all of their eggs in the aiming basket, right? It's okay to put a lot of them, given how he's been doing, but that second game especially, right? It was just the Vayne. That was all you could look forward to for KT.
Yeah.
And so that didn't pay out very well because the timing came too late, and at that point they were not able to help set up the fights that the Vayne would need. As we're looking at the bans so far, of course, Afrika Freaks going with the standard bans so far. We'll see if it's going to round out with the Senna. While we've seen the Silas ban come out once again on the blue side.
Yep, it is going to be that center ban, so KT probably going to lock away the Ornn here once again. If it ain't broke, do not fix it. And that's exactly what KT is going to do. Now Afrika will see what they actually change up from their game 1 draft, because if they just keep going down the way that they did, it's going to be bad news bears, because they lost that game, right? That's just how that works.
True.
Keen thinking about what he wants to lock away.
Yeah, I mean, Keen played that game 2 very well on top of the rest of the team. I think, again, just showcasing that if he's on a champion that can be a little bit more aggressive and go in and draw a lot of that attention, it's been working out for him quite well. Meanwhile, it's going to be the safe pick for the Varus, who could be flexed, of course, into bottom or mid, and then the Trundle for Spirit, which I think Spirit played fine. I don't think he really stood out, right? A lot of the pillars were like just 1 pixel short of being perfect pillars.
Yeah.
But none of them were bad, per se, so it's a safe pick, I guess, for Spirit.
Yeah, and also just pretty popular at the moment, as Bono's going to answer with his Jarvan. He is, of course, a Jarvan Olaf 2-trick, like a few of the junglers here in the LCK, but now that he gets his hand on at least one of them, things are absolutely fine. He, I believe, had the Trundle in game number 1, so I guess maybe he's a 3-trick with the Trundle added in there. Kuro thinking about locking away the Ezreal for aiming yet again, unless he wants to secure the Galio for his team. But no, we're going for a bit of a change, as aiming's going to pick up the Misfortune this time around.
Okay, I mean, Misfortune, of course, also a pretty safe pick just in terms of what she's able to offer, right? And how she's able to do it. It doesn't require too much effort to make sure a Misfortune is relevant in a game of League of Legends. So I think that's fine. I think they're trying to make sure that they keep their options open for a potential flex of the Ornn and making sure maybe giving a little bit more power to Kuro maybe coming into this game 3.
Yeah, and I actually really like the pivot to the Braum. I know that Mystic is very comfortable with the Braum support in his lane, but not only that, but the Braum can use the Unbreakable to block not only the Call of the Forge God, but also that bullet time, so it can ruin the day of KT in multiple different facets. I do not mind that pickup whatsoever, as now Kuro's getting a little bit of attention with the LeBlanc ban coming in, and there's the Zoe also banned away on KT's side. They might even hit the Syndra, to be honest, because Syndra fits into this Afrika comp pretty well with the fact that it already has a lot of pick elements available to it, and you add a Scatter the Weak on top of that, and that's going to be even more pick control around that mid game as well here for Afrika, so I do not mind it. Taric taken away here as Tucson getting some focus fire, even though the Kalista was banned, they still respect Tucson's Taric pick.
Yeah, I think that's 100% respect ban, and also obviously they've secured their support, so just taking out one of the bigger menaces that we've seen in that role. I wouldn't be surprised with a Cinder ban. I think it, especially in a game 3 situation, just making sure that you don't see a repeat, right? That you don't have to be haunted. But I was going to mention that Azir was still available, so Azir is actually going to be the ban, just kind of overall a safer ban, a more standard ban here for KT, and we'll see if what Afrika Freaks do.
I don't think it's going to be a Katarina.
Yeah, I mean, Fly got real confident after that game with the.
It's like one good performance and bam, get me on the Katarina. Here we go. It's my Showmaker impression.
No, it's going to be the Echo, which didn't work out so well in game 1, but looks like they have faith in the composition more than anything, and also obviously Fly feeling good after not only winning game 2 but picking up that Pog vote.
I actually don't mind Kuro just picking up the Galio again here, potentially, but Rumble does work out also, and he is going to lock that one away. A lot of extra zone control, and Rumble Jarvan is a combo that our LCK teams absolutely love, so understandable that he's going to go to that one, and then Nautilus will certainly be the cookie cutter pick here for KT, and they have themselves a very stable draft that can flex into the late game and also skirmish early as well.
Yeah, I also like the... Oh, actually going with the Yuumi, which...
Ooh, scary.
It's scary, but I don't know. Personally, I was kind of feeling the Nautilus a little bit more just because of what the Nautilus can offer for the backline of KT, because right now they all kind of have to move forward after that initiation comes out. And you can't really help out the Misfortune and make sure that the bullet time's secured.
Oh, I love it.
Wow.
Oh, Kane, what a beast. Deciding to go with exactly what you want, a side lane demolition show on the Jax, and this is what we've been asking for. I mean, I mentioned Fiora and Camille, but Jax fits into that wheelhouse absolutely, and just make Ornn play a side lane game and just get outscaled, and that's precisely what the Jax is going to be able to do.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Kian, I think we're going to see a lot of action towards Keen, or anything shutting down that action coming out from Sohan. which again is really good for Fika Freaks. And even if they do have to team fight, of course, Jax can really stick to the back line, and that should make Aiming's time in this game a little bit more miserable, even if he has that Yuumi hopping back and forth between different teammates. So KT, I think combo-wise, right, the combos are obviously very clear. It's been a tried and true, the Jarvan and the Rumble, and then on top of that, the Misfortune all works out very well. Of course, Yuumi are going to be able to add to that on top of even the Ornal, but that, you know, combos are always, they require the setup and the perfection, whereas, you know, Kian's Jax can kind of wreak havoc either on his own or if they do have to combat situations where KT is set up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So we'll just see how this is going to be navigated, but if there's ever a top laner you're going to trust to be able to play out a champion like Jax in the correct fashion, it is going to be Keen. So looking forward to seeing what he can do there. Still, I mean, it's on. He's a difficult champion to overcome. And we've seen a lot of different ideas just fall apart entirely, even though you might understand them on paper. They just don't work because Ornn's numbers are too good. But we'll just have to find out whether this is going to be enough from Keen as we get onto the Rift for game number 3.
Yeah, I think all eyes on Keen for sure. Other than that, I mean, we've so far not convinced. So today with Fly's Echo, of course, in game 1, it wasn't able to really do much. It was kind of similar to Aiming's Vayne, just never had the opportunity, a good fight where Echo would shine, and then the one time he did, he was already too far behind.
Yep, I agree. As Aiming not going to get hit by the hail of arrows, but still, he'll be all right. First blood as far as damage is concerned, going to Tucson, so that's good news. Cleanse picked up by Aiming here. I love that. There are so many stuns that he wants to get out of, and even just in the bottom lane, wants to be dealing with things like the Chains of Corruption and the Winter's Bite into the stun coming through from Jelly as best as he possibly can. And he's going to be able to do that there with that cleanse available to him. This is something that we were calling for yesterday that just never happened. I think it was Hybrid. It was just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, never wanting to pick up a QSS ever or take cleanse ever. It was not very good.
Some players are just stubborn like that, right? They just have a little too much faith in themselves and maybe their teammates.
Yep, I think so too.
Not able to work out. We are seeing that spellbook come out once again for Sohan. So again, despite a very aggressive enemy laner, feeling comfortable with what he's able to offer overall in the game, as we already see some aggression from Keen.
Yep. Trading in with his Counter-Strike, of course, going to be taking that level 1 here on the Jax. This is one of those examples where, I mean, I think it's okay to take Spellbook here, absolutely, for Sohan, because Keen's going to take some time to ramp up here in this game. So you're going to want to play for the long game here as the Ornn, and the Spellbook does do that. To help you, add a smite to a Baron fight, things like that, and also have a bit of extra laning power as you can switch over to Ignite on that first back timing. But we'll see whether Keen is going to be able to retain control of this lane, like he's already doing here at the beginning. 9 CS to 3, but that's just because he's shoving in the wave, and I think Sohan will be able to grab a little bit more of this farm. Speaking of shoving in, KT in a bit of control here towards the bottom side, but you can see that... there is a Spirit moving on down. He's going to get the bad news that there is a control ward in the brush. And he's going to clear that at a moment's notice. And KT are going to put down a new ward as their control ward was taken away.
Whoa, Sohan brought down pretty low. With that level advantage, I can only assume, coming in from Keen, utilizing that so that he's able to trade. Because if you don't have that, if you're standing on equal ground, you start the fight on one wrong foot, and like you said, the Ornn could actually turn things around quite a bit as well early on against that Jax before the items come out, obviously before the level 6 is hit. And so Keen, I think, just showing prowess, as we've talked about. He's a laning machine, touted as one of, if not the best top laner in the LCK. And we're seeing that, obviously, picking Jax for the first time this season, coming into 2020.
Yeah. He has played it before, of course, and Keen just has one of these really cool champion oceans. It's full of different picks and different play styles. That's why we value him so much here in the LCK. Let's see how he's going to do here on this Jax, as things have certainly been evened out. Ooh. As Sohan not going to use the Bellows Breath quite effectively there against the stun of the Jax, but still able to trade back with that Brittle pretty effectively.
Yeah, I think Sohan is concerned that Keen's just going to jump onto him for damage, but quite frankly, Keen's happy leaving that Counter-Strike on for as long as possible, so I think Sohan can kind of wait for almost the last bit. Obviously, Bell's Breath goes on for a decent amount of time as well. So hopefully that was just a bit of a one-off mistake, and because that's where you could potentially turn the trade around, right? You don't get stunned, and in fact, you turn it around with your own mini stun against the Jax, and able to do some extra damage as well.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to win that little mini game as far as this lane is concerned as the game goes on. As you can see, Tucson playing in and out of aiming here on his Yuumi, just trying to be as frustrating as possible on this pick. And utilizing their extra amount of sustain here in this lane, as you see. Kane taking a bit of damage from the Bellows Breath there, but now knows that it's his turn to trade, as there is Bono lying in wait, wanting to see whether Kane is going to go overly aggressive, but not this time. Kane, one of those players that, yes, he's able to win 1v1s, things like that, but also he's smart enough to understand the temperature of the map, right? And know when it's his time to go aggressive and when it's not. So really good to see that he's continuing to play heads up like that towards the top lane on his Jax pick. Is now Fly taking a lot of harpoon damage and flame spitters, as Kuro is having a pretty good time on the Rumble here in this lane.
Yeah, Fly not too happy with how things are going so far, but obviously early on Rumble definitely has a bit of an advantage in that lane, unless the Echo is looking for a bit of an all-in, which we're not going to see with that teleport until level 6.
Yeah, phase dive coming on in there from Fly, but he's going to get knocked up as Bono is going to turn up. Spirit gets in here in the good timing as in goes Keen with the leap strike, but Bono's going to answer it with a flash and get himself out of the way, and maybe this is going to give Soan an ability to really get back in as far as the top lane is concerned. You can see already evening things out as far as CS is concerned. And Keen not investing the flash or anything like that as far as that play was concerned, but still, as soon as you teleport away from your lane, you're giving up a lot.
Yeah, that seemed very reactive from Afrika Freaks. I don't think it was necessarily a calculated play where Fly was baiting in any type of fight. And so Keen reacting a bit late with the teleport, and they're not able to secure it. Spirit did put down a good pillar, but actually Spirit will be able to stop this dragon. Bono has the Yuumi with him.
Not entirely sure, but Kuro is going to move on over and does get stopped by Flies. Aiming turns up eventually. You've got the bottom lane moving down now from Afrika, but the Ocean Drake is secured, and now Fly in trouble. Ooh. Double up, not going to get any extra damage, but Afrika will be backing away.
Yeah, I think that was really props to aiming more than anything, because the mid lane was obviously caught up in their own little scuffle, so aiming coming in ahead of time to provide a little bit more damage and a little bit more threat forces Afrika Freaks to back off. So first Drake goes in favor. It was the Ocean and the Cloud Drake coming out second, which means of course we'll have the Mountain and the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, some high value Drakes to come down, especially for the extra tanks that are on this KT roster. As Parallel Convergence comes in, there's the Equalizer though, and Fly in trouble. Will have to use the Chrono Break probably to get himself out of the way, and does so, but not after. Spirit picks up the kill, and First Blood goes over to the Afrika Freaks jungler.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, both sides had the right idea in mind, right? They were baiting in for a fight. They just weren't aware that the other side was also just as well prepared. But in that situation, I mean, Kuro just didn't put out much more damage after that initial burst, right? You put the Equalizer down, it was put down in a way that they expected Fly to back out of the fight, and he did not. He just stayed in front of the Equalizer after the initial burst, and Kuro was already on his way, running away once he noticed Spirit was around. So damage lost, whereas Fly was just in that duel against Bono. So the pick goes out to Spirit. He actually steals the blue buff as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Spirit actually taking control of this early game as Soan turns back up towards the top side, and Keen is going to stop his own back. Just wanting to deal with these minions as they turn up. You can see 3 CS is the margin here, top side of the map as well, but it's not really consequential for either side. It's going to be how Keen is going to navigate his split push as this game goes on. Jax can be a menace in the later stages of the game with the amount of damage potential that he has, plus how sticky he is with his leap strike after a fair bit of cooldown reduction. KT will move over though. They're standing on the enemy Rift Scuttler, but there's not going to be much that Afrika can offer, and they will be able to lock this Herald down as Shelly is going to be claimed by Bono, and he can claim some plates with it as well. We'll see where he decides to put them. Aiming and Tucson moving towards top side, and so on going to be going back to base, and then moving towards the bottom side, as you can see indicated. Some pings out there as Keen, I believe, is walking down as well, as we'll have a look at this mid lane once again.
나 괜찮아, 나 괜찮아.
And they just call for Jar right away, and Fly's like, I'm fine.
나이스.
And Spirit sneaks in, I'll take the kill. Picks up the kill, moves on. But I think that was the right play, of course, is not trying to rely on the Echo coming back for the kill. So Spirit secures it, and that was a good gank. And I think KT, as they were going for that Herald, Sohan pushing the lane in a little too early, and perhaps he didn't have a choice just given where the lane was prior. We didn't see the control before that, but therefore they weren't really able to utilize the instant lane swap, which KT seems to be very good at. They seem very aware of, all right, we're going to bring up the bottom lane in conjunction with starting the Herald and then immediately try to make a push. And this time as the lane reset, they realize Freaker Freaks are back up top as well, and now everything is just back to status quo. And the Herald still in control for Bono, and he can unleash it wherever he wants.
We'll see where it does go. He can drop it down, like you say, wherever he would like to. I want to go back to that mid lane play just for a second. The timing on leveling up the ultimate was absolutely fantastic from Fly. Understanding exactly how many minions were required and then timing it with Spirit's gank just to make sure that he knew that he was going to be safe with that chrono break. That was good stuff. I think that might have, I think that was when he dinged over to level 7, which is very confusing. He may have forgotten to level it up, as we've seen that before from some of our players. But still, no harm, no foul. Gonna be okay. As we have a look bottom side, Aiming is doing pretty well. Having a look at the gold, he's completely even with that of Mystic. Even has about the same amount in his back pocket as well, as he couldn't be much closer than the 80 carries right now. And especially now that Aiming has also hit level 7. And having a look in, so on, doing a great job top side of the map. 93 to 81 now as Keen's looking to pick up these minions underneath the turret, and Bono wants to say no to that one. Leap Strike now on cooldown as the Bellows Breath does a fair bit of damage and gets himself the turret plate there as well. I want to see this Rift Herald actually go down though.
Yeah.
So that they can use it proactively instead of throwing it away.
Uh-oh.
Well, good knock up there comes through from Bono onto Spirit. Fly now potentially in trouble as Sohan finds the Ornhorn, knocks up the Trundle. But Parallel Convergence just to zone them out of the way, and is going to do that just fine. Ultimate used for basically nothing.
Yeah, a little bit preemptive. I think they were hoping to be able to chase through. Just the damage just wasn't there, right? Kuro was a little bit further apart as well, trying to zone out Fly and vice versa. And so Bono, I mean, it looks like maybe he was trying to utilize that fast back just one more time before having to unleash the Rift Herald.
Bullet time. For fun, I guess.
Yeah, I was not quite sure. I assume just to try to shove the lane away, trying to get some Dragon Vision. Not going to happen. Of course, Jelly was pretty low as well, so I don't think they felt any threat of the Braum potentially jumping in with his ultimate. But alas, it wasn't really proving too effective. They'll still have control of the lane. I guess that's the advantage they have there. Able to push that out. Oh, actually, that sets them up for the Herald, though, and we see Bono making that movement to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's almost ran out, actually, but they are going to be able to put this one down and use it at exactly the right time as well, just to guarantee all of this money. Bono's going to stick around to join in on that one, as Shelly's going to put her head into the turret, and they're going to grab first turret gold, as well as all of those plates available as well here at 12.5 minutes. And you can see Mystic comes down, but he's going to take a bit of damage there from the Misfortune as Keen. Very low on health, actually, up here towards the top side. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I'd be a little afraid. I mean, this is what Orange is able to do, though, which sounds weird as a tank champion. And I know this has been just commented on by so many different people across different regions, but Ornn is able to really turn those fights around early on in the game. Later on, the damage may not be as dramatic, right, going out, but later on, he's also just so tanky that maybe over time it just evens out. And so far, I think Bono putting so much pressure up top has really helped Sohan get into this mid-game. He's nearly at that 12 and 13 mark for his level, as the Equalizer, just to help pick up some of these minion kills. And he hasn't really been too afraid of Keen. Keen's had a hard time coming online. He still doesn't have his Blade of the Ruined King finished yet. And that says a lot for a Jax who's going to now struggle to join fights at all.
Yeah, and also weren't able to pick up any turret plates at all. I mean, I think it's 2 turret plates that were secured here by the Afrika Freaks, and now 15 seconds until they are going to be all the way down. So KT with a bit of extra money in their pockets after the first 14 minutes of this game. Proto Belt is completed here for Fly, but we're very close to Leandri's for Kuro, which is going to be very, very impactful, especially for the equalizer, as there we go. The ultimate fly forward here from Bono, but the concussive blows will lock him down. Sumi's there as he goes golden, as the ultimate just going to fly wide from Jelly. Good flash to get out from Bono, but they're not going to get rewarded for their aggression unless Keen falls down, as Bono continues walking in. Bullet time once again. Oh my god, the damage onto Mystic. That's insane.
Yeah, aiming, just knowing exactly what he's able to dish out. That forces Mystic to back off for just a little bit, as aiming is resetting the situation with the Yuumi from Tucson. Now, the jump onto Jelly's Braum, I guess he was the only one in range of that Cataclysm, because otherwise, obviously, Braum was just blocking out the Yuumi ult, so no one else was going to get locked in position. Mystic able to just back out under the tower, or under the turret. So it seems a little bit misplaced. Again, might have just been a range issue. I think Mystic was a step or 2 behind Jelly as well.
Yeah. I do like the idea from Bono, though. Try and start some fights here. Play some Biffo in the earlier stages when you have buttons available. King goes back, completes Blade of the Ruined King. Here at this stage of the game, not too bad at all, especially now that it's been buffed on 10.5. Basically, anyone that can build a Blade of the Ruined King that's melee just really wants to nowadays.
That's true.
I
wonder if
there might be a bit of a fight for Shirley here. Keen thinking about a flanking play after he teleports in. The Make It Rain comes down as now Bono picks up Shirley. Equalizer just to deter Afrika Freaks as Keen jumps on top of Sowan. He's holding on to his counter-strike, waiting for the multi-man stun as the flash forward from Spirit gets the pillar in position, and the Braum is going to block the Ornhorn. The Orn is actually going to die immediately after that, and KT don't have the buttons that they're looking for. The bullet time only just coming back off cooldown now. Really good timing for the Afrika Freaks fight, but they're only able to get one of these kills.
Yeah, I mean, I think Afrika Freaks either fully aware or just kind of testing to see if that bullet time was up. Obviously, it was not, and then they realize, okay, well, then this is our fight. Especially the equalizer also being used early, I think, was a telltale sign that KT was not looking to combat fair and square. So they pick up the Herald, but you see the equalizer's used to zone, and then KT have a bit of trouble making up their mind despite using a zoning ult to back out right away altogether. Spirit jumps forward with a nice pillar, and like he said, the Ornal also being blocked out. The stun coming in from Fly as well, finally showcasing some good movement and aggression on that Echo, which is good to see after what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I really liked the coordination there from Afrika with the pillar coming in and then parallel convergence over the top of it. They get the multi-man stun, they get the mini knock up there as the pillar goes down, and then everyone gets stunned by that parallel convergence. Like, really, really good stuff. As Bono gets the Cataclysm here onto Spirit. Equalizer goes down as well. Bullet time, my god, they don't like Spirit.
Yeah, that feels bad, you know, when you're the one caught inside, because it's like, in one part of your mind, you're like, do you really want to use all those ults to kill me? But then it's like, they probably did, because now they're getting the second turret as well. And you've just been the sacrificial lamb that opened the gates for 2 turrets to be taken. And that's actually going to lead to a Drake as well.
Yep, and as you can see, bottom side of the map, you're going to have Sowan picking up those minions that are crashing into the turret. Once again, KT leaving their minion waves a little bit out to dry. That's all right. Aiming is going to come down, help secure their first Infernal Drake of the game. It's going to be 2 Drakes for KT, and we'll see whether they can get towards that Infernal Soul. But so far, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Chobo. I forgot to check who was ahead at 15 minutes. So we genuinely don't know who's going to win this game.
Oh, the mystery. You know what?
I can't handle this. Normally we have the script.
Game 3, no spoilers. We're gonna see the movie all the way through with everyone at the same time. We'll find out when the Nexus explodes who actually wins the game.
Yeah, now I'm just completely thrown. I don't know what to do. Don't know what to do with myself.
I don't know. 3 minutes ago, I'm gonna actually guess that it had to. I think KT was always ahead by like a couple hundred.
Yeah, maybe.
That's gonna be my guess in hindsight, but I could just be Well, I guess we'll never know if I was right or wrong, because maybe the stats just started lying this game. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. You can't trust anything. Don't trust the establishment, man. You just can't. Can't afford to. It's got to be your own eyes or nothing. That's my opinion. But we could also go back to the VOD and see who was winning at that particular stage. But that would be cheating. We do not want to do that. Certainly not right now. And so far, KT do have a slight advantage, but it's not really anything to write home about. And as this game goes on, it's actually really interesting. Both of these team comps have different win conditions, so it's about who's going to be able to play out their game plan better as this game progresses. And that's going to be told to us by whether or not Keen can win the split push on his Jax, and whether he can... whether the rest of his team can actually stay safe during that time, as Bono is going to get stunned, but does flag and drag to get himself out. Good buffering of that ability to make sure he's not stunned for too long. He's now aiming by himself in the mid lane, but it looks like he's pretty comfortable building towards his Infinity Edge, just trying to get as much money as he can. Now Fly up here with Spirit, but Bono's going to turn up with Tucson. And they should be able to secure this outer turret. Afrika just milling about, not really having an objective in mind, and KT taking whatever they want.
Yeah, this has just been the KT show in terms of overall objectives. Obviously, they have the 2 Drakes. Now they can push down all the outer turrets. And they're playing that so well. And I was a little afraid that Bono might be getting a little overly aggressive, because you mentioned that it's going to come down to Keen and how much he can do, which I agree, because it seems like everyone else on both teams really are playing their part. Oh, aiming getting caught out.
Yep, flashing actually, as Tucson not even wanting a part of that one as the Chains of Corruption fly in. I don't know what that was really for, because I don't think there was any way he was going to land that onto Tucson, but a celebratory R button as aiming's flash is now on cooldown.
Yeah, so with that flash down, obviously things are a little bit dicier for the Misfortune. We're going to see Echo just try to zone out, but now what KT's been able to do is use abilities to poke people out, to threaten them, to put out enough damage where they're not down for, kill potential, but they do have to be afraid of a dive. So they move out, and that has been leading to turrets for KT. But on the side of Afrika Freaks, most of their ranged abilities are much more just simply zoning and some slight, soft crowd control, which isn't enough to scare away the team of KT from any of their objectives. So they can't follow through with an aggressive push on these turrets. So KT continues to have that edge, and I don't think that's going to change at any point in the game unless somehow Keen turns into this just enormous Jax God from this fairly neutral 0-0-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and as these items come in, he is going to get to that stage. Like, that's just what Jax does. He does more with items than a lot of other champions. And so in the late game, Keen is going to be very, very difficult to take down. A lot of that having to do with the Grandmaster's Might being his ultimate, and that's going to make him very tanky whilst also just building damage. Now being able to head towards his Trinity Force, and once he has those couple of items first up, it's going to be very, very scary here for KT. But if they can play around him, if they can neutralize him, then it's going to be a different story. And we have our first Masterwork item here for Ornn as well. The first ornament has been completed with that Forge Fire Cape. And so Soan is getting as much help as he possibly can as far as mitigating this Jax is concerned. But still does feel a bit inevitable that Keen is going to get to a point where he is very, very scary.
Yeah, I mean, as the game goes on, like you mentioned, it's just a matter of time. Obviously, the question is, will KT give that time? So far, they seem okay giving it. It hasn't really sped the timer up too much in favor of Keen, but now once Keen comes online, I think actually what Afrika Freaks might want is for KT to initiate onto them, because that would most likely mean that Tucson is off of aiming, and that will draw the attention for Keen to flank onto aiming, and then even if Tucson comes back, the ult's probably already been used.
Well, that's a good stun there onto aiming, who immediately cleanses it. Fly gets exhausted and now has to chrono break to get himself back. There's the ultimate to come out, but immediately they understand that they need to try and focus on Keen. Oh my god, aiming survives. The Ornn is going to sacrifice his life as well in the backline, but it is going to be KT that locks down the Infernal Drake and then trade 1-for-1, top for top.
All right, so not quite online yet. Also standing on top of the equalizer for the full duration probably was not so helpful.
Yeah, that's not what you want. That's not the red carpet of, famous people getting their photos taken. That's the red carpet of pain. You don't want that one.
Yeah, that didn't work out so well, but that's the idea, though, that we were talking about. It just wasn't the best timing and the best placement. I mean, Keen really didn't have an option to step away from it. It was either step away and, you know, get hit in the back of the head before you go down, or just try to get the kill. And he was close, but again, the power spike not quite there yet to more or less one-shot the Misfortune before Tusin's able to get a second heal off.
Yeah, and you can see exactly the value of picking up the cleanse here as well. So Aiming able to use that to get out of the way of Fly, forcing his ultimate out. That meant that he wasn't going to be able to close the gap again onto Aiming as we have a look at this one more time and see how it all went down.
Yeah, so Fly does get that good stun, but then cleanse comes out, the exhaust goes down, and Fly now just running for his life. And now Tusin actually saving his Summoner heal right before the end of that fight, and then able to get that Zoomies off on top to get the double heal going for Aiming. Now, if only one of them were on cooldown, Jax gets that kill before he goes down. So he's close. He's close to that power spike they need. But so far, KT still able to play a little bit aggressive and not concerned too much about the Keen just yet.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well that if Aiming isn't at full health, then he probably dies there,
true.
right? Like, Keen's not going to be able to grab that kill. He's very close to picking up that Trinity Force, unable to claim it after he died before, but maybe he'll be able to get it now on this back after clearing out a couple of minion waves. That is going to be a big power spike here as, yes, there it is. Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King, a very, very strong Jax now for the Afrika Freaks. And at 25 minutes, 236 CS, not bad at all for the top laner. Both of our 80 carries, though, about 20 and 30 CS ahead of the clock. Just the agriculturalism from these 80 carries, just fantastic. True farm boys. Love it.
You love to see it as a carry. And looking at the damage, of course, just the power of, I think, AoE ults coming through on that damage chart, right? The equalizer and the bullet time, of course, doing so much. And then we look at the heal. The heals and the shields, it's really just to highlight what Yumi's been able to do, right? No one else is really able to do much on that front. But the heal plus shielding coming in.
Yep, Keen, not able to actually get too much work done onto Soan there, but we'll be able to take down the turret. And this is precisely what Keen's job is. Can he be a nuisance and take turrets whilst Soan is there watching? That's going to be the way. And now that he has his Trinity Force, he's one step closer to doing exactly that.
Yeah, I think, and Keen also forcing just, full armor items onto Sohan, just so he can stay alive when he has to combat that split push, I think says a lot. I don't think that's going to really open anything up for Fly to assassinate an Ornn or anything like that, but it does speak a lot about the itemization choices and the order that Sohan's had to pick, just to stand his ground if Jax is pushing.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Jax does a lot of mixed damage, so I actually hate the fact that he picked up the Iceborne Gauntlet. I would have loved to have seen the Abyssal Mask, just because it does upgrade so much better than the Iceborne Gauntlet, but that's all right. Frozen Fist is a cool item.
Now that you mention it, because I was already hesitant on the upgrade of the Frozen Fist, but now that you reminded me, yeah, that does seem like a actually pretty terrible choice.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And Ninja Tabi was actually picked up by Keen. I don't mind that. You'd think that against Soan's Ornn with so much CC, you'd want to go for something like Merc Treads, but it's mostly knockups. You're not going to mitigate that with tenacity. And so you may as well just have the Ninja Tabi to try and assassinate Aiming a little bit more effectively, as he's made it in for a fantastic flank. But Aiming does have the cleanse once again. Equalizer goes down, and Keen has to leap strike his way out. But the Ornhorn's going to be there to try and keep them in position. Good avoidance by both Fly and Spirit, as Bono dives on forward. Massive knockups there as the Chains of Corruption do land. But there's the Cataclysm onto 4 members. Bono is going to go down, but the bullet time over 3 is huge. And now Aiming kiting out Fly, and Keen also struggling. Soan goes golden, and it's a double kill for the Misfortune. Aiming is on point here today. Maybe not in game number 2, but here in game number 3 where it counts, he's certainly getting the work done as Blast Cone, able to be utilized in the end as Fly gonna get slowed down by the Make It Rain. Time Winder avoided there by Aiming, but he's running so damn fast. He has a parallel convergence, but he's still going to be able to pick up that kill. An unofficial triple as the Infernal Drake is live, and that is Infernal Soul going over to KT after that one team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Fly did everything in his power to try to stay alive, but Keen was a bit too far ahead of the rest of the team, right? It was really just Fly and Keen, and so if you don't get the perfect jump onto aiming at that point, you're really left out on an island on your own as that Jax. We watch here again, the coordination between Fly and Keen was good. The rest of the team not so much, especially Spirit falling so far behind, the Braum not able to catch up. And like you mentioned, Atlas, that cleanse coming in once again, aiming actually safe behind the wall. And now they're able to try to chase through. The Orno doesn't hit, but it does split the team. So Freaka Freaks now caught out once again. Bono correctly identifies that, jumps onto Spirit, and we actually see the stopwatch coming out for aiming to avoid getting shut down after that chain of corruption. Without that stopwatch, that's actually a good turnaround for the Freaks. But again, Keen just wasn't able to do anything, so he has to just start beating down on the Orn, who has so much defense built up, on top of his own stopwatch as well. And then aiming is able to clean up the fight, and of course, Fly going on a merry-go-round around his own jungle, not able to survive. Definitely play that, I would say, to his best ability. It was just, you're up against a Yuumi and a Misfortune.
Yeah, and thankfully for aiming, he was able to get the auto attack off before the stun actually registered from Fly, because with the parallel convergence sitting there, you'd expect that after he pops out from stasis, you'd immediately proc that stun before the auto attack was potentially possible, and maybe that goose chase is going to continue. But unfortunately for him, not going to be the case, and the auto went into the air before the stun registered. 1,000 gold is approximately the lead here for KT, but you're having a look at those Drakes and you're wondering whether there's any chance for KT right now. Oh, sorry, for Afrika right now. It's getting late, guys. I apologize.
The Inferno Soul, of course, locked in for KT with the 3 Inferno Drakes as well. And, you know, just a cheeky little first Ocean Drake to boot. The stat line there for themselves, and aiming's feeling really good about the Drakes they've picked up. I mean, this is so solid for what the Misfortune wants. I mean, just all that extra damage, and then you have the Soul to boot. And they're already a very AoE focused, you know, group everyone up on the side of the Freaka Freaks, funnel them in. Now you have the Soul, now you have the combos coming in from Rumble and Misfortune. I don't really see an answer. Again, the only answer is if Keen's able to get a perfect flank onto Misfortune, but even then, at this stage in the game, with that QSS,
well, there's a big Cataclysm. The Equalizer comes down. Bullet Time is paired with it, and Spirit eviscerated one more time. Oh my, I feel like they saved 3 ults for Spirit almost every time they see him. But this is going to mean Baron control for KT and no smite in order to try and challenge.
Yeah, Keen is going to preemptively teleport to try to do something, but I'm not sure what more they can do. Like you said, the smite's not there, so if they're going in, it has to be for a fight, but of course Sohan's coming in as well, so it's a 5v4.
Yep, KT are going to stop the damage on the Baron as there's the Ornhorn. Fair bit of CC available, but aiming's been jumped on by Keen once again, and this time he's able to take down the Misfortune. The Orn buys some time, but the damage has been done, and Keen gets another round of his Counter-Strike. Now KT, it's a 3 versus 3 as Jelly is very, very low. There's the Equalizer. Jelly gets the big shield, but it's not going to be enough to mitigate that damage as now Mystic gets exhausted. Kuro, he's super important in this fight as Spirit finally making his way back in. But the Baron is going to be stopped, and now maybe it's going to be Afrika's turn to start it up.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is they stopped the Baron. They're going to see the teleport coming in for Freaka Freaks, and as we see them trying to burst this down, aiming not able to survive that fight, didn't use the QSS, didn't really have a need for it. At that point, it was really just the damage. We're going to see Kuro try to contest this a little bit.
Yeah, the last chapter is actually available here, and it's going to be utilized now by Tucson as a lot of damage. Kuro not going to be able to find it as Spirit down very, very low, but he is going to survive, and the Baron is consumed. King's Tribute gives him a whole bunch of his health back, and unfortunately, Kuro and Tucson threw their lives away.
Yeah, and I want to bring attention to Fly. I mean, what we saw in Game 1, we're no longer seeing after that great Game 2 on the Syndra. He's playing this Echo so well and just kind of knowing his limits going in and then backing out. We saw that when they were trying to chase through his jungle as well. So let's watch this fight again. I mean, it looks like KT should be able to win it outright, but Freaka Freaks, they avoid jumping all in into the pit, and they actually force KT to break out of it, which makes aiming back out. Uses the cleanse very well, but afterwards it's just straight damage coming in from Keen, and Keen draws out enough time, like you said, gets the second Counter-Strike as well for another stun. And just watch Fly and Mystic here. Jelly goes in a little too far ahead, of course, but they dodge out of the equalizer, and they determine that they're going in for another kill. As Mystic gets exhausted, Fly jumps in, and then makes a correct call to back out once again, keeping himself alive and Mystic as they go for this Baron. And Kuro, I mean, he tried with the combination from Yuumi, but of course the equalizer had already been used. They're unfortunately not able to burst down Spirit. I think that was the goal, to try to burst him down and maybe go for a steal, but it's going to go in favor of Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that flash forward was from Kuro as well. It meant that his Flame Spitter didn't do damage to the two other people that were there. And I feel like a lot of these KT players are getting a little bit blindsided by Spirit. Oh, pardon me, but there is going to be an ultimate flying forward here as the Ornhorn is flown. Mystic does have a lot of shielding, a lot of heals there as well, as the Ornn is going to be the first to go down, aiming, trying to chase after the Afrika Freaks, but slowed down by that Glacial Fission. Not enough, because my god, he moves so damn fast. He's, these boots were indeed made for walking. Choba, or made for running, sprinting. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure what Miss Fortune does, but she goes real fast.
Strutting across.
Yeah, I think strutting is probably it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this Misfortune pick just combined with different combinations of speed buffs to mitigate the fact that they don't have any other mobility other than just pure movement speed. And again, that we're seeing if the Jax isn't able to shut down aiming, things are not looking so good for Afrika Freaks. I mean, they lost, KT lost so on, but they were still able to chase through, do so much damage prior to try to clean up a kill. So the Afrika Freaks really need to make sure that they have flanks ready to go, which means they need to win this Vision fight and also not get caught out, as Fly almost did just now in their own jungle.
Yep, Soan has respawned, is making his way towards this Elder Drake. It hasn't been started yet, but you can see that KT do want it. If it's going to be available, Soan picks up the minion wave towards the bot side, is aiming up front, and you can see Keen not actually wanting to take that fight, as Mystic was a little bit too far away. Parallel convergence, not going to be able to find any stuns, as aiming gets underneath his own turret. It is still a very dicey scenario, as Afrika still have some power here, but they weren't able to utilize the Baron at all. I mean, the outer turret mid lane is still standing, as the Baron's going to be up again in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, so a bit wasted. I mean, quite frankly, right, they were kind of forced to take it away from KT in some sense, but it does show that KT's still obviously the dominant team in terms of what they've been able to accomplish in those team fights, especially with that Soul. But this Elder Dragon, if it goes to KT, these team fights are suddenly going to end so early just with what damage we've seen coming in from the bullet time alone against the members of Afrika Freaks. Now, the Freaks need one of their abilities, whether it's the Convergence coming out from Echo, whether it's the Pillar coming out from Trundle, to split the team of KT so that Keen can go in alone onto aiming. But right now, Kuro looking out for that flank.
Yeah, misses everything, but still is going to spot Keen out on his way back in. The Elder Drake is going to be picked up by the Afrika Freaks, but it looks like KT didn't want to actually go for this one. We're just in the true River Ram scenario. Is aiming, clearing out vision where he can find it. Feels like a bit of a stalemate here, as you can see KT losing minion waves on the top side of the map as well. Fly back into the mid lane, doesn't have teleport, but he's pretty swift on this Echo. And the Elder Drake going to go back to sleep. Didn't like getting smacked around there for a little bit, but is now able to get back up to full health. He'll be fine. As the Zhonya's Paradox completed here for Kuro. Fly in trouble. Not going to get stunned, though. Oh, man, that was close. But the final chapter is not actually going to be the last one. I think there's a next book coming after that.
Yeah, that was very close. Had Fly gotten caught out there, I think that would have meant the Elder Drake for KT. But really, at the end of the day, it's KT's choice on how they want to dictate this Drake. Because I think Afrika Freaks are more concerned about making sure KT doesn't get it in the current state of the game. And so KT, they have to try to get a pick prior. Keen is poised for a flank a little bit far away.
Yeah, he's walking over a control ward as well, so KT know exactly where he's coming from. Plus, he's been trying to do this the entire game. So it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if they do see a Jax coming in from behind. But he's going to start the Elder Drake by himself, and Spirit now down very, very low. Good Unbreakable there from Jelly just to deny the call of the Forge God. You can see Keen is going to back away from the Elder Drake. I think soloing it as a 1-3-2 Jax at 38 minutes, despite the fact that he does have some items, is not going to be something that is going to be a very swift action.
Yeah,
Not a lot of vision on that area.
The starting part was a little weird because even if he gets it, it was going to take a little while. And we're still going to see him start it for now. I think just waiting for his team to catch up. But
there is a ward in this pit, and I don't think they saw it. So that's where the problems are going to arise, as ultimates almost back off cooldown here for KT. Call of the Forge God. We'll see whether Soan can actually make that one work out without Jelly just blocking it before it can get any value. We're close to 6 items for Mystic, but we are officially 6 items for Aiming, who just finished his Mercurial Scimitar, and now he's looking for Jelly. Another final chapter does come in. There's the Cataclysm into the backline full of time to fly across as well as Fly gets the stun, but it's just not enough. Aiming's got too many he's got too many cleanses this time around, and there's the knock-up. The GA is being procced as Soan straight up fumbles his ultimate. It's not what you want to see, but the rest of the team fight certainly working out in favor of KT. It looks like Afrika have finally collapsed.
Yeah, I understand that Keen needs that flank, but then he needs to stick around, either, go back and come back with some tools to clear vision or something, and he just decides to branch off once again to try to put some pressure on the bottom side of the map. But it's been very clear, I think, to both teams that KT has no intention of backing off from one of these objectives, and it looks like they're just going to try to push for the win, which they totally could.
Yep, Nexus turret number 1 is going down very low. Gargoyle Stoneplate not seeming like it's doing anything there for Spirit, who goes golden just to await his own demise, as now Mystic will get 1 kill. Equalizer from beyond the grave, looking to try and take down Mystic, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus is going to fall first, and the winning streak is alive for KT as they move to 7 in a row. It was a tough one, but they get there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, showcasing that they've been on this winning streak for a reason. Again, not clean and perfect games, definitely not in Game 2, and not in Game 3 either, but I think they recognized the mistakes they were having in that middle part of the game that we mentioned, where they seemed a little bit off track, and just gathering themselves to really focus on one objective.
Yeah, really clean stuff, and once again, I do need to just shout out Aiming. This guy is not the same player that he was in 2019 or 2018. He's just looking so much better. Like, this is the guy that was benched for Kramer, and Kramer is sort of a veteran of the scene, of course. You might remember him, Chobra, but Kramer went over to the LPL. He's actually performing very well at this stage, but that was on an Afrika Freaks that was struggling, and it was showing that Aiming and Kramer were both sort of 80 carries that were a tier below the top of the LCK. Aiming is really making a name for himself here in the 2020 season. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, and watch this. Just doesn't get scared of Fly jumping in with the stun either, because he has the cleanse, he has the QSS, he's got the heal from Yuumi, he's got the zoomies from Yuumi, and able to QSS the Jax stun, puts the exhaust down on Jax. I mean, Aiming had so much survivability ready to go, both on himself and his team, that it just didn't matter. I mean, I've never seen Misfortunes just be so confident in full channeling their bullet time, even though an assassin is literally on top of them.
Yeah, he was just standing there. I had a little bit of a giggle there at Soan, who missed returning his ram, wasn't able to hit the high five. You know, it's one of those moments where you're like, high five, dude, and you guys both just straight up missed. That was exactly what he was experiencing on the Ornn, but it doesn't matter. A win's a win. And look, I guess we're all feeling a little bit tight here at 11:20 on in Korean time after starting at 3 p.m. My God, we've been live for a long time.
Yes, it's been a while since I've had to watch
League of Legends for
this
man.
long.
This is it's a marathon, not a sprint. Tell you that much. And after 3 days, my God, I am losing my mind.
Yeah.
But we made it through, and it's been fantastic having you, having Wadid as well. This has been a really fun week. I do love casting with LS, but sometimes a bit of variety is always a good thing. As we have a look at some of these highlights here. The equalizer that Keen was stepping on, he was posing for the camera. That's not what you really want to be doing when you're burning to death at the same time.
Yeah, again, KT, not the most perfect game, but they're able to make sure that they keep their objectives alive, which was Aiming at the end of the day. And Keen continuing to not be able to really do much. Kuro, of course, standing up front, and actually continues to zone out. Mystic eventually will go down and pay for that, but that's given Aiming so much time to clear out the front line of Afrika Freaks. So I think KT, now my only concern is this seems to be their only mode, is all in on Aiming. So far, it's worked out. We'll see if anyone's able to crack that system against them, but Aiming is relentless in all of his pursuits.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams actually just be straight up built around 80 carries, right? I mean, you look at RNG over in the LPL, like playing around Uzi for so many years, things like that. Like, it does work out, as well as, you know, Jin Air when they were able to win some of the games. It was all about Teddy. Not so much the same case for Teddy on T1 because there's that Faker guy being pretty good in the mid lane, but a lot of their games recently have been about Teddy. I think 80 carry really is coming into their own as just a role in general, as far as where the spotlight is in League of Legends at the moment. And thankfully for KT, Aiming is rising to the occasion right when it matters most. It's really, really good to see. This wasn't so much when it comes to Tucson and Kuro, both of them old teammates and probably having some playful banter after that particular moment.
Yeah, I'm very sure of that. Again, it wasn't the best of games for KT, but I think Aiming had his eye on the prize. And again, from the side of Freak of Freaks, I think if you're taking a silver lining out of this, it's that I think Fly has showcased a much better. We're going to see that Horn ult again. That's the only thing I'm going to see now if I ever see this.
I know, right?
The Ram just running right past Horn. But I think Fly's been showcasing a little bit of a up and up on his side.
Kuro did so much damage. My God.
Yeah. Still staying ahead of that Aiming who was just chasing down kills. But I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed with Keen today, just overall in all the games. Didn't really have the standout performance that I think a lot of people come to expect from him at this point. And as someone who has, you know, the team's official PC cafe named after him, I think he has to do a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I think I agree with you. He wasn't really given much of an opportunity to play the game that he wanted to this time around, but I think you're right. I think that we need to expect a bit more as Aiming is going to pick up a pretty understandable player of the game right here. 8-1-4. 32% of his team's damage this time around, and a great performance on this Misfortune. Misfortune and Yuumi might be a new thing with how much movement speed you can build up on this one. We saw it earlier on today as well, working out very similarly. And Aiming surviving in this moment was pretty outstanding, but I think a lot of that credit needs to go over to Tucson by pressing his heal button and his zoomies button. As most of the other fights were all about Aiming just being good.
Yeah, I think we're continuing to see that trust that Aiming has, right? We've mentioned it so many times today with the games that we've seen from KT, and it's just the trust that Aiming has that his team is going to cover for him, his team is going to heal him. The only thing he's concerned about is the damage he's putting out. Of course, really good cleanses as well. And again, just channeling that bullet time, not caring about the echo, jumping in, and just waiting for the perfect moment to cleanse.
Yep, and was able to do that. He had the Mercurial Scimitar built up at that stage as well, so was able to save one of his cleanses for the counter-strike of Keen, as well as you see flashing just for the fun of it, to be honest, towards the end there. Really, really nice stuff. As Jonah Strong going to be voting for Bono this time around alongside one of the other observers, but I'm going to give him a free pass here because I made the really stupid vote last time around, and I blamed being tired, and so now he's allowed to have that particular blame as well. But 7 out of 9, certainly a great scoreline here for Aiming, and he's really starting to rack up these points here for KT, especially with the amount of winning that they're doing.
Of course, I mean, I think that's the key point, is that they're winning, they're putting the focus on Aiming, and he's able to really prove what he's capable of as a highlight player for the team.
Yeah, and now you've got KT moving towards an interview, so we're going to throw it over to Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the Universe Translation, and another solo AD carry POG coming out of LCK. Aiming with that cool wireless headset or earphone. That looks cool. Oh yeah, this one is from my team. Thank you.
빠르다. 빠르다. 그렇죠. 네, 가장 멋지게 선수를 만들어 주셨습니까? 일단 오늘 진짜 좋은 모습 보여주셨던데 소감 말씀
First of all, congratulations on the win.
일단 제가 전 팀 상대로 이겨서 더
I'm just extra happy that I kind of took down my former team, Africa.
네, 신경전들 뭐 이런 것들 좀 재밌기는 하고 일단 3세트가 워낙 이제 장기전
I mean, game 3 was so extended.
남다를 것 같은데
So that was a game.
내부에서 어째
So how did the players kind of focus on that game? What did the players think of that game?
솔직히 뱀픽이 됐을 때부터
Well,
이겼다
right
확신을
after the
하고
draft, we were
게임
quite sure that we got the win,
살짝
but
막혔지만 이제
in
후반
game,
가면은
we weren't really
제가
having
이제
a very
캐리해준다고
easy way.
후반 가면
However,
이긴다 많이
I told my teammates that if we go to the late game, I will carry the team.
그 저희가 계속해서 저희 그 중계할 때 그 3세트 같은 경우에는 저희의
game
관점
number
하나였습니다.
three,
KT가 이거를 하면 이긴다.
We were keep
KT가 이걸
saying
못하면
this over and
진다.
over.
그게 뭐였을까요?
Can you guess it?
자르반?
J4 maybe?
다음에 누가
No, we were like J4 engages and who survives, then
이제 제가
KT will get a win.
이기고 죽으면
Oh yeah, so if I don't die, we will win. If I
감사합니다.
die, KT will lose, right? Yeah, that was the keyword of game number 3. But let's rewind back to game 1.
줄 아세요? 상대편이랑?
Do you know the goal difference between you and
한
Mystic?
동민이 형이 한 중간에 한 4,
In the
5천
middle of the
전 차이
game,
날것 같다
Tusin told me
했는데
it's
이제 게임
gonna
끝나고
be like
보니까
4 and
정말
5K.
차이다.
But in the end of the game,
차이
yeah, it was
났어요.
quite big.
되게 많이 났어.
Yeah, that was 7K to be
본인이
exact.
유지열만 잡으면 지금 뭐 날아다니고 있는데
Aiming, you are popping off
본인보다
on the Ezreal pick
잘하는
throughout
사람이
the
있는 것 같아요,
split.
LCK에서.
Does any other AD carry player better at Ezreal than you?
진짜 지표가 워낙 뚜렷하니까.
You have a very outstanding
솔직히
stats.
이제 원딜은 자신감이기도 하고
Well,
그냥
I mean,
다
bot
잘하지
lane
않나.
is all about confidence,
다른
so I
챔피언도
think
잘-
all the
뭐
other
잘하지 않나
players
싶어요.
are good.
한줄 더? 이즈만 잘하는 게 아니라 다른 것도.
But I mean, including Ezreal, I think I am the best player in any AD carry champions.
원대순위 아니냐.
And also, a lot of people are actually saying that in the current LCK standings, it's actually reflecting the AD carry standings. Do you agree with that?
중요하다는 건 동의하시나요?
I mean, do you agree that AD carry is
이제
so
어제
important right now?
중요하긴 한데 제가 항상 이제 팀
Bot lane
순위는
is
정글
really
순위라고
important, but
생각했거든요.
I always thought that actually the team ladder is all about the jungler rankings.
근데 오늘 어쨌든
The better jungle wins, I guess. However, I mean, AD carries are performing so well.
연승을 했으면 그것도 정글이 잘해서 연승한 거 아니에요?
And also, you guys are on a winning streak. Does that mean that Bono is doing a great work? Who's the MVP of
오늘은
KT roster
당연히 제가
today?
잘하지 않았나 싶어요.
Definitely today it's me.
자신감이다. 네, 그렇습니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 상대 막그
So
기인이
today,
다리우스 잭스
Keen
꺼내면서 뭐 숙소에서
played
오늘
Darius,
아주 그냥 막
Jax.
죽이려고 했잖아요.
A lot of champions to kind of reach out to aiming in the back line. So how did you kind of react to that kind of play?
오늘 잘한 것 같습니까? 소환 어떻게
And how was Sowan playing today versus Keen?
일단 제가 기인 형 상대로 1대1을
Well,
많이 해봤는데 제가
I
많이
played
이겼거든요.
a lot of
제가
1v1
기인
against
형
Keen,
상대법을
and I
좀 알려줘가지고
just defeated him for so many times. So I kind of gave someone some advice how to win Keen.
긴 상대법까지.
그냥 나는 롤을 잘해.
그런 느낌인데. 예, 사실 뭐 충분히 그럴 만한 그런 데이터들을 보여줬습니다.
I
그리고
guess that really worked out today.
도대체 그 액티비티 뭐
And
킹티비티
7
나왔잖아요.
series winning streak.
도대체 어디 가면
So
그렇게
how
특히
was KT
오연패 이후로 뭐
able to
시간수나
turn
강동
the
감독
tide?
교육도 여러 가지 그
Because
다양한
KT was
프로그램을
having a
선수들이 따라오지
very
못했다
long
그러긴
losing
했거든요.
streak.
뭐
What
상황을
kind of
얘기할
helped
수는
you guys to
없습니다.
kind of
어디서
become more
뭘 이기는
solid
그렇게
as a team and
팀
get
관리하는
all
것
the
같아요.
wins in a row?
어떤 효과가 있었던 것 같아요?
사실 5연패하고 이제
After the
마음을
5 series
이제
with a losing
재정비
streak,
해보자
we
하고
kind of
또 이제
get ready, go
널널하게
back to
다시
the
이제
drawing
초심으로
board and get
돌아가자
ready, start from
하면서
the
이제
starting line.
게임 같은 거 하면서 얘기를
So
많이 나눠가지고
we talked a
보드
lot
게임도
with
하고
each
좀
other.
배출하고
While
그래서
playing
좋아진
game, we went out for some board game activities and stuff, so we were able to kind of reinforce our teamwork.
이렇게 가다듬게 해서 그렇군요. 네. 자, 그래서 이제 7연승까지 뭐 쭉쭉 가서
KT with an unstoppable momentum.
뭐라고 했는지 알아요?
Cloud Templar actually commented that, come at me, Genji.
젠지
You
보여요
know?
지금? 젠지는 좌우 위에 젠지
Do you
보입니까?
think you can take down
4위를
Genji?
했거든요, 지금. 젠지 보여요?
Put up a good fight?
젠지 잘 보이죠?
Yeah, I mean they're now in our range because we are on the fourth place.
사전권에 들었습니다. 그러면 진짜 그렇게 가야 되는 거 아니겠습니까? 자, 몇 연승까지 계속
So,
가능할 수 있을지.
what is your
끝으로
goal
팬들께 본인의
for the
자신감을
winning
각오하고
streak of the
있습니다.
split? Any last message?
저희가 이제 연패를 많이 했을 때도 끝까지
I just want to say
저희를 지켜봐
thank you
주시고
for all the
응원해
fans who
주시고
have been with us through the thick and thin,
이제
even
저희 코치
in the
감독님이
longest losing
힘을
streak.
많이 쓰고
And also
있으니까
our
이제
coaching
더
staff
지켜봐 주실
are doing so
지켜봐
much
주셨으면
work for us. So I hope all the fans can stay with us and keep supporting us.
그리고 그 중심에 원딜의 탑이라고 본인 스스로 자신감 갖고 있는
So,
에이밍이 그
this
중심에
will be the end of the
기원합니다.
interview
다시 한번
with
승리
the best AD
축하드립니다.
carry
감사합니다.
named by himself,
감사합니다.
aiming from KT Roaster, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the interview translation there with aiming. The blonde hair, just following in Mystic's footsteps, it appears. He had the blue hair beforehand, went to the gray, now is blonde. I don't know whether this is a trend that just Korean people are doing at the moment or something. Like, what color is your hair at the moment, Chobra? Is it still black?
I've actually never dyed my hair, but I have a sister. My sister's dyed her hair like 50 times, I'm pretty sure. So.
Has it gone from like blue to gray to blonde recently? We can use that as sort of the test.
Not recently, but it has in the past. So maybe that's like a cycle, right? It's
okay, yeah, maybe that's just the standard way of doing it. As you can see, KT have broken the tie with the Freak of Freaks and have moved up to solidify 4th place, and now they're just one win away from Dragon X. And you actually saw the games that they have coming up. The next one's against Griffin. You have a feeling they're moving to 8-5 at that particular point. APK coming up after that, I believe, as well, which should mean a 9-5, and then DRX is on the menu. So if they're able to take down Dragon X, then 10-5 KT vying for the top spots. That's going to be really, really fun to see. And as you can see, on Wednesday next week, as we resume the LCK, it is going to be that Griffin versus KT matchup. Their next one, actually the next one is Dragon X. And then I believe KT up against APK there on Saturday, as you can see. So after the Dragon X match, they get a day off, and then they get an APK game against a team, an APK squad that might actually find themselves with some momentum. If APK still play as messy as they did today, then it's possible that APK used the momentum from their last win to take a win on Thursday. There are some really fun ones, as Genji versus T1 is certainly our title match for next week.
Absolutely, and kicking it off on that Wednesday too. I mean, I love to see the confidence from aiming, claiming that he's probably just the best AD carry on any champion. I mean, that's what you want to see, the personality in this league.
Yep, you got to have that confidence. And thank you so much, Chobra, for joining me on the broadcast for the final day of this ludicrous 3 best of 3s a day week. Shout out to Brendan Valdez and LS for also being troopers while I was away at the beginning of the week. And of course, Woodid for coming in and taking care of us on Saturday. It was fantastic to have a little bit more variety here this week, but we'll see you again on Wednesday. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Good night.
And I am ready to take it on. Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, all that I need. If I was